Tricked, a sweet, billionaire beach romantic comedy. Moonlit Lake Matchmaker Series, Book 5. Written by Kristeen Groth. Narrated by male and female simulated voices. Chapter 1. Sky. Present day, Moonlit Lake, Minnesota.
Hands up where I can see them. Step away from the snow gun.
A deep, booming voice called out from behind me. My heart stalled. I obeyed instinctively, but the second I released the handle, the nozzle whipped around and blasted the officer in the face. I quickly grabbed the handle to turn it away and shut it off, but the damage was already done. The uniformed deputy had been turned into an abominable snow monster. Any other time, this would have been hysterical. I wanted to make a joke and laugh it off, but his icy glare froze me in place. He did not find this funny. At all. Strong hands twisted my arms behind my back.
Sky Rhodes, you're under arrest for trespassing and vandalism.
He read me my rights, just like on TV. This must be some kind of joke. I laughed and looked around. Good one. You almost had me there. Did my brothers put you up to this? He didn't laugh and continued cuffing me, the metal clicking tight around my wrists just above the cuff of my mittens. Apparently, this wasn't some cop show, and it wasn't a joke either. This was my life, and my crappy luck. Tillie had asked me to stop by earlier today, said she had something important to tell me. If only I had made time for her. She and her prophetic oracle cards might have given me a heads up so I could have avoided this whole ordeal. If only. I glanced over my shoulder at the deputy. At first, all I registered was a broad chest in a crisp blue uniform, and the kind of posture that said he didn't have time for nonsense. But then I caught the dark, slightly tousled hair, the strong jaw, and beside his left eye, the faint scar from that idiotic, albeit legendary skateboard stunt at the library. 16-year-old Evan had been all adrenaline and zero common sense. 10-year-old me had been starry-eyed on the sidewalk, convinced he was some kind of reckless hero. Gulp. Evan Albright, Elle's older brother. Local heartthrob turned law enforcement. Of course he'd be the one to arrest me. Come on, Evan. We've known each other our entire lives. We'll be family soon. I gave him my saddest puppy eyes. It's just a little snow. Apparently Mother Nature isn't happy with that monster resort coming to this property either. Look how she just dumped a pile of snow right on top of the machinery. She definitely knows how to make a statement. I winked at him, hoping he would sympathize with my cause. Now, can you just uncuff me so I can return all this equipment? He tugged my stocking hat further onto my head, keeping it from falling off. Like I was a child. Evan might be 6 years older than me, but at 30, I wasn't a kid anymore.
Wish I could, Sky, but this was called in, and there's a recording of the whole thing.
He pointed to a video camera hidden in some tree branches. Oh, great. Of course they were filming. Probably had popcorn, too. Evan's voice lowered a notch.
I don't like this any more than you do, but the second that footage hit their inbox, they were all over me.
For half a second, something flickered in his eyes. Regret, maybe. Or annoyance that he was the one stuck doing the dirty work.
Look, Sky, you know I have to follow protocol, but off the record?
He shook his head.
This whole thing stinks.
But...
Sorry, but you basically handed them this on a silver platter.
He grasped my arm and began walking me to his squad car.
If you'd have kept your protest on the right side of the law, they couldn't have stopped you. But now, you'll be lucky if Storm can keep you out of jail.
Oof. My twin brother wouldn't be happy with me. Storm was an attorney and had been warning me for months to watch myself with this protest. This resort I'd been trying to block was owned by a billion-dollar corporation. One who didn't care in the least that they were ruining one of the most beautiful and pristine pieces of property in the state. And they had unlimited resources for getting what they wanted. Legal channels got me nowhere. I met with the developers, cornered the town council, sent them literature citing every environmental concern and every reason this land needed protection. I'd filed petitions everywhere I could think of. Even my social media accounts, which had gained national attention, weren't enough, but still couldn't stop them from moving forward with their plans. Not even my contacts with the city could slow them down. Lost plans, rescheduled meetings, permit mix-ups. Why an upscale resort needed permits for a petting zoo and nudist colony before they started construction was beyond me. Wink, wink. The town council wouldn't listen either. They only saw the dollar signs this project would bring and just blew me off as an annoying schoolgirl. I swear that's how they still saw me. Never mind that I had a master's in sustainable architecture and had won awards for my designs. To them, I was still a troublemaking kid. The downside of living in the same small town your whole life, I suppose. As an architect, I lived and worked in the nearest city, a half-hour away. But my whole family was still here, and I came home whenever I could. So when I'd heard about this resort threatening to destroy one of my favorite places, I had to do something. Mind if I call Storm? I asked Evan.
Can you do it with cuffs on?
I twisted around, trying to reach my phone tucked into the side pocket of my yoga pants, with my hands still cuffed behind my back. A contortionist? I was not. My head drooped with a defeated sigh.
That's what I thought.
Evan said smugly.
You'll get your phone call as soon as we get to the station, just like everyone else.
Or you could call my brother and ask him to meet us there. You don't even have to say what it's for. He'll know as soon as he sees Evan's name on the caller ID. I'd bet money on it. Evan didn't respond as he stuffed me into the backseat of his car. I'd never been in a squad car before, and hoped this would be my one and only experience. Though I had to admit, it was much cleaner than I expected. Still weird and humiliating, though. Evan must have called my brother after all, because Storm was waiting on the sidewalk by the police station when we pulled up.
Cuffs, really? She's more dangerous to a salad bar than she is to society.
Gotta do this one by the book, Storm.
Storm nodded and then turned to me.
Don't say a word, Lark. Let me take care of this.
Storm had always called me Lark, short for Skylark. He was the only one that called me that. I nodded and let Evan drag me into the station. Once we were inside, Evan removed the handcuffs from my wrists. I rubbed my skin and looked for marks. Nothing. At least there was that. I expected Evan would be fingerprinting me and taking my mugshot. But he led me to a small room with a small table and a couple of chairs.
You can sit and wait here.
As the door clicked shut, the silence swallowed me whole. The tiny room smelled like stale coffee and industrial cleaner, but under that was something colder, like despair soaked into the walls. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly chilled. Maybe it was the snow still melting in my boots. Maybe it was knowing that one wrong decision had just blown up everything I'd worked so hard for. I stared at the scratched table and imagined the lake, how the moonlight shimmered on its surface in the summer, how the wind rustled through the birch trees. I used to go there to feel safe, to get away and think. Now I was trapped in the ugliest room I'd ever seen, waiting for a fallout I couldn't stop. My ridiculous stunt hadn't harmed the resort, or even slowed their work. All I'd done was shoot myself in the foot. With me out of their way, they could do whatever they wanted, unimpeded. On top of that, now I had a criminal record. Ugh, what would my parents say? They probably wouldn't be too surprised. Disappointed, but not surprised. But my boss, if he heard about this, I'd most likely be fired. I removed my hat and mittens and dropped my head on my forearms with a groan. What was I thinking? How could I have been so careless? I was normally a very detailed person. It's what made me good at my job. I didn't understand how I let this happen. Actually, yes, I did. This project wasn't like any of the other environmental causes I'd rallied for. I was protecting a place I dearly loved, my safe haven. It was personal. So yeah, I might have gone a little off the rails about it. A friend had lent me the snow gun setup from a winter festival. He'd brought it over at midnight and planned to pick it up at 6 in the morning. I prayed he wouldn't get in trouble. This mess was all on me. As I sat in this tiny interrogation room, assuming that's what this was, I gnawed my fingernails down to the nub. It felt like I'd been waiting for hours when Storm finally entered. He sank into the chair across from me and crossed his arms in front of him. I braced myself for what was coming. "Well?" He exhaled loudly.
I negotiated with the resort's corporate office and they agreed not to press charges.
Phew, hallelujah! I sprung from my chair, arms in the air, and rushed to hug him.
Not so fast.
Storm held a hand up and I sank back into my chair.
Their agreement was contingent on you ceasing all protests and blocking of this resort. If you so much as breathe a word against it, you'll be right back in here, but behind bars this time, and potentially with a lawsuit against you.
My head dropped in defeat. There had to be a way around this. I couldn't just give up and let them destroy the place I loved.
Stop right there. I know what you're thinking. It's over, Lark. You have to let this go. No getting someone else to do your dirty work. No anonymous calls. Nothing. We were lucky they agreed to let you go this time. Next time, they'll throw the book at you. You could be ruined. They've definitely got the resources to make it happen.
But they don't have you. He shook his head slowly.
Larks, if you push this any further, not even I can save you.
His shoulders sagged and he looked at me with tenderness.
Look, I know better than anyone what this place means to you, and I wish there was a way to stop them, but you're out of options here. I don't want this to cost you any more than it already has. This is it, Lark. It's time to let this go.
All right, I'll agree to their terms, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up. There's gotta be a way. I glanced at my watch. Shoot, I'm gonna be late for work. Can I set up my computer in your office this morning? I already told my boss I'd be working remotely today.
I guess so. I have a few client meetings, but you can use my conference room. Come on, let's get out of here.
As soon as I logged into my computer from Storm's office, I got a message from my boss, Cameron Phillips, that he wanted to meet, ASAP. I opened the video call, took a breath, and pasted on a fake-it-till-you-make-it smile. Hey, Cameron, what's up? Did we get the green light for the old schoolhouse renovation?
Not yet. That's not what I needed to talk to you about.
He sighed and ran his hand over his face.
I don't know how to say this, so I'll just spit it out. I got a call from our biggest client this morning. They are questioning the integrity of this firm because of the illegal activity of one of my associates. Posted on the internet, mind you. I told him he had to be mistaken, but he showed me a video of you from this morning.
I froze.
I don't want to lose you, Sky, so I'm not going to fire you, but I need you to take a leave of absence. Take a break, lie low, and maybe, hopefully, you can come back once this all blows over.
But I didn't do anything wrong, I said, trying to keep my voice level. They're the ones tearing up ecosystems and building a monument to greed. I was just...
Sky,
His tone stopped me cold.
I know your heart's in the right place, but this isn't about right or wrong. It's about optics. My clients don't want someone with a criminal record on the payroll. Even if that record is a misdemeanor, snow stunt caught on camera, you were still vandalizing a construction site.
My stomach twisted. So I'm supposed to disappear and pretend none of this happened?
No, I'm telling you to lie low, clean the slate, and come back stronger. You're one of the best architects I've got, but right now you're radioactive.
I stared at the screen, blinking fast. Okay, I get it. I didn't, but I had no other choice.
It might be best if you got out of town for a while. Take a vacation. Anywhere but here.
Okay, I can stay with my parents on the farm and find other ways to stop this destruction.
Negative. I don't want you anywhere near Moonlit Lake. Even if you're in your apartment, you'll be tempted to do something. You need to get away from all of this. Far away. If you can't, your job and your career could be at risk.
I swallowed a hard lump in my throat and reluctantly agreed. As soon as the call ended, I buried my face in my hands and groaned. This couldn't be happening.
Chapter 2. Max. Chicago, Illinois. Adjusting to life as CEO of Castellan International was harder than I'd imagined. Even drowning in spreadsheets didn't make the weight of my decisions feel any lighter. I leaned my elbows onto my desk and rubbed my temples, hoping to ease the tension buzzing behind my eyes. Dante Hawk, my right-hand man and longtime best friend, burst into my office grinning like he'd just won a bet.
Good news, boss. The problem with the Moonlit Lake property? Handled.
He brushed his hands together like he was brushing off crumbs. I stood and crossed to the window, bracing a hand on the frame as I stared out at the choppy waters of Lake Michigan. What do you mean, handled? I might be new to the role, but I wasn't naive. After years of listening to my father wheel and deal from this very office, I knew better than to assume handled meant anything clean. Dante was my most trusted advisor, had been by my side since boarding school. He joined the company right after college, knowing I was being groomed for the top. Other than my mom, he was the only one I really trusted.
Let's just say a few strategically placed surveillance cameras and city contacts finally paid off. That little tree-hugging hippie, Sky Rhodes, who's been stirring up so much trouble, has been eradicated.
I gasped. Eradicated? Please don't tell me you offed her. That's not how I do business.
Oh, ye of little faith,
Dante said with a smirk.
We're not the mafia. She was given a choice, jail time or silence. Luckily for all of us, she chose the latter, and has been effectively removed from the situation. And from town.
He brushed his hands together with finality, a devious smirk on his face.
She's done. No more protests, no more PR nightmares. She was really becoming a nuisance, and costing us a lot of money, I might add. Now the board can stop panicking, and we can finally get on with construction.
So instead of listening to her concerns, we made it impossible for her to speak out. Dante shrugged, like a teacher tolerating a particularly slow student.
Welcome to the game, Max. You push, you push harder. It's how your father handled these things. And it worked.
The mention of my father was a low blow, but I didn't rise to it. I returned to my desk and picked up a folder labeled Moonlit Lake Development. Inside were aerial photos, environmental reports, and pages of legalese that danced around the real issues: wildlife displacement, deforestation, land degradation, water table impact. I'd skimmed this stuff before, but never really seen it. Not like this. Not with the weight of it on my shoulders. I raked a hand through my hair. What if they're right? What if we're rushing this, bulldozing through actual problems, missing something critical that could have been prevented if we would have listened or taken more time? I opened the folder again, skimming the environmental reports I hadn't fully read before. Words like habitat disruption, erosion, and aquifer depletion stood out like red flags. My gut told me something was off there, like an internal warning light blinking for attention. No, Dante, we need more time to make sure this is right before we proceed with construction. Dante snorted.
Oh, please. You think Castellan International is the villain here? Those people would be protesting no matter what. Do you want to be CEO, or do you want to sit in drum circles debating tree spirits?
An idea sparked, one that would give me real clarity, not just on the Moonlit Lake property, but on how I wanted to run the company. I wasn't about to blindly carry on my father's legacy without knowing what it really meant. I need to get out of here.
Sure. Should we go get some lunch? Maybe have a drink? Blow off some steam?
I shook my head and stuffed the files into my briefcase.
Wait. Where are you going?
He checked his watch.
It's not even close to the end of the day.
I closed the briefcase and laid a firm hand on top of it. For the first time in weeks, something clicked into place. No graphs, no spin, just instinct. I needed to get out of this building, out of this role and find out what kind of leader I actually wanted to be. I'm going to spend a week at the Azoria as a guest. Dante sputtered, spraying coffee across the room.
Wait, what? You're taking a vacation? Now? You do realize we're in the middle of convincing the board not to rip you apart, right? They're circling like sharks, and you're dumping blood into the water.
Not a vacation, a field test. If I'm going to make changes to this company, I need to know what works, what doesn't.
What do you need? I gave you all the reports and analytics you requested. Do you need a new task force? More detailed projections? What?
I shook my head. None of that. I can't get what I need sitting behind a desk. Reports can be spun. Data can lie. If I'm staking my career on this project, I want to know exactly what we're building and what it's costing us. Piles of data and reports, and I didn't trust a word of it. If I was putting my job and my future on the line with this project, I wanted to be sure it was what they were promising me it was. The stakes were high all around. Dante let out a reluctant sigh.
Fine. I'm sure I could set you up at a resort in the States. You could spend a night or two and be back here the beginning of the week.
I shook my head. No, it has to be the Azoria. Dante's eyes widened with what seemed like a flash of panic. But then he turned back to his notebook and jotted something down. The Azoria was the newest resort. I'd visited plenty of times during construction and since its opening, but always as the owner's son. VIP treatment, polished tours, smiles that didn't reach the eyes. This time, I wanted the real story, especially since the Moonlit Lake property would be modeled after the Azoria, not in actual design, but in concept. And I needed a deeper understanding of all that entailed. I want to experience the resort the way a guest does. No VIP treatment, no name, just a guy checking in, having dinner, and seeing how it really runs. Dante leaned forward, hands steepled.
Okay, I get the whole man of the people act, but right now, with the Moonlit Lake mess still fresh, the board's watching your every move. If they think you're off sipping cocktails on a private beach, you're handing them the ammo they need to call you incompetent.
I leaned over my desk, eyes locked on Dante's. I'm not running off. I'm researching. I'll have my laptop and cell phone with me and can deal with anything that comes up, just like always. Nobody needs to know I'm gone. I kept my voice even, my gaze steady. And when I come back, I'll have a definitive plan. My plan, not my father's.
Fine. But what about the staff here? You need to show them you're in charge. A steady hand, not a ghost.
That's why I have you. You can be my stand-in. We'll be in constant communication, and I will still be available for anything that comes up. I'll still be making the decisions. You'll just be the one to carry them out.
Like I do now.
Dante muttered. Exactly. See? This won't be a big deal at all. Business as usual. He let out a heavy sigh and sat down in the chair across from my desk.
All right. How do you intend to pull this off? You're not exactly a nobody, especially now that you inherited this empire and became one of the youngest billionaires on the planet.
I bet if I stopped shaving for a few days, dressed like a tourist, and got hair extensions, even my mom wouldn't recognize me. And if I used a different name, no one would give it a second thought? Who would ever imagine the owner and CEO of the place would be eating at the buffet and playing beach volleyball with the guests? Nobody. Even if someone thought they recognized me, I can laugh it off and say that I get that all the time. I'm telling you, Dante, this will work.
You better hope it does, or you'll get to extend that vacation indefinitely.
He said it with a laugh, but something in his tone scratched at me. Like maybe he wasn't joking. I shook my head, trying to picture myself in this disguise. My wardrobe was full of tailored suits and polished Oxfords. Nothing about me said tourist. The last time I wore a graphic tee, it had a band logo on it and smelled vaguely like dorm room pizza. Still, there was something appealing about this crazy idea. A blank slate, No expectations, no legacy. Just a guy in flip-flops trying to relax. Dante took in all the suggestions and finally relented.
All right, it's risky, but if you're caught, we just tell them that you are doing research on how to improve the resort.
Which is true. I shrugged and leaned back in my chair, already imagining myself in board shorts and sunglasses. Can you make the arrangements? I want a regular room, no suite, or VIP treatment. I'll also need an alias, at least for the last name. Keep Max as my first name, and get me a credit card and ID. His brows shot to his hairline.
Is that all?
For now, I said, signaling that we were finished.
I hope you know what you're doing.
He muttered on his way out the door. So do I.
Chapter 3. Sky. Without work to go to, I didn't know what I was supposed to do or where to go. My favorite thinking place happened to be on the forbidden property, so that was out. Lingering at my brother's office didn't make sense, especially with nothing to do but stew in my own thoughts. I paused in front of Storm's closed door and heard the murmur of voices. He was already meeting with clients. As much as I would have liked to avoid my parents and pretend nothing had happened, that wasn't an option. I didn't want them to hear all this from the rumor mill. I dreaded the look of disappointment on my parents' faces, but I had to talk to them. Might as well rip off the Band-Aid and get it over with. When I stepped into my family home, Mom was at the counter, wiping her hands on a dish towel, a smear of flour on her cheek. Her curly, honey-colored hair, now streaked with silver, was twisted up in a loose bun, and her rolled-up button-down sleeves peeked out from under her faded apron. She rushed over and wrapped me in a big hug. My body melted in the comfort of her arms, and I blinked away tears. How do you tell your mom that you were currently on the town's most wanted list? She stepped back and ran her hand over my head and shoulders.
Are you okay? What an ordeal.
Apparently, the rumor mill was more efficient than I thought. Yeah, I'm fine. Just upset at myself. How could I have been so stupid? I slid onto a chair at the kitchen table and rested my head on my hand. One wrong move, and I've lost everything I worked so hard for. I can't do anything else to stop the resort. Can't even go back to my job for a while. And worse yet, I'm being exiled. I can't even hang out here with you guys. Mom set a cup of coffee and a fresh-baked cinnamon roll in front of me.
Here, have a little breakfast. You don't have to have all the answers right now.
She brushed a loose strand of hair from my face and gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze.
It'll all work out, Sky. You'll see.
I picked at the edge of the cinnamon roll, appetite fading. This wasn't just a mistake. It felt like a collapse. Like the hard taco shell my life was built on had cracked down the middle and was ready to spill everything out with one wrong bite. Thanks, Mom. I took a sip of the coffee and closed my eyes, letting the warmth move through me and bring me an ounce of comfort. I hoped she was right, and I really wanted to believe her, but my doubts weighed so heavily on me, like a sumo wrestler sitting on a compact car. I had just taken a bite of the gooey roll when Tillie burst through the door in a whirl of fresh snow, incense, and colorful knit scarves, all smiles. Her chin-length white bob framed her face like a snow globe halo, perfectly styled despite the wind outside. She wore a chunky cardigan in deep jewel tones that looked hand-knitted by a mystic somewhere in the mountains. It probably had been. Slung over one arm was her ever-present carpet bag, embroidered with moons and flowers and bulging with who knew what magical nonsense. A mischievous twinkle lit her brown eyes, like she was in on a cosmic secret she couldn't wait to spill.
Sky, I'm so glad you're here. You're just the person I wanted to talk to.
Hey, Tillie. You don't happen to have a time machine in that bag of yours, do you? I'd love to go back to yesterday and make different choices. Tillie shook her head and patted my cheek.
No, and if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Even though things didn't happen as you hoped, that doesn't mean it should be changed.
Mom leaned against the counter, arms crossed, but watching us both with that unreadable mom expression. Concern mixed with curiosity and just a little wariness. Yeah, but if I had made better choices last night, I'd still be able to work and find other ways to stop the resort. Now I can't do anything.
Don't be so hard on yourself. You don't know what is yet to come for you, my dear. Could be better than you ever imagined.
She gave my hand a squeeze, her eyes sparkling with certainty.
Remember I told you that I drew some cards for you?
I wish I'd have come to you yesterday. We might have prevented this whole debacle. I leaned back in my chair and let out a long breath.
Maybe, maybe not. Let me show you the cards now.
Before you show me, let me just say, I don't think this is a good time for your matchmaking. Because everyone knew that's what Tillie's cards were about. My life is a mess right now. The last thing I need is a man complicating it even more.
Everything in divine timing, including love. We can't pick and choose or schedule it in when it's convenient. Life doesn't work that way, and neither does love.
She pulled 3 cards from her bag and placed them on the table, face down. She studied me for a moment, and then turned over the first card.
I think this first one is absolutely perfect in this moment. Disguised or unexpected blessings.
She bumped her shoulder against mine.
See, even this challenge could be a blessing in disguise.
All right, you made your point. What are the other messages?
Rainbow after the storm. Another fortuitous message, wouldn't you agree?
I gave her a slight shrug, hoping the cards were true and things really would work out for me.
The last card is time to get away and have fun.
Now that's a good card, and a prediction I can get behind.
I'm happy to hear that. And I have just the thing.
Tillie wiggled her eyebrows and reached into her oversized bag.
I won a free trip to a tropical island. Gladys is coming with me, but I'd love to have you join us.
The idea sounded good at first, but images ran through my mind that squashed any initial excitement. Me and 2 octogenarians on vacation together would be bad enough. But me chaperoning those 2 wild women and keeping them out of jail. Thanks, Tillie, but I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Why not? You can't go to work. Your boss wants you to take a vacation. And if you don't, you know you'll meddle with the resort again and get yourself thrown right back in jail.
Tillie jingled her bangles and gave a sage nod, as if the universe itself had co-signed the idea.
This is the perfect solution. The package included a 2-bedroom suite overlooking the beach, so we have plenty of room. I'll even pay your way since I got mine for free.
Mom stepped forward, brushing her hands on a dish towel.
It would give us peace of mind to know you were there with Tillie.
What Mom didn't say, at least not in front of Tillie, was that she really wanted me to chaperone those 2 and keep them out of trouble. I didn't know if I was up to that kind of responsibility. It'd be easier to manage a family of spider monkeys. But I tried to think of some excuse. Anything. But came up blank. That last card seemed to pulse in front of me like a neon sign. I really did need to get away. Mom and Tillie looked at me with eyes I knew I'd never be able to refuse. They had always been there for me, and even now when my life was such a mess, they still loved me. How could I say no? I sighed dramatically and rolled my eyes. Fine, I'll do it, but only if I can bring someone with me. You won't be roping me into your shenanigans, Tillie. I didn't know who I'd bring, but throwing it out there bought me time. And let me pretend I still had some control over my life. Tillie's eyes widened and she brought a hand to her chest, as if insulted that I could think such a thing. Then she laughed and wrapped me in a warm hug.
Invite whoever you'd like. We'll have so much fun.
Then she looked up at me with her wise eyes.
This is going to be a trip to remember. One that changes everything. I can feel it.
She rubbed her hands together.
I better start packing.
She scurried toward the door. Wait, what about the flights? What do I need to do?
Just send me the name of your companion by the end of the day and I'll make all the arrangements. You don't have to worry about a thing.
Why didn't that make me feel better? Probably because when Tillie says, "Don't worry," it usually means I should start panicking. Silver lining to this guaranteed tropical nightmare? Maybe staying at a different eco-resort would give me better ideas of how to stop this one. While Mom and Tillie gossiped in the kitchen, I escaped to the living room. I flopped onto the couch and opened the sibling group chat, bracing myself. Because of course they'd already heard. Rowan.
You snowblasted my future brother-in-law? What were you thinking?
Jasper.
Not gonna lie, I'm proud. But also, how did you not aim for his pants? Rookie move.
Junie.
Are you okay? Did they rough you up in the clink?
Rowan.
I told you to stop escalating. This is not how you win environmental wars.
I was making a statement. The snow gun just had its own agenda. Jasper.
Did they take your mugshot? I can see it now. T-shirts, Christmas cards, memes.
Junie.
The footage is already viral. You're officially Snowblast Girl.
Raven.
Oh, you're a superhero now. I'll draw you a new avatar. Hot pink cape? Or maybe it should be ice blue.
Jasper.
You better be prepared to autograph snowblowers at Home Depot. Hey, that could be a thing. Protect your home with a new assault snowblaster.
Storm.
Not exactly stealthy, Jazz.
Jasper.
True. Maybe this could be a winter version of paintball, a snowblasting battle. I want Sky to be on my team.
I groaned and buried my face in a pillow. I must have been adopted or at least switched at birth. When I'd released enough frustration, I popped back into the chat. So instead of going to jail, I've been banished, exiled, forced to go on a tropical island trip with Tillie and Gladys as their chaperone. Raven.
Oof, that's harsh. I think I'd have bargained for jail time. Maybe you need a new lawyer.
Storm.
Hey now.
So who wants to join me? A free week on a tropical island? I sat there watching 5 ellipses appear and reappear over and over again for at least 5 minutes before anyone answered. Rowan.
I'm in New York. Wedding stuff. Can't escape.
Storm.
You're on your own. I used all my Sky-related crisis hours for this month already.
Jasper.
I'd come, but I'm dealing with a broken freezer, a health inspector, and a Yelp war.
Raven.
Sorry, I've got a thing. With a person. Very important. Can't miss.
Junie.
I wish I could. An island vacation so romantic. But I have an interview at North Shore Adventures, my dream job with an even dreamier potential boss.
You are all terrible siblings. Raven.
Yes, but you love us.
Jasper.
Remember to pack duct tape for Tillie and your sanity.
Storm.
Just don't expect me bail you out of island jail. I draw the line.
Raven.
Between Sky and her white-haired companions, I don't think Sky is the one you need to worry about.
Ugh, you guys gotta help me. Junie.
You'll survive, Sky. And who knows, maybe you'll find yourself a little vacation romance. Island magic is real.
Little did she know, Tillie'd already drawn cards for me. Matchmaking was inevitable. One more thing to dread about this trip. Island disaster is more likely. I dropped the phone and sighed. If my family was out, I had one hope left. Jojo better say yes, or say goodbye to her best friend's status. Chapter 4. Sky. 5 days later, we arrived on the breathtakingly beautiful island of Malama Kai. All my stress from the past week melted away as I stepped off the plane and into the warm sunshine. We were immediately greeted with leis of fresh orchids, plumeria and jasmine, and guided to our resort shuttle. Tillie and Gladys chattered on with the driver, while my best friend Jojo and I took in the landscape of palm trees and vibrant flowers lining the roads out the window. It was as if we had landed in a foreign land, so different from the frozen tundra we left behind. Jojo jumped at the chance to join me on this trip. Her boss at the Bean Happy coffee shop, however, wasn't happy that she was taking off on such short notice. But JoJo worked like a dog for that place and was usually the one covering for everyone else. She deserved some time off for a change. The shuttle stopped in front of the Azoria, a sprawling cliffside resort with the ocean on 3 sides. A perfect location, if only they hadn't ruined it with this hideous concrete monstrosity. It might have had the word eco plastered across every brochure, but all I saw was a gray fortress choking out the coastline. The bones of something beautiful buried under steel and sun-bleached stucco. As we got out of the shuttle and waited for the attendant to unload our luggage onto a cart, Tillie pulled a couple of small bottles from her bag.
Here, girls, I made you each a special mist for this trip. You spray it on your face or body.
She popped the cap and pumped a gentle mist in front of me. It was like stepping into a magical spa, and I immediately felt my body relax and come alive. She probably brooded under a full moon while meditating on my future. But hey, I got a free vacation out of it, so who was I to complain? That's lovely and very refreshing. This will be great when I'm sitting in the hot sun. Thanks, Tillie. JoJo's was similar, but had a different scent.
This smells so good I could bathe in it.
She sprayed it all over her body like it was the last bottle on Earth, the fine mist catching the sun and making her already sun-kissed skin shimmer. Her brown eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned to me, arms outstretched.
That's not too much, is it?
I'd say it's just right. Tillie beamed, clearly pleased with JoJo's enthusiastic response. We checked in at the lobby. It was beautifully designed with a modern open layout, highlighting natural elements of wood, rock, and water. There were lush tropical plants throughout, a stone wall behind the desk, with a waterfall feature built into it, bringing the soothing sounds of trickling water to the space. I leaned over to JoJo and whispered, "That waterfall is lovely, but if I had to listen to that all day, I'd constantly have to pee." She giggled and nodded, the dark curls slipping from her messy bun bouncing like coiled springs with minds of their own.
No kidding, I'm already looking for a bathroom.
Can you imagine how much energy a huge place like this uses in a day? So much waste. JoJo elbowed me.
Hey, I know this goes against everything you believe in, but let's try to have fun here and enjoy this free vacation. All right?
Yeah, I know. I sighed and offered a sheepish smile. I promise I won't ruin the week for you. I'll try to keep my opinions to myself, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. I pulled some brochures from the rack. They claimed this was an eco-resort. Huh, that's a joke. Nothing this big should be considered eco-friendly. Reading their marketing material could be considered work-related research. It's what anyone in my profession would do, right? Not that I needed to justify this trip to anyone but myself. JoJo nudged me with her shoulder and wiggled her eyebrows.
You never know. A week on the beach with cold drinks and food served to you wherever you are.
She paused when her eyes caught on a handsome tourist, with a golden tan glistening in the sun. He sat down on a lounger and began removing his shirt. She cleared her throat.
And you can't beat the scenery. This place just might grow on you, and you won't want to leave when the week is up.
Don't hold your breath. I'll try to keep an open mind, but I won't promise anything. It will be nice to soak up some sun and piña coladas while I'm here, though. This definitely beats the 3 feet of snow we just got back home.
I wouldn't mind a vacation romance, especially if it looked like that,
JoJo said, still ogling the man as he walked to the pool and dove in.
Maybe that young Hemsworth cousin over there has a friend and we could both indulge in a yummy distraction.
The only yummy distraction I'm looking for is the all-you-can-eat dessert bar. I've heard it's to die for. Tillie and Gladys brought us our keys.
All right, ladies, we have a 2-bedroom suite. It's on the ground floor, oceanside. Let's go check it out.
JoJo pointed to the bar on the other side of the lobby. A bartender was serving drinks in coconuts.
Hey, Sky, how about I take both of our suitcases to our room while you grab us a tray of coconut drinks?
That does look really good. Deal. I'll meet you back in our room. The friendly bartender was happy to fix me up with a tray of drinks.
We can deliver them for you. Just tell me where you're going to be.
Thanks, but I can carry them. He lifted a brow, questioning my decision, but then placed the coconuts with their straws and umbrellas on the tray, along with a stack of napkins. I set my stack of brochures on the other side and picked up the tray. Oof. It was heavier than I expected, but still manageable. I was glad I hadn't offered to bring back food, too. I moved cautiously, trying not to tip the coconuts, wishing I hadn't turned down the bartender's delivery offer so quickly. The resort music drifted through the air, steel drums and waves syncing with my new, suspiciously rare sense of calm. I had just turned in the direction my friends went, when a bulldozer slammed into the side of me. Felt like a bulldozer, but his backward hat, long hair, and board shorts screamed, "Surfer dude." The tray went flying, coconuts and umbrellas everywhere. My foot slipped slightly on the wet tile, and I pinwheeled to stay upright, juggling coconuts like I was auditioning for a circus act. One rolled away. A straw stabbed me in the neck. A tiny umbrella landed like a victory flag on my head. The sticky drinks splashed all over me and the floor. A brochure stuck to my forehead. I ripped it off and watched my assailant hustle out the door without so much as a muttered apology. Like he didn't even notice the disaster he caused. Ugh, the nerve! There I stood, dripping coconut and pineapple like a malfunctioning tiki fountain. My shirt clung to me, sticky and sweet, while a rogue umbrella poked out of my ponytail like a sad tropical antenna. This vacation was off to a stellar start. The staff hurried to clean up the mess, and the bartender made me a new tray of drinks that a server carried this time. I found our room and was grateful I could change out of my sticky clothes and into my swimsuit to sit by the pool and cool off. Jojo looked up from her lounger as I approached, the drink-carrying server at my side. She lifted one hand, shading her eyes, and I handed her a beverage from the tray.
Hey, what took you so long? Tillie and Gladys are already scoping out the pool and any other attractions they can find.
You wouldn't believe what I went through to get these drinks. I pulled my sticky clothes away from my skin. All I can say is they better be good. I filled her in on that whole fiasco. Tillie and Gladys returned just in time to catch the tail end of the story.
Oh, man. I'm sorry I suggested it.
Jojo took a sip from the straw.
Definitely worth it if you ask me. The real question is, was the surfer dude hot?
I don't know. All I saw was his backside as he scurried away like a cockroach.
Okay, cockroaches are not attractive, no matter what.
Not everything is as it seems. Remember what the card said?
Tillie smiled knowingly and reached into her bag for her sunglasses.
Disguised or unexpected blessings, rainbow after the storm, and time to get away and have fun. Looks like the fun is already beginning.
She winked, took her coconut drink from the tray, and leaned back on a lounger. Of course, Tillie would spin a sticky coconut collision into a cosmic wink from the universe. Her belief in signs, serendipity, and surprise romance was as relentless as her essential oil collection. If this was the universe's idea of fun, I was going to need more than mist and piña coladas to survive the week.
Chapter 5. Max. Escaping to my room, I shut the door and leaned my back against it. My heart raced and I leaned over to catch my breath. I knew the risks when I came up with this crazy scheme, but I never imagined that one of the board members might be staying here at the same time. When I saw the chairman, Mr. Phelps, at the front desk, I panicked. Running into that woman and spilling her drinks all over the lobby wasn't the way I intended to sneak out without being seen. I wanted to apologize and help her, but if I did, my entire plan and my career would explode in my face before I even had a chance to do anything. This was a big place. Hopefully, I'd be able to avoid Phelps and the irate coconut woman the rest of the week. Oof. This seemed like such a simple plan, but it was getting more complicated all the time. My phone rang. Dante.
How did your arrival go? Do you think anyone suspected anything?
That all went fine. I exhaled and sank onto the edge of my bed. I'd never been in such a small room, a queen-size bed that squeaked when I sat down. I apologized to my spine in advance. One sad little chair, a desk barely wide enough to fit a laptop, and the fridge empty. If this was the standard guest experience, no wonder satisfaction scores were slipping. I was barely here 10 minutes and already mentally rewriting the amenities list.
You don't sound very happy, though.
I was walking through the lobby on my way to the bar when I saw Mr. Phelps at the desk. I don't know if he was checking in or checking out, but I'd put my money on the former. Because, of course, of all the luxury resorts on the planet, the chairman of the board just happened to choose this one, this week. While I'm undercover in board shorts and trying not to get fired. What were the odds? No, really. I'd love to know, so I can go punch them in the face.
Do you think he saw you?
No, he was talking with the concierge, so I rushed back to my room. I kept my disastrous run-in with the coconut woman to myself. Even if he looked up, all he would have seen was my backside. And I'm wearing a tank top and board shorts. My cover is safe. For now. I dragged a hand down my face and sank deeper into the scratchy bedspread. How could this have happened, Dante? What are the odds that my biggest challenger, the one leading the charge to have me replaced, would be staying at the resort now while I'm trying to stay under the radar?
An unfortunate coincidence. Maybe you should call the whole thing off and come back to the office.
No, it's a big enough place. I should be able to avoid him. And now that I know he's here, I can adjust my plan accordingly and stay on my guard. Just surprised me and threw me off for a moment. I pushed up from the bed and started pacing the tiny room. How is everything going there? Give me an update. For the next 20 minutes, we talked about everything that was happening in the office. He emailed me what needed my immediate attention. I made a couple of phone calls, as if I was still in the office. As soon as I was done, I grabbed my towel, tugged on the ridiculous backward surfer hat, and slid on my sunglasses. I glanced at the stranger in the mirror. I looked ridiculous, like a knockoff Aquaman sold in gas stations. Nothing said undercover quite as effectively as a beach-themed action figure, especially when it was the polar opposite for my usual business attire. At the poolside bar, a waiter came by and took my drink order. The menu was heavy on rum and umbrellas, like a college party checklist. No aged scotch or hand-cut ice in sight. I settled for whatever came in a coconut. As I waited for him to return, I spotted the woman I'd run into. Should I go over and apologize? Or pretend it didn't happen? I was still pondering this when I saw her approach Corky, the rescued sea turtle who resided at the resort. She had been at the resort for a few years now and had become accustomed to being our mascot. The woman knelt down by Corky like she was talking to her. Then she stood, looked around, and picked her up. I was impressed by her strength. Corky was pretty heavy and not easy to get a hold on for carrying. Then she headed toward the beach. No, no, no. Corky would die if she were returned to the ocean. What is she doing? I took off after her, silently praying no one recognized the guy in board shorts sprinting across the beach like a lunatic. Somewhere, a security camera was probably capturing every second of this very un-CEO moment. Great. Exactly the kind of footage the board would love to see. Me, mid-sprint, chasing a woman with a turtle. She peeked over her shoulder, saw me coming, and picked up her pace. Thankfully, it wasn't easy to run on sand while carrying a 50-some-pound turtle. I gained on her quickly. When I caught up, I grabbed her arm. She yanked away and stumbled, and the next thing I knew, we landed in a heap on the sand. I hit the sand hard, barely stopping myself from flattening her completely. There was grit in my mouth. Sand in places sand should never be. And then she looked at me. Blue eyes blazing. If I wasn't already breathless, that would have done it. Blonde waves framed her face like sunlight had been woven straight into her hair. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, snapped to mine with the kind of fire that made it clear she was not a damsel in distress. Up close, she was breathtaking in that natural, wild summer kind of way, like she didn't even know she was stunning, which somehow made it worse. Or better. I couldn't decide. For a split second, the world shrank to that eye contact, the press of her arm under mine, the scent of coconut and sunscreen clinging to her skin. And then she scowled. I rolled off the woman. She rolled off Corky and sat up, spitting sand out of her mouth. I glanced at Corky to make sure she was okay. She had been underneath our pile of bodies, but thankfully, her hard shell had protected her. The woman practically had steam coming out of her ears.
It's you. Knocking me over in the lobby wasn't enough. You had to tackle me on the beach, too. What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry about the accident in the lobby. I struggled for an explanation to excuse my behavior. There was an emergency I had to attend to. Otherwise, I would have stopped to help you. She paused, tilting her head to look at me, skepticism shining in her eyes.
Okay, but that doesn't explain why you tackled me here.
This turtle is a rescue. She lives in a habitat at the resort because she can't return to the wild. Corky had started to move away from us.
She looks fine to me.
She was injured a few years ago. She healed but lost her buoyancy. She can swim on the surface but can't dive for food or to escape danger. The resort built a special habitat for her and hired a professional handler to care for her full-time. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at the turtle.
I thought I was helping her, but I almost got her killed.
She blinked rapidly and swiped at her cheek before lifting her gaze back to me.
How do you know all this?
I shrugged, trying to play it off as common knowledge. I've been here before and was impressed by what they've done for this little lady. You should see her home. It's quite posh by turtle standards. Apparently, the resort consulted with the top marine biologists in the world to create this sanctuary just for her. They even have enrichment activities for her to keep up her natural skills. The woman's face showed her struggling to accept what I was saying.
So now she's what? The Azoria mascot?
Her fists planted on her hips, her expression polite but edged with challenge, like she was testing me for cracks. Based on the tone of her voice and her attitude, she seemed to be preparing for a debate, so I diplomatically evaded her question. Even though she can't return to the ocean, her life here is pretty darn good. I stood and brushed the sand off, then extended a hand to help her up. Come on, let's bring Corky back to her home, and I can show it to you. A zing of awareness moved through me as our hands touched. Her eyes met mine. The most breathtaking blue eyes I've ever seen. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Then she pulled her hand away and brushed herself off. She looked down at the turtle.
Did you say her name is Corky?
Legend has it, they had a contest for naming the floating turtle. The top 3 names were Corky, Bob, and Boyonce.
Ha! I would have voted for Boyonce hands down.
She laughed and shook her head.
But I guess Corky isn't too bad.
Corky, let's show this woman where you live. I gave the turtle a quick pat on the shell and turned back to her with a grin. I should probably know your name so I don't have to keep calling you woman. I'm Max. I held out my hand.
Sky.
She gave me a wry smile as she shook my outstretched hand.
Nice to meet you, Max. I'm sure I'll see you again around the resort. But I hope the next time will be a little less dramatic.
A little surge of excitement moved through me, making me smile. She wanted to see me again. At least that's how I was taking it. The 3 of us slowly walked along the beach toward the turtle enclosure, but I couldn't keep from looking over at the beautiful woman next to me. Maybe my luck had finally changed. Spending time with her would definitely make my week much more enjoyable. Not to mention, I could use an outsider's honest perspective, especially one not afraid to call me out. I wasn't looking for a relationship. Not after what happened with Sophie. She'd known exactly what to say, how to act like she cared, how to make me believe it was real. But it wasn't me she'd loved. It was the title, the lifestyle, the press exposure. I found out about her business strategy the same day my name showed up in a gossip column next to hers. Since then, I'd learned to keep things casual and guarded, safe. Lots of people had vacation romances then returned home. No strings, no expectations. That kind of connection I could manage. Anything more than that? Not interested. Besides, I needed a full resort experience. And it would help my cover to be with someone and not just sitting alone by the pool. All I had to do was convince her I wasn't the selfish jerk she thought I was. Not a small feat, especially when ruthless and cold-hearted was the family legacy. My dad had been grooming me for it since I could walk in loafers. Not that I'd ever quite met his standard. Could I add kind-hearted surfer to my new persona? And how could I fake all this and spend time getting to know her without blowing my cover? One wrong move and the whole thing could fall apart. But if I played it right, maybe this unexpected detour could turn out to be the best part of the plan.
Chapter 6. Sky. Spending the afternoon with Max and Corky was unexpected in more ways than one. I was actually quite impressed with all the resort had done to help Corky and give her a good life outside of the ocean. Her habitat was posh. They'd clearly spared no expense, probably because nothing says eco-conscious like a well-fed turtle and a gift shop full of branded water bottles. Yeah, it was a marketing ploy. They could use Corky for publicity and show how environmentally conscious they are without doing much else. But it was good for Corky, even if she would live her life as the resort mascot. At least she was alive. Max might have redeemed himself the tiniest bit with his knowledge and concern for Corky. But it didn't erase our disastrous first encounter and how he just ran off without even a glance to see if I was okay. Emergency, he said, but I had my doubts. I explained the whole thing to Jojo as we met for happy hour at the Salty Lime bar outside.
Maybe he had raging diarrhea and didn't dare to stop, or the mess would have been a whole lot worse.
Jojo took a dramatic sip of her drink, then raised an eyebrow.
That would be an emergency, and one he wouldn't want to tell a woman he just met.
I tipped my glass toward her in mock agreement. I guess that would be a plausible excuse, but I'm still more inclined to believe he was just a selfish jerk.
A selfish jerk who chased you across the beach to save a turtle?
So he could tackle me again? I snorted and leaned back in my chair with a roll of my eyes. You wouldn't think from looking at him with his chill surfer dude vibe, but that man is trouble. He may be hot, but he's not for me. Besides, I came here to hang out with my bestie on the beach, not chase after some long-haired surfer.
About that,
Jojo bit her lip and toyed with the straw in her drink.
I was exploring the resort while you were gone and came upon the coffee shop, Brew Lagoon. The line was out the door and people weren't happy. There was just one barista working and she was doing a terrible job. When I got to the counter, I asked her what the problem was. Apparently, it was her first week on the job, her supervisor had to leave for a family emergency, and her other co-worker was out sick. She was barely holding it together.
Poor thing. You'd think a big place like this would have more staff to cover.
I guess the coffee shop is contracted out with another company, so they aren't really employees of the resort. Nothing the resort can do but complain to the subcontractor.
Jojo shrugged and waved it off like it wasn't a big deal, even though I knew her well enough to see how it bothered her. At the coffee shop where Jojo had worked for years, she was always the one picking up the slack for others. She loved her work, but she really hated lousy service. Customers deserved better than that.
Anyway, I felt bad for her and for all the unhappy people waiting for their coffees, so I went behind the counter and started helping her. She rang the orders and I made all the beverages.
Why does that not surprise me? You just can't sit and relax, can you? She shrugged.
You know how much I like to be busy, and making coffee for people makes me happy.
Jojo fidgeted with the edge of her towel. I could tell there was more she wasn't telling me. Out with it. You know you can't hide anything from me. What is it?
Well, after the crowd died down, she was so grateful she was almost in tears. She'd been amazed at how fast I created all those drinks, and how people raved about the drinks I'd made. She called her boss and begged them to hire me to train her while I'm here.
My mouth dropped open. This is some kind of joke, right? You got a job? On our first day of vacation?
I negotiated to get 4 times my usual rate. This will pay for this trip, the time away, and my rent for this month. I couldn't say no. Besides, I had a lot of fun. Please don't be mad.
I'm not mad. Just a little disappointed and sorry for myself. I get it. This could be a really good opportunity for you. Maybe some rich business person will love their coffee so much that they'll offer to finance you opening your own place.
Yeah, right, and that volcano will erupt with perfectly steamed milk. All I have to do is hold out a cup to make the perfect cappuccino.
She laughed softly, but the weight behind it was unmistakable.
I just really need this extra money right now, that's all.
Sorry. I kind of forced you to come with me, so I shouldn't complain. But what am I going to do while you're working all the time?
I'm sure Tillie and Gladys have all kinds of activities planned. They'd be happy to include you.
I don't think I could keep up with those two. They're like glitter bombs with legs. Chaotic, sparkly, and impossible to ignore. Guess I'll just read a book by the pool and enjoy the downtime.
Maybe not.
She nudged me with her elbow, and with a sly grin, did that universal, look over there, head flick.
I can think of a much better way to fill your time while I'm busy.
My gaze shifted across the pool deck where she had motioned. There was Max, setting his towel onto a chair and pulling his shirt over his head, muscles rippling and glistening in the sunlight. The man was ripped, like cover of a romance novel ripped. I was completely mesmerized, unable to look away even as he dove into the water. I forced myself to swallow to avoid drooling onto the pool deck. Jojo flicked some water at me to break the spell.
Don't even try to tell me you're not interested.
He's attractive, sure. A person would have to be dead or blind not to appreciate that. Doesn't mean anything.
I haven't seen him with anyone else all day. If he's alone and you're alone, you might as well help each other out. Call it a humanitarian effort.
She wiggled her eyebrows and gave me a pointed look.
You know, like if you see a stray puppy, you take it home. If you see a stray hottie surfer, you have to sit by him or invite him to lunch. It's the right thing to do.
Well, you know I'm all about doing the right thing. I grabbed my sunglasses and stood. Might as well go rescue the stray before someone else adopts him. It was just a rescue, not a flirtation, not a distraction. Definitely not the beginning of anything. Because that's how it starts, letting someone in. And then suddenly you're making excuses, setting your values aside, and watching everything you care about get swept under the rug for love. No, thank you. Been there, done that, once. Dated a guy in college who thought my activism was cute until it got inconvenient. At first, I thought we were opposites in a fun, balanced way. He was clean-cut and practical. I was passionate and idealistic. But somewhere along the way, I stopped protesting things that mattered to me because he said it made me too intense. I swapped my combat boots for ballet flats, toned down my opinions, stopped posting on social media, and smiled through dinner parties with his preppy friends while they joked about climate change like it was a punchline. He said compromise was essential in a relationship. But somehow that only applied to me. By the time it ended, I was eating meat, wearing beige, and nodding along in silence. I barely recognized myself. Never again. Besides, I had a mission. Figure out what this resort was doing wrong and use it to stop the one back home. Letting some long-haired surfer charm me into lounging poolside was not part of the plan. Still, if he happened to be sitting there, shirtless and smiling, was it really so wrong to grab a chair and enjoy the view?
Chapter 7. Max. My chest may have puffed just a bit when I noticed Sky and her friend checking me out from across the pool deck. Yeah, I may have stretched and flexed a little more than necessary for simply removing my shirt and sitting in a chair. But hey, I knew how to play to my strengths. I wasn't one to sit still, ever. There were always a million things that needed my attention. Even before being named CEO, I couldn't remember the last time I took a day off just for fun. My laptop sat on the small table next to me, but I didn't want to seem like one of those workaholic types that works at the pool. But I could easily answer emails from my phone and nobody would think anything of it. I shifted in the chair and made a mental list of the resort's sustainability failures, starting with the plastic loungers and ending with whatever that mystery meat was on the lunch menu. But sure, eco-paradise. Sitting back in the lounge chair, I tried to look like I was relaxing. I shifted around to get comfortable and lifted the arms to adjust the recline when the chair suddenly folded up with me inside. The more I struggled to get out, the worse it got. An old woman appeared at my side, all silver hair and sunshine, a gauzy floral kimono over what might have been a yoga top or a vintage nightgown, hard to tell, and a floppy straw hat bedazzled with seashells, and what I was fairly certain was a lucky crystal. Her eyes twinkled with mischief and wisdom, and her lipstick matched the pink umbrella in her drink. She looked like a vacationing fairy godmother and a retired spy all rolled into one. She arched a brow and smiled, tilting her head as if thoroughly amused.
Looks like that chair's got you in a love lock, young man. Need a lifeguard?
By this time, my chair had folded around me like a chalupa, but I refused to ask a white-haired old lady for help. No thanks. I've almost got it. I'm fine. Her mouth twitched upward, but she nodded and left. To my horror, though, she waved to Sky and motioned for her to come over.
Sky, darling, this fine gentleman could use your help. Sky, meet... Oh, my heavens, I forgot to ask your name.
The ground could swallow me up at any moment, and I'd be relieved. Sky sighed dramatically, planting one hand on her hip.
It's Max. We've already met. Sort of.
Then she glared at the old woman.
I see what you're doing, Tillie, and you can stop it right there. I'm just here for a simple vacation. Nothing else. Save your energy for your beach activities and leave me out of it.
The tiny woman simply patted Sky on the shoulder.
Whatever you say, dear.
And walked away. But I did catch her glance over her shoulder at us with a knowing smirk and a twinkle in her eye. Sky, on the other hand, towered over me with her arms crossed and her wide-brimmed sun hat on. The hat shielded most of her face, but her mouth was visible and revealed a satisfied smirk.
Well, well. Looks like you've got yourself in a little pickle there, surfer boy. Would you like me to bring you a cold beverage, perhaps in a coconut? Very refreshing on a hot day.
She tapped her finger against her chin, as if genuinely considering it.
Or maybe I should push you into the sand.
Thanks, but I'm kind of in the middle of something here. I kicked at the chair, but it seemed to be possessed. Or it had turned into one of those finger traps where any attempt to escape just squeezed it tighter around my body.
Really? And what would that be?
You know, just testing the durability and safety of these chairs. Gotta make sure it meets industry standards. Her friend appeared at her side, clearly amused.
So, do you work for a chair company or something? You're the quality control?
No, but I'll definitely be reporting this to the resort. A resort of this caliber should have better chairs. And why did they choose these awful plastic ones? Teak or bamboo would be much more sustainable. Sky's brows raised at my comment, but she didn't say anything. She studied me for a beat, and then finally she had pity on me. She pushed the chair back, yanked my hand, and tugged me to her. My forward momentum almost propelled us both into the pool. I grabbed onto her forearms to steady myself. Her sun hat flew off, and I gazed into her clear blue eyes, almost the same blue as the sky above us. Just like at the beach, it seemed like time stopped as we stood there. Her hands were on my chest. I'm sure she felt my heart pounding like a jackhammer. Her friend leaned closer to us and said,
If this were a rom-com, you guys would have to kiss right now.
Sky glared at her friend as she stepped away.
And if this were a horror movie, you'd be the first to die.
On top of looking like a cover model and caring about turtles, she was funny too. She didn't flirt. She bantered. She challenged. And that, apparently, was my kryptonite. Stop it, Max. This isn't a vacation, it's a mission. The last thing I need is a pretty distraction who thinks I'm a coconut-wielding klutz. Not that it matters. People don't fall for me anyway. Just the name, the bank account. My phone buzzed with a text. I pulled it out of my pocket to take a peek. Dante.
If your goal is to experience the resort as a regular guest, you better not be sitting by yourself at the pool on your computer.
I looked around to make sure he wasn't there watching me. His timing was kind of freaky. But he was right. A single guy working all the time stood out, but a guy out doing activities with a beautiful woman would fit right in. Dante and I had brainstormed backstory info, if people wondered why I was here alone, so the lie flowed off my tongue without any thought. Hey, my friend bailed on me at the last minute, and I didn't want to give up my vacation, but it's not near as fun sitting by myself. Would you mind if I joined you?
Joined me for what?
Whatever you're doing, sitting in the sun, swimming, getting a drink or dinner, I'm game for whatever. She looked at me, and I swear my skin sizzled, but it wasn't from the sun. I tucked my hands into my pockets to keep from touching her, forgetting all about her friends that were standing around us. Jojo cleared her throat and stood with a stretch and a smirk.
Well, I need to check with the coffee shop to see if the management approved me training Carlita while I'm here, and to fill out some forms for HR. You can have my chair, surfer boy. I promise it works properly.
She winked, tossed her towel over her shoulder, and motioned to the chair like it was a grand display. Thanks. We all walked over to their chairs on the other side of the pool. The white-haired woman introduced herself.
I'm Tillie, and I'm so glad you joined us, Max. Gladys and I signed up for the couple's paddleboard challenge. Maybe you and Sky want to do it with us. It should be a lot of fun.
Join a couple's competition with Sky. I looked at the beautiful woman I kept running into. She intrigued me, and even though I was just here on business, I wouldn't mind spending time with her. All part of my cover, right? As Tillie went on about the paddleboard competition, Sky was silently shaking her head and mouthing, "No, just say no." With her animate opposition, I couldn't help myself. Sure, Tillie, that sounds like fun. I grinned and offered Sky the most innocent look I could muster. Paddleboarding with Sky and a couple of old ladies would be a fun and relaxing way to spend the afternoon. And just the sort of guest experience I was hoping to participate in. Gladys grinned as she adjusted her sun visor.
I hope you're not a sore loser, and make sure your life jacket fits right. We'll hate to drown you in our wake.
Sky turned her head slowly and leveled me with a look. A mix of disbelief, simmering challenge, and something else I couldn't quite place. Her eyes locked on mine, sharp and unblinking, like she was daring me to double down. But there was a spark there too, just under the surface. Something electric. I didn't need a vacation fling. I didn't need a witty, coconut-wielding beach goddess staring me down like she saw straight through me. What I needed was to remember why I came here. But for some reason, I kept forgetting whenever she looked my way.
Chapter 8. Sky. A paddleboard competition? Against Tillie and Gladys? With this arrogant surfer boy as my partner? How did I get myself into this? Tillie bounced on her toes like a kid at recess.
Let's make this a little more interesting, shall we? The losers owe the winners a boon. Winner's choice.
Shouldn't we state what that is before we start so everyone knows what's on the line? Tillie shook her head.
Nope. I think the stakes are higher when you don't know what you might have to do.
No way. I'm not about to give you a dare carte blanche. I shudder to think what you might make us do.
Okay, let's say this. It has to be something that pushes the others out of their comfort zone, but in a positive way. Nothing illegal or immoral. You know me better than that.
I do know you, Tillie, which is why
I'll do it.
Max cut in with a confident shrug and an easy grin.
Wonderful. We'll see you at the finish line. May the sea be with you.
Wait, I didn't agree. But Tillie and Gladys just picked up their board and rushed off to the starting position.
What are you so worried about? Afraid you can't beat a couple of octogenarians? We don't have to win the whole thing. We just have to come in before them. I don't think that will be a problem.
I sighed and shook my head. Max didn't know Tillie like I did, and he had no idea what he had agreed to. Rookie mistake. As we approached the beach, there was a registration table where we grabbed our assigned boards and life jackets. An announcer explained the rules.
All contestants must wear their life preservers throughout the competition. Both partners must be on the board at all times, which means your full body must be on the board, not in the water, to count. If either of you falls in, you must both get back on before the board can move forward. Any paddling without both partners on board will be a disqualification.
The crowd let out a collective groan. I gulped. Max elbowed me.
So no pushing me overboard and feeding me to the sharks.
Darn. There goes my entire strategy. I grinned but tightened my grip on my paddle just in case I felt the urge to break that rule. The announcer cleared his throat and spoke over the mic like a game show host.
Only one person may paddle at a time. Choose which person paddles on the first half of the course and which paddles on the second half. The course, as you can see, has colored buoys. Each team must weave in and out of the buoys, right side of the reds and left side of the greens, until you reach the flashing one at the end. If you miss a buoy for any reason, you can go back and catch it. But if you don't, you are disqualified. Go around the flashing buoy, then switch paddlers before going back through the course until you reach the finish line, right here on the beach.
Tillie and Gladys had their heads together, whispering a strategy of their own, pointing to the board and the course. I looked at Max with steely determination. Remember, we just have to stay ahead of Tillie and Gladys. Forget about everyone else. Just do whatever it takes to stay ahead of them. Got it?
Got it.
Max tossed away his towel and stretched his arms through the life jacket, giving me another eyeful of his 8-pack abs. Oof. It almost made me forget what I was doing for a moment. I pulled my attention to my own life preserver. Why won't these buckles work? I clanked them together until calm hands slid over mine and clipped it into place with ease. Done. Thanks. I was ready. So why were my insides quaking like a sea anemone? And what was wrong with my heart? It felt like it was flopping in my chest like a fish. Had to be adrenaline from the competition.
Do you want to paddle first, or should I?
Max glanced toward the ocean, then at me, his expression unreadable. Doesn't matter to me. You pick. He surveyed our competition, his brows furrowed, but there was also something in his look that I couldn't read.
You can paddle first. I'll push us out there.
Okay. It's always good to have the strongest paddler at the end for a strong finish. So, surfer dude, you'll get to bring us the win. We can do this, I said with more enthusiasm and confidence than I felt. I'd been on paddleboards before, just casually tooling around. I even took a paddleboard yoga class once. That wasn't pretty, but I did it. So I wasn't sure what was making me so uneasy about this race. Max looked just as uncomfortable as I felt. In fact, he looked like he might be sick. Are you okay? We don't have to do this, you know.
It's fine. I just always think of all the things that could go wrong.
He shook his head and waved me off.
Forget I said that. It'll be fine. We'll beat those senior surfettes over there and have them at our beck and call. What will you ask them to do? Any ideas?
He was clearly trying to change the subject, but I didn't mind. Not a clue. It's going to take more than a minute to think of something good enough. I'd rather focus on our goal right now. Stay on the board and win this bet.
Right.
The announcer clapped once, then bellowed into the mic like we were about to storm Normandy.
Couples, get in position.
Everyone lined up on the shoreline. Most held their boards at their sides, ready to run in the water. I saw Tillie and Gladys with their board on the ground, half in the water and half on the sand. Tillie stood on the board with her paddle, ready to go. Gladys crouched behind her on the sand, ready to push them in. Max and I looked at each other, unsure which way would be easier. Tillie's method might be a little slower at the start, but only one of us will need to get on the board in the water. If we run it out, then we both have to climb on.
Let's do Tillie's way then.
You'll need to give us a good push and then slide on as fast as possible because I can't paddle until you're completely on.
I know.
On your mark, get set, go!
The starting gun blasted and everyone took off splashing. I stood with my feet wide and the paddle level to keep my balance. Max gave us a good push, putting those muscles to good use, and we sailed out into the water with ease. He climbed onto the board with no problem. I started to feel cocky until I looked to my left. Gladys and Tillie were already up and moving right in line with us. I dug deeper with my paddle, picking the pace.
Don't forget to go around the buoys, to the right of red and left of green.
Max called out behind me. Yep, I'm on it. I paddled us in a straight line until we passed the red buoy, then shifted my paddling to steer us to the left. The board wobbled, almost knocking me overboard. I had to stop paddling to keep my balance. What are you doing back there? I twisted around just enough to glare at Max over my shoulder.
I wasn't comfortable. Needed to change positions,
he said, shifting again behind me. The board rocked under his weight. You good now? Because we almost lost it. I widened my stance with my knees bent to steady us.
Yeah, keep paddling,
Max said, sounding a little winded.
We were ahead of them when we got to the first turn, but they're gaining on us.
I dipped my paddle into the water, one side and then the other, with long, steady strokes, but as fast as I could. We were in a good rhythm now. My turns were getting smoother each time. Our pace was good. We reached the flashing buoy ahead of Tillie and Gladys. Woohoo! I whooped. No time to celebrate, though. We were only halfway and had to switch. Okay, Max. I held out the paddle behind me. Here's the paddle. I'll sit down and you stand up.
No, wait,
he said quickly.
Before you sit down, we should switch places. I don't want to paddle from the back.
Right. I exhaled and scooted carefully to the edge, preparing for the most awkward balancing act of my life. He stood up and I handed him the paddle. We faced each other and tried to move around the narrow board without rocking or falling in. But we also didn't want to take too much time either. Those silver sneaks would be sliding past us at any moment. Our chests pressed together, and I had to grip his biceps to keep my balance. Yes, I had to. No other option. I swear. My breath caught as we moved around each other. His chest was warm and solid beneath my palms, and for one terrifying moment, I forgot how to breathe. Nope, not happening. I wasn't here to fall for surfer abs and stupid smiles. I was here to investigate, not get distracted by my race partner's ridiculously toned everything. This is a race, Sky. Focus. I finally made it to the back of the board, and Max was in front of me. I was just about to kneel down when he took his first stroke in the water. It fully drenched me with water. I yelped, "Hey, watch it." He turned to see what was the matter, and the paddle hit me in the side. I flailed my arms, trying to keep from going overboard, and instinctively reached for the closest thing I could grab, which, unfortunately, turned out to be the waistband of Max's swim trunks. They slid down to his knees in one clean motion, just as I lost my balance and tumbled into the water. But not before Max was left standing, stunned and overexposed, like a deer caught in the world's most awkward headlights. His bright white cheeks flashed everyone in a glorious split second of daylight just before he let out a strangled yelp and lunged to grab his shorts. Tillie and Gladys gasped in unison and stopped paddling entirely, bobbing in place like amused sea otters.
Oh my,
Gladys murmured, eyes twinkling. Tillie gave a delighted little clap.
That was unexpected and honestly, not bad.
In his scramble to yank his shorts back up, Max lost his footing and pitched sideways off the board with a spectacular splash, landing in the water right next to me. He surfaced with a groan, soaked and red-faced, his hair plastered to his forehead. Through the crystal-clear water, I saw him fumble beneath the surface, jerking his shorts back into place with sharp, panicked movements. Then he double-knotted the drawstring like his life depended on it.
"It's fine,"
he muttered, not looking at me.
"I'm fine."
I turned away, mostly to hide my face, which was about as red as his.
"I can't believe you just pantsed me."
He groaned, covering his eyes with one hand.
"And in front of everyone, including those old ladies."
I cringed, mortified. This was exactly the kind of moment I tried to avoid. Awkward, messy, and way too close to personal. I didn't even know this guy's last name, and I'd already yanked his swim trunks off in public. So much for emotional distance. Yeah, sorry. I still don't know how that happened.
"Let's just get back on the board and beat those smug seniors."
I blew out a breath and wiped water from my eyes. No time to dwell on humiliation. We had a race to finish, and if I had to choke on seawater and embarrassment along the way, well, add it to the vacation scrapbook. This time he got on first, and I pulled myself up onto the back, trying not to flip us off again, since I was definitely not reaching for anything to hang on to. It took me a while. My upper body strength isn't quite like Max's, and we were in deep water now. I struggled and kicked, wiggled and pulled. My partner just stood on the board, watching our competition float away. He could have easily offered to help. But did he? No. All right, I'm on. Max started paddling much like last time, soaking me right in the face with every stroke. Good thing I was already wet. You know, if you dig deeper with the paddle, you get further without all the splash. He looked over his shoulder at me, his lips pressed together.
"Are you always this bossy?"
We can still beat them, come on. He grunted but did as I suggested. We finished the race second to last. And no, Tillie and Gladys were not the ones behind us. That would be a mother-daughter team, and the daughter was probably 5. I'd had a bad feeling about this race, that this wouldn't end well for us, but I hadn't expected it to go like that. Hadn't expected a full moon to come out with my help. Talk about humiliating. And now we had to face the champions. And their prize. If I knew Tillie, and unfortunately I did, this so-called boon was less about winning and more about matchmaking, which meant whatever she had planned next would be mortifying, ridiculous, and probably impossible to get out of.
Chapter 9. Max. Even though I just experienced one of the most humiliating incidences of my life, I was also buzzing with excitement. Being that close to Sky on the board, bantering with her, even arguing with her, was the most fun I'd had with someone in a long time. Maybe ever. Yeah, but she pantsed you. How can you even look at her after that? It was embarrassing, for sure, but she was just as embarrassed, probably more so. Every time I'd been around her, something catastrophic happened. The coconuts, the turtle, my lounge chair, the paddleboard pantsing. She was like a hurricane in a sundress, and somehow I found myself walking right back into the path of the storm, with a dumb grin on my face and zero survival instincts. What was wrong with me? I'd never been this drawn to a woman before, and this one was definitely not what I needed right now. I had too much at stake to lose focus or get distracted by a pretty little disaster. In that moment, it occurred to me that the whole time I was in the water with Sky, I never once worried about sharks or riptides or any of the other things I'd normally have to work through and figure out a plan to deal with. Her chaotic presence had hijacked every rational thought, and for once, I didn't mind. I was just drying off when Dante called. I took the call and walked to the side, out of earshot. Dante, what's your update?
It's not good, I'm afraid. The board is pushing to move forward with the Moonlit Lake project. Now that the protesting has stopped, they don't want to wait anymore.
Tell them I'm finalizing the plans as we speak, and I'll have them ready by next week. If we push ahead as things are, we'd lose money with the changes we'll have to make later. 1 week is all I need.
By then, you might not have a job.
He paused, then said with an exasperated sigh,
I didn't want to have to tell you this, but there are rumors of the board replacing you. And if Phelps saw you at the resort, he won't wait to hand you over on a silver platter. You better have some solid plans before the end of this week, or you'll be peddling trinkets on the beach for a living.
Okay, I had 5 days to experience this resort, complete my research, and pitch a new vision that could change everything. If I failed, I'd lose more than my job. I'd lose my chance to prove I was more than a last name in a legacy. No pressure whatsoever. Don't worry, Dante. I know what I'm doing. I watched the group across the pool deck, laughter rising like a wave, and smiled despite myself. I've met a group of tourists I can hang out with to get their opinions and experience the resort through their eyes. This is going perfectly.
What kind of tourists?
He asked, far too quickly.
Are they high-end travelers? The kind who'd actually pay top dollar for the new resort? Or just bargain hunters looking for a free piña colada?
I blinked at the intensity in his voice. They're a mix, friendly, chatty. One of them practically runs the coffee shop already. The others are, let's say, memorable.
Stick close,
Dante said, a little too eagerly.
Talk to everyone. Dig deeper. Use whatever leverage you've got.
He paused, then added,
You have to get this right, Max. No half measures. You need the board to believe this resort, your resort, can elevate our company to the next level.
My resort. The weight of those words landed like a brick in my chest. I wasn't just fighting for a job. I was fighting to prove I could be more than the guy born into this, that I could earn it. Dante's voice softened slightly, but the pressure behind it didn't ease.
Who you spend your time with matters, so choose wisely.
I narrowed my eyes, sensing something beneath Dante's words, but too tired to chase it. Relax. I'm not joining a conga line or proposing to anyone. I'm just making polite conversation and taking notes. I kept my tone casual, but I knew Dante was right about one thing. Who I spent time with mattered, and somehow I'd ended up with the most opinionated, unpredictable woman on the island. And I couldn't seem to stay away. I ended the call and shoved my phone in my pocket just as I reached the group again. Tillie's eyes sparkled like the universe had just handed her a VIP pass to everyone's business, along with a treasure trove of juicy secrets.
Max, you're just in time. I know what your loser challenge will be.
She tapped a folded piece of paper against her palm, looking entirely too pleased with herself. Loser challenge? I thought it was a boon to the winner.
Yeah, same thing.
Tillie waved it off like semantics didn't matter.
Salsa dancing.
Dramatically, she unfolded the brightly colored flyer in her hand like it was a royal decree.
The Caliente Nights Couples Show, Friday night, costumes, choreography, and a whole lot of hip action.
I gave the flyer a quick once-over, already hearing the beat in my head. Finally, something I wouldn't completely botch. Of all the possible dares in the universe, this was the one I could handle. Thank you, Mom, for those ballroom dance lessons I once begged to quit. Across from me, Sky made a strangled noise, something between a laugh and a groan, as her eyes widened in disbelief.
You want us to perform? In costumes?
Jojo burst out laughing.
Oh no. No. This is better than I could have imagined.
Sky backed up a step, like Tillie had just invited her to wrestle a flamingo.
No offense, but I don't salsa, or cha-cha, or anything that involves coordinated feet.
Tillie beamed.
Perfect. Then you'll learn something new. That's the whole point of a challenge, darling.
I was thinking more along the lines of beach yoga or tropical smoothie making.
Sky muttered.
Not.
She waved at the flyer like it personally offended her.
Shaking my hips in front of a crowd.
I leaned in just enough to watch her squirm, biting back a smile. You afraid you'll look ridiculous? Or that you might actually enjoy it? She shot me a glare.
I'm afraid of you enjoying it.
Oh, I absolutely will. I grinned. Finally, a challenge where I'm not the one flailing. Her jaw dropped.
You dance?
I shrugged, casual. Little known fact, my mom made me take ballroom lessons growing up. Said it would make me more well-rounded. Didn't realize I'd be using them to pay off a bet from an octogenarian paddleboard queen. But hey, life's full of surprises. Jojo cackled.
This just keeps getting better. For the record, Sky dances like a baby giraffe on roller skates, on a trampoline.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Sky deadpanned.
You're welcome,
Jojo said sweetly.
but I was there when you tried to do the electric slide, along with the other 6 people who ended up in the ER. My analogy stands.
Sky turned to Tillie, pleading.
Surely we can renegotiate the terms of this boon. What if I deep clean your herbal cabinet? Or give Gladys a foot massage? Or shave your bunions? There has to be another option.
Tillie just smiled, all sugar and steel.
Lesson starts in an hour. Wear something that moves.
She patted Sky's arm and wiggled her hips as she walked off, humming what sounded suspiciously like a salsa beat. I looked at Sky, who was now glaring at the flyer like it might bite. You know. I think this is the first time I'm actually looking forward to a resort activity.
Enjoy it while it lasts, surfer boy.
Sky huffed.
You could have just said no and gone on with your life. But no, you had to cave to her crazy scheme. You'll regret that decision. I'll make sure of it.
I leaned in with a smirk, dropping my voice just enough to tease her. You've already got my swim trunks and my dignity. What more could you possibly want? Jojo snorted into her drink. Sky muttered something that sounded suspiciously like,
I hate everyone,
then turned on her heel and stormed off down the path back to the suites. I followed, my grin lingering. For the first time all week, the tables had turned. And I was more than happy to follow her lead, on the dance floor, or wherever this hurricane blew me next.
Chapter 10. Sky. Dance lessons? With a stranger? Seriously. Has Tillie lost her mind? I knew going on a trip with her would be trouble. I just never imagined it would be this kind of trouble. Well, that was probably my first mistake. Tillie is who she is, and I should have anticipated that her meddlesome matchmaking wouldn't stop just because we weren't at home. No vacation for the matchmaker, apparently. This guy was way too good-looking for my comfort. He would definitely be more of a distraction than anything else. And even though I was forced into this vacation, I was intent on finding all I could about how this supposed eco-resort was greenwashing and abusing the environment. It had to be a marketing ploy. And once I found proof and exposed it, I'd be able to stop it from happening in Moonlit Lake. I wasn't going to let this surfer dude who couldn't even balance on a paddleboard get in my way. Jojo linked her arm in mine as we walked back to our suite.
Hey, it could be worse. She could have made you dress up as mermaids and do a synchronized swimming routine together.
She giggled and covered her mouth.
I better not say that too loud, or it'll give Tillie more ideas.
No kidding. She's bad enough on her own. She doesn't need any help or encouragement from you.
I was a good friend. I tried to get her to reconsider, since dancing really isn't your forte. But you know, Tillie, once she's made up her mind about something, you'd have better luck changing the tides.
Jojo wiggled her brows and gave me a nudge.
At least she found you a partner that's easy on the eyes?
There's more to a person than looks. I'd prefer one with half a brain, and maybe some actual skills. What kind of a surfer can't stand on a paddleboard without falling off? There's something not right about that guy.
Guess you'll have to spend more time with him to figure that out, won't you? Oh, hey. You will be when you're taking dance lessons together every day.
Ugh, don't remind me. I can't believe Tillie did this to me. I threw my arms up in exasperation. So, what's the deal with the coffee shop?
I just had an interview and demonstrated my mad barista skills. They hired me to train the new hire and manage the place while I'm here. They'll pay me and give me another free week at the resort to use as vacation at another time.
That's cool. But you're basically giving up your vacation this time to get a free one for later.
True, but I'm also getting paid 3 times more than I would have made at home. so I come out ahead.
If you're happy with this, then I'm happy for you too.
It's interesting too because the resort is all-inclusive, so we don't have to charge people for anything. Nice in theory, but people still get picky about their lattes. Some of them tip well, but most don't tip at all. I mean, I get not wanting to carry around cash, that's why you go to an all-inclusive, but come on, people.
Jojo huffed, then shook her head with a half smile, like she couldn't decide if she wanted to throw a latte at someone or hug them for giving her the chance to experiment.
And I'm also learning to make a bunch of new drinks that are more beach-themed, so that's fun.
I can't wait to try some of those. If you find something good, you'll have to bring me one.
You got it.
I looked at the clock. I better get changed so I'm not late for my first lesson. What should I wear?
You can't go wrong with a sundress.
I opened the closet to look at the dresses hanging there. Flipping through them, Jojo looked over my shoulder.
How about that one? The blue brings out the color of your eyes and really makes them pop.
I rolled my eyes and grabbed the pink floral one. This is just an obligatory dance lesson. My eyes don't need to pop, or anything else for that matter. I just need a dress that will move easily but keep everything covered that needs to be covered. That's my criteria.
Yes, Miss Practical. Function over flirtation. So hot.
Jojo bumped her shoulder into mine, all sass and sunshine.
Just saying, if you accidentally twirl into his arms, you might want a dress that says oops in a cute way.
You're ridiculous, I said, swatting her with a hanger.
But you love me.
Jojo blew me a kiss and skipped backward down the path like she was 17 again.
I'm going to check out the infinity pool for any worthy sights. And I don't mean the landscaping.
She winked and sashayed away in search of beachside eye candy. The dance lesson took place at the pavilion just off the beach. The instructor was already there when I walked up, but Max was late. Maybe he wouldn't show. Maybe I'd get lucky and dodge this whole ridiculous display. Apparently not. Max jogged up the path, his sun-kissed skin glowing against plaid board shorts and a faded tank top that clung just enough to prove he definitely didn't skip arm day. His backwards cap barely contained his windswept hair, and his flip-flops dangled from one hand like they were too chill to wear. He looked like he'd just stepped out of a slow-motion beach montage. All he needed was a red rescue float and theme music. So much for luck.
Sorry, I had an emergency call from work to attend to, and the phone call took longer than I expected. I hope you weren't waiting long.
The instructor looked at her phone.
Nope, you're right on time.
She clapped her hands together with a bright smile.
I'm Emmeline, and my partner today will be Philip.
She motioned toward a man standing on the other side of the pavilion. Had he been there all along and I just not noticed him?
So the dance we will teach you for the Caliente Nights show will be salsa. It is a fast-paced Latin dance with a lot of heat and passion, but with fairly simple steps. Do either of you have dance experience?
Sky shook her head. I like to listen to music when I'm doing other things, but organized dance just never worked for me. My best friend says I dance like a startled flamingo having a nervous breakdown.
I grew up salsa dancing.
Max rubbed the back of his neck, looking sheepish, like he wasn't sure if this confession made him charming or ridiculous.
My mom insisted on my getting lessons because a successful man is always smooth on the dance floor.
Great. Then you'll be able to lead Sky through it. Sky, you are the follower. Your main job is to let go and follow your leader. We'll teach you the basic steps, but the beauty of the dance comes in the turns and spins, which your partner will lead you through. And then we'll add in some spins, turns, and flashier moves as you're ready.
Max just nodded as if he did this every day, while my heart was doing a tap dance routine on its own. I swallowed a hard lump in my throat and tried to focus on what the instructor was saying and not let my anxiety run away with me.
After today's lesson, Philip and I will choreograph a dance for you that will highlight your best as a couple. Don't worry, we won't make it impossible. We want you to shine. That's what's most important.
Max looked over at me and gave me a gentle but confident smile.
We've got this.
I wanted to roll my eyes, but part of me didn't. That was the problem with Max. He made me want things I wasn't supposed to want. I took a deep breath and forced myself to nod. I would do this. I'd give it my best. I just hope I wasn't completely humiliated in the process. Emmeline clapped, moving into place.
Salsa has a simple 3-count step on an 8-count beat. It goes like this: quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow. Or more specifically, right, left, pause, left, left, pause.
She demonstrated, and I found myself mirroring her. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad.
Okay, face your partner and get in position.
I didn't know what the position was, but luckily Max did. He set my left hand on his right shoulder and then grasped my right hand. When he reached around to place his other hand on my back, I felt it. Warmth, pressure, steady control, and maybe, just maybe, a jolt that had nothing to do with salsa.
Beautiful.
Emmeline counted out the steps, and we began moving together. It was much easier than I expected to follow Max's lead. Our teacher clapped.
All right, now let's add some music. Same thing you've been doing, but now you have a beat to guide you as well.
For a guy who couldn't hold his balance on a paddleboard, he sure knew how to steady a girl on the dance floor. At least until the music started. I stepped with the wrong foot and crushed Max's toes. I winced. Sorry.
No problem. I've got 10 toes and they're at your disposal. Just keep going.
He flashed me a grin that should have been illegal this close up. But the harder I tried to get it right, the more mistakes I made. When the song ended, I walked away from him in frustration. We had less than a week to not only master this dance, but also perfect the choreography enough to perform it in front of the entire resort. This was going to be a disaster. Can we take a short break? I looked over at Emmeline. She looked like she was about to argue with Max, but then reluctantly nodded.
Let's take 5, and then we'll get back to it. We've got a lot to get through today, and not a lot of time to do it.
Max grabbed a bottle of water from a cooler in the corner.
Here, gotta stay hydrated.
Thanks. This way, when I die of embarrassment, I'll be fully hydrated. It's the least I can do for the paramedics.
You're doing fine.
Max leaned back against the railing, casually sipping his water like we were just hanging out at a backyard BBQ instead of crash coursing a dance-off.
I might switch to steel-toed shoes, but besides that...
I bumped my shoulder into his with a reluctant chuckle. That is not funny. Or encouraging.
But I made you laugh.
Having him smile at me was doing weird things to my insides, and I wasn't sure if I liked it. It was hard enough touching him and being close while we were dancing. But his charm was like a beachside cocktail. Sweet, sneaky, and stronger than it looked. He tilted his head, thoughtful, like I was a puzzle he was halfway to solving.
I think I know what the problem is.
Oh yeah, and what's that? Beyond my being rhythmically challenged?
You're too smart.
I laughed and almost choked on my water. You're kidding, right? Do I need to play dumb for this gig to work? Then I'd be like all your other dates. Is that it? He flinched like I slapped him, and I couldn't blame him. I was out of line. What was wrong with me? I was never this abrasive or snarky. That's my older sister, Raven's M.O. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean... He shrugged it off.
Don't worry about it. What I mean is, you think too much, and the more you try to get it right in your mind, the harder it is to feel what you need to do. This dance is all about feeling and letting your body go with the flow.
Not my strong suit, I'm afraid.
Maybe we balance each other out then. I'm more a go-with-my-gut kind of guy, needing to plan things out better than I do. And it seems like you're more of an analytic thinker who needs to learn how to get out of her head. Maybe we can help each other.
If only the scale didn't keep tipping toward him every time he looked at me like that. Emmeline clapped her hands.
All right, break time is over. Let's get back to it.
She paced in front of us with her hands clasped like a coach before a big game.
You both already know the steps. I've seen you do them. But the dance is more than steps. It is heart and emotions as much as it is your body moving. And it also requires a level of mutual trust. Meeting each other halfway and trusting the other won't let you down.
I had plenty of people in my life that I trusted. But strangers, they had to earn it. I didn't accept and trust people on sight. I'd been burned by that in the past. But could I trust Max? I looked at him, his gaze steady and sure, his hand outstretched like he really believed I could trust him. My eyes dropped to that hand, strong, open, waiting. Part of me wanted to reach for it, wanted to forget the reasons I was here and just let myself be swept into the rhythm of this dance, and whatever was happening between us. But that was the problem, wasn't it? Falling for someone meant making room for them, and making room meant compromise. And I'd already promised myself I wouldn't bend who I was or what I believed for anyone, especially not for a man whose touch could make me forget my own name, and why I came here in the first place.
Chapter 11. Max. Emmeline's words landed with more weight than I expected, like a wave I didn't see coming until it knocked me off balance. Trust. Meeting each other halfway. Trusting the other won't let you down. And here I was pretending to be someone I wasn't, and doing whatever I could to keep my true identity hidden. I wanted to know her. But every time I lied by omission, it made me feel like a hypocrite. And worse, like I didn't deserve whatever this was between us. Not that trust ever came easily for me. My life had shown me over and over again how untrustworthy people were. The only people I really trusted were my mom and Dante. Everyone else seemed to have their own agenda and only cared about their own interests. Biggest example? My father. I looked up to him for so long, worked so hard to get his approval, but all he ever did was disappoint me and show me how not to be. As an adult, I could finally admit what I never could as a kid. He was an awful human being, never worthy of my love or respect. But after so many years, the wounds and mistrust went deep. Still, Emmeline was right. In order to dance together, to move in sync with one another, we had to find a level of mutual trust. I didn't have to trust Sky with my life, just with the dance. I held out my hand. We can do this, Sky, if we work together. I won't let you down. She looked at my outstretched hand like it was a trap, like if she took it, she'd lose something she wasn't ready to give. But after a breath, she placed hers in mine. And that one small act, it landed harder than any dance step ever could. A rush of warmth moved through me. This simple step might seem insignificant to most people, but I saw it for the gift that it was. Trusting just might be as difficult for her as it was for me. The rest of the lesson went much better after that. We got through several songs, doing the steps forward and backward, side to side, and a combination. By the end, I even twirled her and she laughed. Both of us had relaxed and were actually enjoying ourselves.
Tomorrow, your lesson will be in the morning, right here. We'll work on a few more style moves, and then we'll choose the music for your showpiece so we can start choreographing it.
Emmeline clapped her hands in excitement.
I can't wait to get started on that. I've already got some fabulous ideas. You're gonna love it.
Thanks for your patience, Emmeline. I wasn't sure I could do this, but you've been great teachers.
A lot of that credit goes to your partner. A solid and confident partner makes all the difference. And honestly, as the follower, Sky, you don't even need to know the dance if you can follow his lead and let him guide you.
I lifted a brow and ran a hand through my hair, like I wasn't the least bit worried. So, if we bomb, it'll be all my fault. Is that what you're saying? Emmeline chuckled and began packing up her things. When Sky started walking away, I felt compelled to go after her. The last few dances felt too good to let go just yet. I had work I needed to get done, but I wanted to spend more time with Sky as well. So, Sky, I was wondering...
Yes?
She tilted her head, waiting with that infuriating mix of curiosity and calm that somehow made me feel even more like a nerdy high school kid about to ask the prom queen to dance. What was wrong with me? I was suddenly a bumbling idiot, all tongue-tied and nervous.
I exhaled and pushed the words out. Would you like to have dinner together? I mean, if we have to keep dancing, we should probably, get to know each other.
You think dinner is going to help us dance better?
I think time together will. That was smoother. Barely.
Well, I don't know about dinner, but right now I plan to throw on my suit, take a dip in the pool, order something cold and fruity from the bar, and maybe, finally, get some lunch.
She gave me a sideways glance.
You're welcome to tag along.
All right, it's a date, I said too quickly, then winced. I mean, it's not, unless you want it to be, which I do. But what was wrong with me? This was disastrous. I could negotiate billion-dollar contracts and handle corporate takeovers without breaking a sweat. But apparently, asking a woman to lunch was enough to turn me into a stammering idiot. I was actually hoping for one. A date. If you'd want to go out with me, we can go to lunch and then maybe do something after that, too. Like check out the underwater art gallery or go on a sunset cruise. What do you say?
Sky raised an eyebrow, but her lips curved slightly.
Well, that was the most awkward invitation I've ever received, but also the most sincere.
She shrugged like it didn't matter, but there was a glint in her eyes.
Guess I could do worse for a lunch date.
My heart thudded like I just jumped off a cliff with no idea what was at the bottom. I rubbed the back of my neck, trying to play it cool while very much not feeling cool. I mean, no pressure or anything. Just thought, you might like to do something that doesn't involve accidentally pantsing me in front of seniors.
She raised one brow, her lips twitching.
Well, that depends. Will you be wearing a belt this time, or should I bring backup trunks just in case?
I pressed a hand to my heart. You wound me. I'll have you know I've taken extra safety precautions, double knot and everything. Sky laughed.
Well, in that case, the underwater gallery sounds interesting. We can do that after lunch if you want. Meet back here in 20?
Deal. Yes. I may have looked cool on the outside, but inside I was pumping my fist in the air. I felt like I'd just signed a billion-dollar deal. And for the first time in my life, I knew it was me she said yes to, not my money or my name. Being incognito had more perks than I initially thought. But before anything else, I needed to tell her the truth. It was a risk, but starting something real on a lie wasn't an option. This didn't feel like a vacation fling. With Sky, I felt like the best version of myself. Someone lighter, less guarded, someone real. If there was any chance for more, I had to risk it. I'd tell her everything before we went to the gallery. I didn't know what would happen when I told her the truth, but if there was even a chance this thing between us was real, I had to risk it.
Chapter 12. Sky. I must have been a glutton for punishment. As if spending the morning dancing with Max, holding his hand, touching his body, and accidentally bumping into him every 5 seconds wasn't enough. I agreed to hang out with him by the pool. Mr. Abs for days. How was I supposed to stay focused on finding the dirt on this resort and saving Moonlit Lake from being bulldozed when I couldn't stop gawking at his muscles glistening in the sunshine? Snap out of it, Sky. He's just a guy. No big deal. Just look at his eyes and not his body. Right. His eyes. Even with his backwards hat, his eyes were dark as the night sky and framed with the longest eyelashes I'd ever seen on a man. Then he smiled at me, and I detected a dimple hiding beneath his beard. I'd need to get a closer look to be sure. I shook my head. So, Max, where are you from?
Chicago. How about you?
Minnesota. At least since you're from Chicago, you're at least familiar with the cold. Most people I've met down here act like I'm from the North Pole. First time without my parka. You can tell from the iridescent glow of my skin. Living in a cold climate, we appreciate being able to go someplace warm in the winter. If it was 80 and sunny where we lived, we wouldn't have a reason to escape and go anywhere else, right? Exactly. So what kind of work do you do, Max? He scratched the back of his neck and glanced away, just for a beat.
I'm in, real estate. Commercial, primarily.
The hesitation in his answer made it seem like he wasn't sure. How could he not be sure what he does for a living? Was he a spy in real life, but couldn't reveal that to me? So not a professional surfer, then? I should have known.
Shoot, was it my abysmal paddling skills that gave me away, or the fact that I didn't know which end of the board went first?
Both. You may have the look of a surfer, but only if you're miles from the water.
Ouch.
He laughed, rubbing his chest like I'd just wounded him.
How about you, Sky? What do you do for a living?
I'm an architect, specializing in sustainable design. Protecting the environment is very important to me.
It's good there are people like you holding the rest of us accountable. I took some ecology classes in college and was shocked by how much of what is typical and accepted by our society is actually terrible for the planet.
Yeah, most people just bury their heads in the sand because it's easier to keep doing what we've been doing for years than make a few changes that could really make a difference. I exhaled sharply and tightened my grip on my drink. Sorry, I get kind of carried away talking about this. It just infuriates me how people think it's not a big deal. If you let your house get run down, you can fix it up or tear it down and build a new one. But the same can't be said for the earth. If we ruin it, if we pollute all the water and air and make it uninhabitable, we have no place else to go. We can't just tear it down and build a new earth. I can't believe how short-sighted people are. It makes me so mad.
I agree. Much of my business is all about the money, how to make the biggest profit, and doesn't really look much at the environmental impact.
He swirled the ice in his glass, watching it clink.
Just because this is the way we've always done it doesn't mean it's the best way, or that it doesn't need to be changed.
Preaching to the choir. I lifted up a hand in agreement. But when someone stands up and tries to fight to preserve the natural landscape, trees, rock formations, waterways, we are ridiculed for being tree-hugging hippies. My throat tightened, but I kept going. I should be used to it by now, but it still stung to be ostracized for having strong beliefs. Max got a weird look on his face, one that I couldn't decipher. I was on a roll, so I continued. In fact, the place I grew up in has this plot of land that is so gorgeous and pristine with a lake, river, waterfall, wildflower meadow. Untouched wilderness. Just the most beautiful place you've ever seen. I looked over at Max and he nodded, clearly keeping up with me. I couldn't believe I was telling all this to a virtual stranger, but we were 1,000,000 miles from home. What harm could it do? And even though I doubted him at first, there was something about Max that I felt like I could trust. He seemed like he really listened and cared about what I was saying. Probably because he was alone here and didn't have anyone else to talk to. But the more time I spent with him, the more I sensed a kindred spirit with him. I leaned in, lowering my voice. There's this company that wants to come and bulldoze the entire place to build a resort like this. It makes me sick to even think about. Those people have no consideration of what their actions will do to the area, just how much money they can make right now. His eyes widened and he choked on his drink.
That's awful.
He cleared his throat and tried to recover.
So, what brings you to a resort like this? I would think this would be the last place you'd want to go.
You're right, it is. But my friend Tillie won the trip, and she asked me to go along. It was actually perfect timing because I had some time off anyway. Could I trust Max to help me with my dirt digging? He didn't seem to know anyone here, so it was probably safe. Who would he tell? I leaned over toward him and whispered, I'm actually trying to take advantage of this opportunity to look around and see where this resort, that claims to be eco-friendly, is actually doing the opposite.
You don't think they're eco-friendly here?
I shrugged. I didn't say that. Rehabbing the injured sea turtle makes it look like they're environmentally conscious. But that could be more of a publicity ploy. Greenwashing. I don't know what I'll find, if anything. But I intend to keep my eyes open while I'm here.
How will finding things at this resort help you block the one back home?
I can take what I learn here about what this resort has done and how it has negatively impacted the area and bring it back to the town council to open their eyes, hopefully getting them to see what a bad idea this is for our town.
I see.
He looked out at the water, silent for a long beat, then turned back to me. I expected him to tell me what a crazy idea that was, but he surprised me, yet again.
Well, count me in. I think it'd be fun and interesting to dig a little deeper and see what we can uncover. I always thought it would be fun to be a detective, uncovering secrets that others try to hide.
Really? If anyone finds out what we're doing, we could get thrown out of here. I wouldn't want to get you into any trouble.
Don't worry about me. I'm a big boy.
He tapped the rim of his glass with a wink.
Besides, don't you think this would be easier with a partner? One of us could create a diversion or distraction, while the other snuck past and found the goods.
You make it sound like an adventure movie.
Could be fun.
I hesitated. The sensible part of me warned not to get too close, not to trust too easily. But another part, the one that felt seen and understood for the first time in a long while, wanted to say yes. All right, you're on. Welcome to my investigative adventure. I lifted my glass and gave him a mock salute. This resort won't know what hit them.
Ain't that the truth?
We clinked our glasses together, and as they touched, his fingers brushed mine, just for a second, but long enough to make my breath hitch and my brain completely blank on what we were toasting. Who knew I'd actually find an accomplice in my fact-finding? And that Max, the rude and arrogant surfer dude that knocked me over twice, would be the one to help me. Tillie's card came to my mind. Disguised or unexpected blessings. That could be Max. I hated him at first, but maybe he'll be exactly what I need, and having him with me will definitely make the adventure more interesting. And we can start our investigation with the underwater art gallery. I'm sure something like that is fraught with environmental concerns. Ready to do some digging?
Absolutely.
He leaned forward with a conspiratorial grin.
I'll grab a pail and shovel.
Maybe having a partner on this quest wouldn't be so bad after all.
Chapter 13. Max. I was so screwed. This had to be some kind of cosmic joke, and the universe was probably laughing its butt off. Not funny to me. I had to remind myself to breathe after that gut punch. I sucked in a breath, and then another. It was all I could do to keep my expression neutral and not show my shock as Sky admitted to being the protester, trying to stop my resort. What were the odds that the woman I was so insanely attracted to and couldn't stop thinking about was the one most likely to get me fired as CEO? How could this be happening? Just as I'd been about to reveal my identity to her, she'd revealed hers to me. Good thing I held back. She had no idea who I really was. Not just some guy on vacation, but Max Castellan, greedy CEO of the company she'd literally been protesting. She didn't even know my last name. She would recognize Castellan International, though. It was probably on every one of her protest signs back in Moonlit Lake. But she had no clue that this resort, Azoria, was owned by the same company. And definitely no idea that I owned both. As far as she knew, I was a sunburned wannabe surfer with a scruffy beard, suspiciously vague job description, and exactly zero ambition. I was beyond grateful Castellan International wasn't mentioned anywhere at Azoria. No signs, no logos, nothing to tip her off. Because if she ever made the connection, if she realized who I was and what I was hiding, I'd be toast. Burnt, blackened, betrayal-flavored toast. And I wasn't sure we'd come back from that. As much as I wanted to tell her the truth, I just couldn't. Not yet. Maybe if we spent a little more time together, if she saw me for who I was beyond the name, the position, the boardroom baggage, she might understand why I didn't tell her right away. And maybe, just maybe, she'd forgive me. Fingers crossed. It was interesting how, even though we were on opposite sides of the Moonlit Lake Resort issue, we were both searching for the same thing. The truth. Maybe it would be best if we just kept this platonic. We could work together to find out what was really going on here, but as friends and research partners. My gut clenched, but it was the right thing to do. I didn't want to start something with her that was bound to end in heartbreak. I cared about her too much to do something so careless. It didn't matter that I felt more for her in an afternoon than anyone in my entire life. I had to go the safe route, friends. That was the safest plan. The smart, responsible, absolutely the right thing to do plan. So why did I already feel myself slipping? I told myself I'd keep my distance. But the moment she smiled at me again, I knew I was lying. After we were both issued our snorkel gear, the guide at the underwater art gallery gave his spiel about how the resort hired top marine biologists and eco-consultants to ensure it was environmentally beneficial. The guide beamed with pride, clearly rehearsed but passionate.
The sculptures were made from marine-safe, pH-balanced materials that allow coral to grow. Within months of installation, marine life started appearing, including small fish and invertebrates that use the structures for shelter. You will see new coral growing on the sculpture. This is not only a beautiful exhibit, but it is creating a healthy marine habitat.
I bumped Sky's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. She whispered,
"All right, that's pretty cool, but we haven't seen it yet. I reserve judgment."
The gallery is located in a sandy bottom area where coral never grew, meaning it isn't replacing or damaging a natural reef. It is creating a new one. Before this, tourists kept snorkeling near fragile reefs, causing damage from fins, sunscreen, and careless interactions. Now, guests spend their time exploring the sculptures instead of harming natural ecosystems.
If that's true, it's actually a smart solution. Or it could be just another example of greenwashing.
I wiped the inside of my mask with the bottom of my t-shirt and then smiled at her. Let's go find out. A glass-bottom boat carried us and 8 other tourists to the location of the gallery, in a calm cove a short distance down the coastline. When we reached our destination, our guide cut the motor, dropped anchor, and gestured toward the water in front of us.
Welcome to the Lemurian Underwater Art Gallery, a one-of-a-kind experience where art, history, and marine conservation come together beneath the waves.
He adjusted his snorkel mask on top of his head and gestured out to the horizon, as if the lost island might suddenly rise from the sea.
Here on Malama Kai, many believe our ancestors come from the lost island of Lemuria. Legend tells of a vast island civilization that thrived thousands of years ago in the Pacific Ocean, long before recorded history. It is believed that Lemuria was a great society of skilled navigators, philosophers, and healers. A culture deeply connected to the land and sea, which is still true of modern-day islanders.
A guy in a snorkel mask and flamingo print swim trunks that were 2 sizes too small raised his hand.
I heard Lemuria was a mythical utopia, home to an advanced people, like aliens, who mysteriously disappeared when their island was swallowed by the ocean. What story should we believe?
Nobody really knows for sure what happened or what the truth really is. Stories have been passed on from generation to generation, not just on Malama Kai, but on many Pacific islands, but so far no physical evidence has been found to prove the existence of Lemuria.
He spread his arms like a magician revealing his final trick.
But while Lemuria remains shrouded in mystery, its spirit lives on here, in the hearts and souls of islanders today, and in these sculptures that represent the wisdom, resilience, and artistry of those who came before us. These works of art are more than a tribute. They are a living reef, providing shelter for marine life and encouraging coral growth. Before we begin,
the guide said, adjusting his mask,
a quick reminder, please don't touch the sculptures or stand on them. Coral is delicate and easily damaged. Even the tiniest contact can destroy years of growth. Think of these as protected habitats, not playgrounds.
He gave a pointed look toward the guy in flamingo trunks, who was already testing the stretch of his flippers.
Let's respect the ocean and all the life it supports.
We dove in, and I was blown away by the beauty around me. The first sculptures were 2 tall figures,
about 15 feet tall, the Guardians. They had long flowing robes and looked tranquil but powerful and all-knowing. Their hands were outstretched as if offering wisdom or welcoming visitors. Coral clung to their shoulders like ancient armor. Green, brown, and red algae bloomed across the surface, along with barnacles and anemones that waved gently with the current. Colorful parrotfish, clownfish, and blue tangs ate algae off of them, and schools of fish darted in and out of eye sockets, cloaks, and curled stone fingers. An octopus peeked out of a crevice, and a moray eel could be seen hiding in a cavern of another sculpture. A little further in, we passed a sculpture of a seated woman with a bowl in her lap, the healer. Tiny fish darted between her fingers and the folds of her dress. Another one, partially buried in the sand, depicted a wise elder pointing toward the horizon, his expression worn but serene. The artistry and intention behind them were striking. Even the placement of each figure told a story. I turned to look for Sky and caught sight of her snapping photos with a waterproof camera, angling carefully to avoid stirring up the sediment. I smiled behind my snorkel, leave it to her to combine activism with artistry. Then a tourist swam into view, laughing with a friend as he hoisted himself up onto the back of one of the smaller sculptures, completely ignoring the guide's warning. His flippers scraped across the stone and the thin, delicate coral that had started to grow along it. Chunks broke off in slow motion, scattering into the water like falling confetti. It wasn't just coral, it was new growth, fragile, living proof that this gallery could have been something good. And now, just another casualty of careless tourism. Sky noticed it too. Her eyes narrowed behind her mask as she turned her camera on him and clicked several photos. I could practically feel her rage, even underwater. Sky tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to where our boat had anchored. Drag marks were visible along the ocean floor, with dredged-up silt and uprooted seagrass. More damage to the ocean. This was not good. Then she pointed to some rocks on the outer edge of the exhibit. At first, they looked like any old rocks, creating a border for the cove. She reached down and picked one up to show me. As I looked closer, I realized it wasn't a rock at all. It was coral, pale, brittle, dead. Not the vibrant kind trying to cling to the statues. This was old coral, bleached and broken, piled in heaps like discarded debris. Coral that had taken decades to grow and seconds to destroy. She snapped photos of the wreckage. Proof. My stomach clenched. The water felt colder suddenly. I couldn't breathe right, like my mask had shifted, but it hadn't. Bile rose in my stomach. What could have happened here? The guide said this was a bare area before the gallery was installed, and that's what I'd been told too. Could the coral have already been dead before the resort came here? A heavy feeling in my gut told me that was wishful thinking. I needed to talk to Dante. When we were back on the boat, Sky leaned into me and whispered,
I really hoped this underwater gallery would be a good thing. I really did. It looks amazing, and I loved seeing how coral was starting to grow on the pieces, and all the sea creatures that were now calling it home. It seemed like a wonderful thing. But if they destroyed the original reef to create this one, that's another story.
I nodded. She was right. And I had a feeling that was exactly what happened. The development team knew an underwater gallery would be a big draw for the resort and would show how we cared about the environment. Would they go to this extreme just to make a little more money? When we docked, I walked Sky to her suite. Thanks for coming with me. This was not how I imagined this day ending, but I really needed to call Dante and get to the bottom of this. I'm sorry to rush off, but I have an important call to make for work that can't wait. But I saw they offer movies by the pool at night. A dive-in movie, they call it. Would you like to join me? I'm not sure what's playing, but they serve popcorn and tropical drinks, and you watch while lying on lounge chairs or floating in the pool. The invitation slipped out before I could stop it. So much for staying friends. She bit her lip like she was trying not to smile.
I guess I could clear my calendar.
All right, It starts at dusk, but we should probably get there a little early to claim our spots. Feel free to invite your friends if you want.
It's a date, or I'll see you then.
It's a date, Sky, even if your friends come along. I don't know why I felt compelled to clarify that. I guess I just wanted her to know I wasn't tagging along. I was showing up for her.
See you later, Max.
She gave me a flirtatious smile that made me want to pull her in and never let her go. If only I didn't have this dreaded call to make. On the bright side, I'd get to see her again when I was done. I lifted her hand and kissed her knuckles, letting my lips linger a fraction longer than necessary. Her skin was warm against my mouth, soft and impossibly real. A jolt of something sharp and terrifying and wonderful shot through me. Something that felt dangerously close to falling. Definitely. My voice came out rougher than I intended. As upset as I was about the issues Sky pointed out at the underwater art gallery, I was even more upset that I had to cut my time with her short to make this call. Dante picked up right away.
Well, hello, Max. I assume you got through the reports I sent you. Tell me you signed off on everything, right? The board is getting more anxious by the minute. We need to get this project going or else.
Not wanting to beat around the bush, I ignored him and blurted out my question. Did we remove a coral reef to build the underwater art gallery?
What? What does that have to do?
I want the truth. I snorkeled there today and saw piles of dead coral on the edges of the exhibit. How did that get there?
How should I know? I'm not an oceanographer.
You know pretty much everything that happens in our company. Tell me, did we destroy the coral to build the gallery?
It was a small sacrifice for a much bigger improvement to the ecosystem. You can't expect to develop a big property like this without taking down a few trees or moving some rocks. That's all we did.
What? Are you insane? Destroying a reef is not a small thing. I ran my hand through my hair. Who else knew about this? My dad? The board?
Of course. Your dad spearheaded the project, and when the board saw how much tourists love underwater galleries, they approved it. It's been a very positive addition to our experience there. Not only is it a big draw, but it adds to our ecotourism package.
You've got to be kidding me. We destroyed a fragile ecosystem to create our own version in order to appeal to ecotourists? Because it would make us more money?
Well, everything we do is for the purpose of making the company more money. It's the name of the game.
That might have been my dad's game, but I'm in charge now, and I'll be changing the rules.
More talk like that, and you'll find yourself ejected from said game and unemployed.
He sighed, clearly annoyed I wasn't just falling in line.
Now, just calm down, Max. This is not the time to ruffle feathers or make waves.
Make waves? You think asking what's really going on in the company I'm running is making waves? My voice ratcheted up in volume with each word.
Come on. You need to prove to them that you can do this job without giving them more ammunition to get rid of you.
Dante was trying to calm me down, but it felt like he was patting me on the head and telling me to go play.
So, just sign the documents I sent you, and we can both keep our jobs.
I slammed my phone onto the table in my room. I shouldn't be surprised that my father would do something like this. He was ruthless in all areas of his life, not just business. Though business was actually his whole life, so that doesn't really say much. But Dante? I expected more from him. We had been working for Castellan International since we graduated from college. He stayed close to my father, rising fast. I took the long way, learning every aspect of the company from the ground up. My father wanted me to sit beside him and soak in his legacy, but I wanted to understand the entire machine, not just how to pull its levers. Maybe I should have paid more attention to what my father was doing after all. I used to think Dante was different. He knew what kind of man my father was. We talked about it, even joked about it. But somewhere along the way, he stopped pushing back and started playing by my father's rules. And now I was standing alone, still trying to prove the game could be played differently. Resting my head in my hands,
I closed my eyes and exhaled with a groan. I knew there was a reason I didn't want to just sign off on the Moonlit Lake property. Something about it never sat right with me. They were probably doing the same thing there, promising eco-friendly solutions while quietly destroying the very environment they claimed to protect. All for the sake of profit. Well, not anymore. Not if I could help it. And I had the perfect partner to help me sort out the truth. Now, I just had to make sure I didn't lose her before I had the chance.
Chapter 14. Sky. Jojo was resting in our room when I got back. Where are Tillie and Gladys? I felt kind of bad that I wasn't paying them as much attention as I should be. Some chaperone I was, off dating a hot non-surfer dude.
I think they are taking a lei-making class somewhere. At least that's what they said they'd be doing.
She tucked a flower behind her ear and stretched out on her bed like a lounging cat.
How was your day? Have you been with muscle-bound Max all this time?
Yes, the dance lesson was torturous, for me at least. Max is actually a really good dancer. If I can learn to follow, we'll be all right. But that's a big if. I flopped onto the end of the bed and sighed dramatically. But then we went snorkeling at the underwater art gallery.
Oh, cool. That was on my list of things I wanted to check out. How was it?
Jojo asked, propping herself up a little. I thought it was really cool at first, I said, pulling a pillow onto my lap. There was coral growing on the sculptures and fish swimming all around them. It seemed like a great way to help the marine environment, right? But then I noticed piles of rock on the outer edges of the exhibit and discovered it was dead coral. Jojo gasped and brought her hand to her chest.
No.
I'm pretty sure the resort destroyed a reef that was previously in that spot to make the underwater gallery that would appeal to eco-tourists. Greenwashing at its best.
I can't believe it.
Jojo shook her head, her flower bobbing.
This place seems so environmentally conscious. They even use paper straws with their drinks at the cafe. Maybe it's not what you think. Maybe the coral was already dead before they came here.
Maybe, but I'm definitely keeping my eyes open. I have a feeling that not everything is as it seems.
And how are things with Max?
Jojo asked, her smile turning sly. He's not what he first seemed either. He's actually been fun to hang out with, and much kinder than I first thought.
Ooh, you like him.
Jojo sat up in bed and crossed her legs like a giddy teenager. We're friends. I waved a hand. Since you abandoned me to work here, I needed a new friend. Max fits the bill, and he's interested in helping me dig up more dirt about the resort.
Really?
Jojo cocked her head.
Why would someone want to spend their vacation doing that?
I think he's bored. He's all alone here, you know. I shrugged, trying to sound casual, even though my cheeks warmed.
And he likes you.
She waggled her brows at me with a smug grin.
I think if you'd have suggested studying what kind of cheese the moon was made of, he'd have been all in on that too. Anything to spend time with you.
I tossed my pillow at her, hitting her square in the head. You're ridiculous.
Okay, if I'm so ridiculous, what plans do you and your new friend have for later tonight?
Just going to the movie by the pool. Jojo gasped, then pointed a triumphant finger at me like she'd just nailed a game-winning shot.
I knew it! He asked you on a date.
He also said I can bring my friends, so it's not that kind of date.
Good, then I get to go along,
she said brightly.
And get to watch how not attracted or romantically involved the two of you are.
I rolled my eyes and shook my head. How was your day today? Meet anyone interesting at the coffee shop? Jojo propped herself up on one elbow.
Well, remember the ultra-hot guy I saw when we first got here? You probably don't. Anyway, he stopped by for a coffee this morning and stayed at the counter to talk with me for almost an hour while I worked.
Ooh. Way to go, Joe. Did he ask you out? I asked, perking up. Jojo grinned and played with the edge of the bedspread.
He might have mentioned the movie tonight, but I said I didn't know what we had planned.
I squealed and clapped my hands. So we both have dates for the movie. We can double. But then I remembered our other responsibilities. But what about Tillie and Gladys?
What about them?
Jojo shrugged, completely unfazed.
They can either come watch the movie or stay here.
You want them to come along on our double date? That has disaster written all over it. She winced.
You're probably right. Maybe there will be some other activity they'll want to do. Or maybe they'll be tired and want to turn in early.
We can only hope. At dinner that evening, when we told Tillie and Gladys about our plans, Tillie lit with excitement.
I'm so happy you both have dates. I knew the romantic vibes on this island wouldn't be wasted. You two have fun. Gladys and I can keep ourselves amused. There's a band playing in the lounge. We'll go shake our tail feathers and show these young'uns how it's done, right, Gladys?
Gladys grinned and raised her glass.
As long as nobody throws a hip, I'm game. Don't worry about us.
Thanks. I smiled, then shifted my gaze from one to the other. Promise you won't get into trouble while we're out?
Pshaw.
Gladys waved a hand, like the very idea offended her.
We're pillars of restraint until the second pina colada. After that, all bets are off.
Jojo waggled her finger.
Behave yourselves, or at least don't get caught.
Tillie and Gladys giggled, and Tillie wrapped us both in hugs.
Oh, you two girls just crack me up. I'm so glad you came on this trip with us.
I don't know, I said, half joking, half serious. Maybe I should just hang out with you two. My life is a mess. It's probably not a good time to start a relationship. Not that this will actually go anywhere. We're just two people with nothing else to do. If he weren't alone and bored, I'm sure he'd never have given me a second glance.
Hold it right there, Missy.
Tillie pointed her fork at me like she was warding off evil spirits.
You are beautiful inside and out. You have infinite talents, a kind and generous heart, and you're one of the most dedicated people I know. Max is lucky to get to spend time with you, and I'm sure he would agree.
But with everything that happened before we came here, the protest, almost going to jail, and getting banned from my job, I'm a disaster waiting to happen. She put her hands on my shoulders and looked right into me.
It's true you could have gone to jail and you could have been fired, but instead you ended up here, and you met Max. Everything happened just as it was meant to.
She cupped my cheeks and smiled softly.
Don't turn away the perfect gift because it was more than you expected or believed you deserved, especially when the gift comes in a beautiful package like that, Max.
She winked and gave me a squeeze. How could I argue with that? I didn't expect Max to be my knight in shining armor. I didn't need a man to save me or make my life better. But spending time with him would make this week much more fun. All right, I'll go.
Don't forget to spray on some of that mist I gave you,
Tillie said, handing me a little bottle.
It's the perfect night for it.
I thought it was to keep us cool during the day.
Jojo smirked, giving the bottle a skeptical look.
Yes,
Tillie winked.
It's exactly what you need, when you need it. The time of day makes no difference.
And what is it for exactly?
Jojo tilted her head suspiciously. Tillie thought for a moment.
Think of it as the magic wand from your fairy godmother.
Jojo grinned and wiggled her fingers like she was casting a spell.
Okay, I'm down with that. No way I'm saying no to a little magic in my life.
After being around Tillie for most of my life, I gave up trying to figure her out. I learned to just smile and nod. If her spray could work magic on my life, I should shower in it. Max showed up at our door at the same time as Jojo's date, Colin. Both men were dressed in board shorts and a white t-shirt. But that's where the similarity ended. Max had longish, dark, wavy hair and a short beard, while Colin had short blonde hair and was clean-shaven. Max was lean and muscular, but Colin was built like a linebacker with muscles on his muscles. Jojo and I both wore bikinis under a cover-up dress and carried a beach bag filled with towels and other essentials. Max held out his arm for me.
You look lovely this evening.
He really had exquisite manners for a surfer. I know he said he wasn't a surfer, but that impression was burned into my brain, and he would forever be a surfer dude in my mind. But even so, This surfer image didn't jibe with his impeccable manners and smooth dance skills, or the intense focus I saw when we were snorkeling. Max was certainly an enigma. "Thank you, kind sir." I slid my arm through his and we walked along the sidewalk, with Jojo and Colin following behind us. "Which pool is it at? Aren't there like a half a dozen different pools here?"
Something like that. But the brochure for the dive-in movie night includes a map, so I know where to go.
He held out the paper to show me. I leaned in to look at the map and, man, did he smell good. Whatever cologne he was wearing smelled expensive and dangerously good, like a bad decision dipped in the finest chocolate. I leaned in a little more, just to get another whiff, and felt my brain short-circuit. Get a grip, Sky. He's just a vacation distraction. Remember? When we arrived at the pool, I was amazed by how many people were already there. There were hardly any empty loungers left. I shaded my eyes with my hand and scanned the pool deck. "Where should we sit? I don't want to have to float in the pool the whole time." Max rubbed his hand over his face, clearly flustered.
Sorry, I thought this would be plenty early to claim chairs. Guess we're not the only ones with that idea.
He scanned the deck for empty chairs, then pointed toward the far side of the pool.
There are 2 wide loungers over there. Put your stuff on those, and Colin and I can look for more to bring over.
Jojo and I draped our towels over the back of the chairs. I leaned closer and whispered under my breath, "So Colin sure is a hottie."
I know, right? I can hardly keep myself from drooling on him.
Jojo fanned herself with her hand like she was about to faint. Yeah, drooling on your date would be bad form. We were giggling like schoolgirls when the guys came back, this time with 2 cups of popcorn and colorful tropical drinks and coconuts.
Sorry, but all the loungers are taken. We couldn't find a single empty chair in the whole area.
He pointed to the one I'd hung my towel on.
You can have this one, and I'll sit in front of it with my back resting against the chair. It's not a big deal.
I pursed my lips and handed him the popcorn. That's silly. This chair is big enough for both of us. My brain screamed, "What are you doing?" while my mouth betrayed me.
Are you sure? 'Cause I can definitely sit on the ground if this makes you uncomfortable. And I promise, I'll be a gentleman.
It's fine, Max. Don't worry. I leaned back in the chair with my legs extended in front of me and patted the cushion for Max to join me. He slid in next to me, our shoulders and hips aligned in a way that felt alarmingly natural.
Is this okay?
It's fine. I'm perfectly comfortable. I sat stiffly with my hands in my lap, unsure how to handle this closeness. Yes, I was on a date with this incredibly handsome man, but I wasn't interested in a relationship. This vacation was just a break from reality, and when I got home, I'd be fighting to save Moonlit Lake. I didn't need to add heartbreak to the already looming pile of stress waiting for me. Don't worry about how it will end. Enjoy the moment in front of you. That was easier said than done. I'd made myself a promise years ago, never to lose myself in someone else. Love had a way of demanding compromises, and I'd worked too hard, fought too long to hold on to what I believed in. What mattered? Being with someone meant bending, adjusting, softening your edges to fit into their life. And mine were too sharp, too important to dull down for a man, no matter how charming or chiseled he was, even if that man was Max. I looked over at the chair next to us and saw Jojo and Colin squeezing into their chair, but with Colin's size, they were squished together much tighter than we were. Colin put his arm around Jojo, and they cuddled together. A pang of jealousy stung me. Not about Colin, but that Jojo had someone holding her like that. How could I get Max to put his arm around me? The movie started and I leaned against his shoulder, hoping he'd get the hint. He slid away. He must have thought I didn't have enough room. Did I dare lean against him again? What the heck? I leaned against him again and this time let my head rest against his shoulder. My heart was racing, waiting for his response. A couple minutes later, he shifted again, but this time he put his arm around me and held me close. With my head against his chest, I heard his heart beating just as fast as mine. A few seconds later, I felt his thumb softly brush the bare skin of my shoulder, like he couldn't help himself. Oh boy. Then, as if to undo me completely, he leaned closer and whispered,
"This is nice. You fit here."
I nearly forgot how to breathe. A moment later, one of his feet nudged mine on the chair. Light at first, then again, on purpose. I nudged him back. He chuckled low and quiet.
Shh. We don't want to draw attention. I'm sure this seat-sharing arrangement is probably against resort policy.
Max murmured, his breath brushing my ear.
Bet we're violating at least 3 lounge chair laws right now.
I tilted my head just enough to smirk. Oh, please. I've seen worse infractions at the tiki bar. Jojo's over there inventing a new form of island PDA. At this rate, Colin's gonna need sunscreen for his soul. He chuckled.
Okay, fair point. Should I be offended I'm not getting the Deluxe Island experience?
I smacked his thigh, aiming for playful but landing a little too close to flustered. Slow your roll, surfer boy. You're lucky I let you share my lounge chair. That's premium real estate. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw his smug grin. I fought the urge to fan myself with a beach towel. Instead, I reached for my drink with a casual shrug, only to realize my hand was shaking. Cool, very subtle sky. I set my drink down and forced my attention back to the screen in front of me. I couldn't look at him. Didn't dare. Not when my pulse was drumming in my ears and my brain had turned to soft, pink mush. Being this close to Max was overloading my senses. I kept my eyes locked on the movie but couldn't even tell you a single thing that was happening, except the fact that my pulse was trying to break out of my skin. I was completely and totally distracted, in the best possible way.
Chapter 15. Max.
Any thoughts of keeping Sky in the friend zone evaporated the moment I saw her in the beach cover-up, her long tan legs for days and her hair glowing backlit by the setting sun. Wow. She was magnificent. When we arrived at the pool, I thought I'd make a note for the Azoria to purchase more chairs for movie night, because everyone really should have their own. But having to share with Sky, I'm thinking maybe fewer chairs is the way to go. Sitting in our own chairs would have been a little more friend zone friendly. We'd just have watched the movie, and then I'd have walked her back to her room. As friends. But sharing a chair with her, feeling her body melt into mine, smelling her sweet shampoo, and holding her in my arms for 2 hours. Any resistance I had just vanished. Poof, it was heaven. Pure and simple. How could I have lived my entire life so far without this? I had pretty much everything a person could want, or at least I thought I did, until now. None of the material possessions or luxury items I owned came close to the feeling I got holding this woman. Could someone hit replay? I wanted to live in that moment forever. After the sun set, the air cooled. I reached up and pulled Sky's towel down over our shoulders. Not that I was cold. Quite the opposite. I felt like the sun was still baking me, but from the inside out. But I didn't want Sky to feel cold. I couldn't believe she snuggled up to me at the start of the movie. It seemed like that was what she was doing, but I had to be sure. Didn't want to put moves on her if that wasn't what she wanted. If only we could stay in this perfect bubble forever. No lies, no protests, no board pressure, no real-life drama. And no hiding my identity from the one person I really wanted to know me. The first person I'd felt comfortable with, wanted more with. But she doesn't know who you are. Would she still be cuddling up with you if she knew you were the one she was protesting? And just like that, my veins turned to ice. What would she do when she found out who I was? Because the truth would come out eventually. This is our first real date. I'm not going to worry about that now. When the movie ended, I held Sky against me, not wanting to let her go or get up from this comfortable chair. She started to stir, so I leaned over and whispered,
How about we go for a little walk on the beach? Just you and me. She nodded, but then asked,
What about Jojo and Colin?
They were making out on the chair next to us, oblivious that the movie was over. I really don't think they'll notice we're gone. We stood up and Sky called out,
Hey, lovebirds, we're going for a walk. You guys want to join us?
Jojo just waved us on, not even coming up for air. I'd have to thank Colin for that later. I held out my hand for Sky, and we wove through the chairs to the beach. We weren't the only ones with this idea, but the beach was expansive and long. It didn't take long for us to be alone.
I really should tell her the truth. She values the truth as much as I do. She'll understand.
But she'll think you're the enemy, and you won't get the chance to show her who you are beyond the company and money.
What if I spent the week with her, investigating and getting to know each other, and then tell her the truth before we went home? Then, if she hated me, she'd never have to see me again, and we could go on with our lives. My chest constricted. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, reflecting silver sparkles on the water as the tide moved in. We took off our shoes and carried them as we walked along the edge of the water. Walking with her hand in mine, I felt so completely at ease. I'd never felt so comfortable with anyone, always on guard, waiting for their true agenda to reveal itself, because they always wanted something. And it wasn't actually me, like it was with Sophie, the last woman I dated. Our steps fell into rhythm with the gentle hush of the waves as we walked. The moonlight stretched across the sand, catching in her hair like it belonged there. Sky didn't talk, not right away. She just let the silence settle, like she trusted it wouldn't break us. Then, soft and curious, she whispered, squeezing my hand.
Tell me something no one else knows about you.
I almost tripped. I could hear the panic in my own head, loud and immediate.
My name is Max Castellan. I'm the CEO of the very company you've been protesting for months, the one building the resort you'd chain yourself to a tree to stop, and I've been lying to you since the moment we met. But I didn't say any of that. Instead, I cleared my throat and went with the truth I could give her. Okay, I said, my voice scratchy with salt air and self-consciousness. I've never told anyone this, so you can't use it against me later.
She turned her head, smirking.
No promises.
I laughed, nervous. In 5th grade, I was cast as a tree in the school play. She blinked, trying to decide if I was joking.
A tree?
An oak, technically. Very noble. Very rooted. Now she laughed, and something in my chest unclenched. I had one line. The forest weeps. I paused, letting the weight of that land before continuing, and I delivered it with full Shakespearean commitment. We're talking dramatic pause, intense eye contact, windswept limb energy. People clapped. I was so proud.
Sky covered her mouth to stifle another giggle. It was the best sound I'd heard all week.
But then, I said, and just like that, the smile faded from my own face. My dad saw the video. He was on a business trip, called me that night and said I needed to stop embarrassing the family name. Sky didn't say anything right away. My dreams of having my name in lights on the big stage went poof. I shrugged like it didn't matter, like it was ancient history. But telling her seemed to open the old wound. That's also when I learned that approval had a price, and sometimes it meant trimming off parts of yourself to fit into someone else's version of you. She stepped closer, not touching me, not saying anything yet. Just there, solid and present, like she was grounding me.
I would have given you a standing ovation.
I looked at her then, the way she looked at me, with something that felt like belief. Careful, I murmured, trying to lighten it. You keep saying things like that. I might start weeping like a forest. She smiled. Not the teasing one, the soft one, the one that made me want to rewrite my entire life around her.
And in that moment, I almost told her everything.
Almost.
Then she turned and looked up at the sky, which was littered with stars on this dark night.
It's interesting to look up and see different stars here than we have at home. It's funny how you assume the world is the same no matter where you are, but it's not.
It's a different viewpoint, sure, but it's still the same sky, and we're all under the same moon. I turned to look at her and brushed a lock of hair from her face and let my fingers trail down to her shoulder. Goosebumps rose on her skin at my touch. Besides that, no matter where we are in the world or what our circumstances are, we're all the same. We breathe the same air. We have hearts that beat in our chests. When her eyes met mine, sparkling in the moonlight, I lost all thought. As if drawn together by the tidal pull, the distance between us disappeared. Her hands rested on my chest, while mine held her hips to steady us as waves washed over our feet with the tide. Our bodies gravitated toward one another, closer and closer until we were only a breath apart. I closed my eyes, ready to savor the feel of her lips on mine, when a rogue wave crashed in on us, drenching us both. I grasped her shoulders to keep her from being knocked over by the wave. Sky screamed and gripped my arm for dear life.
Ugh, there's something on my ankles. Get it off. Get it off.
I reached down and pulled a piece of seaweed that had wrapped around both of our ankles, essentially tying us together. Lucky I was here to save you from this clearly bloodthirsty, highly dangerous seaweed. I hear it takes down at least 3 tourists a year, and tonight it almost got both of us at once.
She chuckled and smacked me on my bicep.
Stop. It could have been an eel or a jellyfish. You just never know what might be lurking in the dark ocean waves.
Right. Maybe we should move to higher ground to keep you safe. With my hand on her low back, I guided us to the dry sand. And like before, we seemed to be magnetically drawn together again. Our faces were dangerously close together. She licked her lips, clearly wanting to kiss me, and I wanted it more than air. But my stinking conscience kicked in, and I pulled away. I couldn't kiss her when she didn't know who I was. It wouldn't be right. As I took another step back to walk a little more, a seagull dive-bombed us, practically pushing us together. We lost our balance and landed on a heap in the sand, our faces so close I felt her breath on my skin.
Sky stayed where she was for a beat too long, a teasing smile curving her lips. Then she leaned back on one elbow, her eyes dancing with laughter.
This is almost like déjà vu. How do we keep ending up like this?
I think nature seems to have it out for us. First the wave, then the seaweed, and now a diabolical bird. And I swear that evil thing is heckling me. Do you hear it cackle? The bird dove in again, but this time it left a warm splat on my shoulder. Hey, what did I ever do to you? I shook my fist at the bird. Sky doubled over laughing. Tears glistened in her eyes as I wiped the white splat off of my skin.
Funniest thing I've ever seen,
she said between giggles.
But maybe it's not working against us. Maybe it's working for us.
You think?
Yeah, but it didn't work.
She cleared her throat and picked up her towel and shoes she dropped on the sand.
Maybe it's for the best. We should probably be getting back. It's late and we have dance practice in the morning.
My shoulders sagged. Yeah, I had my chance, and I blew it. She was probably right.
I couldn't tell her the truth. Not yet. If I did, she'd never forgive me. But if I didn't, she'd hate me anyway. Either way, I lose. So maybe I just make the most of what I can have. This week, this resort, this version of us that works. At least for now.
Sky took my hand, her fingers warm and easy in mine, not knowing I was a walking lie. We walked back toward the resort in silence, but my mind stayed behind, stuck on the kiss we didn't have and the truth I didn't tell.
Could Sky be right, and nature was trying to bring us together in exchange for our help?
If that was true, we would be fighting the forces of nature. Did that make resisting what was between us a losing battle? Could I keep fighting it? And if I lost, really lost,
would that be the worst thing?
Chapter 16. Sky. The next morning, I woke to sunlight pouring through the windows like it had something to prove. Jojo was already up and getting ready to go to the coffee shop. Good morning. How was your date last night? I propped myself up on one elbow, still tangled in the sheets. She sighed dreamily.
Colin's got to be the best kisser I've ever met. But I don't know. We don't have much in common. He is a professional rugby player from the UK. His accent alone makes me swoon, not to mention that rock-hard body of his.
She fanned her face dramatically. All those things sound amazing. So what's the problem?
Are you even listening to me? I'm a barista from a small town in Minnesota. He's a professional rugby player who travels the world and could have any woman he wants. What is he doing with me? I think I need to break it off with him before I get too attached.
Hold on. I sat all the way up and grabbed her hand. You say he can have any woman in the world, and he's choosing you. I'd say he has impeccable taste. Don't dock him for that. She blinked at me, surprised. Jojo, you've been my best friend since kindergarten. You're one of my favorite people in the whole world. But you have a very skewed view of yourself. You are beautiful, funny, smart, outgoing, and probably way too cool for Colin. Honestly, he's lucky you even gave him the time of day. She bumped her shoulder into mine.
You're the best. So you're saying I shouldn't write him off just yet?
I'm saying enjoy the week. Who knows? Maybe he'll fall head over heels for you and buy you a coffee shop as a grand gesture. Could happen.
Yeah, right.
She rolled her eyes but smiled anyway.
How about you and Max? You two looked pretty cozy too. Have you abandoned the friend zone yet?
I sighed and flopped back onto my pillow. I don't know what's happening there. It was so great during the movie. Snuggling, holding hands, almost kissing. And then, nothing. Every time I thought it was going to happen, something stopped it. Or he did. One minute I'm sure he wants to kiss me, the next, he's acting like I'm radioactive. Jojo laughed.
You sure it's not just your magnetic personality frying his circuits? That boy looked dazed and confused.
He's so hot and cold. I don't know if I need sunscreen or a winter coat. I think I have emotional whiplash. I threw up my hands, then jabbed a finger at the ceiling. Make up your mind, Max. I'm not a thermostat. You don't get to set the temperature every 5 minutes. Jojo raised an eyebrow.
Is it possible that maybe you're giving off mixed signals? Even before the date, you were ready to cancel and hang with Tillie and Gladys.
Yeah, but I didn't cancel. You all convinced me to go for it, and I did. I'm pretty sure my vibe was crystal clear last night. I don't think I could have made it more obvious unless I tattooed "Kiss Me" on my forehead and added a flashing neon arrow. Jojo snorted.
Fair. So maybe he's got something else going on. Luggage you haven't seen yet.
You mean like a vindictive fiancé or a communicable disease?
Or maybe he has a sixth toe or a third nipple he's ashamed of.
I shook my head. Come on, you saw him at the pool. There were definitely no physical deformities on that man's body. He has absolutely nothing to be ashamed of.
True.
Jojo smirked and stood to grab her bag.
Then give him some time. If you were clear about your feelings, then trust that he'll come around when he's ready. And if he doesn't, put him in the friend zone until he gets his internal thermostat fixed.
Thanks, Jo. It always helps to talk to you.
Anytime, that's what besties are for.
She pulled her bag over her shoulder.
Catch you later. I'm not sure what I'll be doing. Colin asked me out again, but I said I wasn't sure. But now I'm thinking maybe I'll say yes.
You definitely should. You deserve to have fun, too. You don't have to marry the guy. Just enjoy it while it lasts.
Advice that applies to both of us.
She winked.
Have fun today.
Once Jojo left, I threw on a breezy dress, grabbed a quick pastry from the breakfast buffet, and headed to the dance pavilion. Tillie and Gladys had left a note that they were doing early morning yoga and mimosas on the beach, so I didn't even see them. Emmeline and Philippe were getting the sound system going when I arrived. But no Max. Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe last night was a fluke, and he's going to ditch me for the rest of the week. Then he walked in, smiling like sunshine, and all my doubts scattered like beach sand in the wind.
Good morning, Sky. Did you sleep well?
I did. And it looks like it's another beautiful day in paradise. His flirtatious smile hit me like a rogue wave, unexpected and hard to recover from. And once we started dancing, and I felt his hands on my waist again, my brain short-circuited. Emmeline clapped and cheered as we nailed a basic sequence.
You two are much improved since yesterday. This will make choreographing your dance much easier. Your dance will be sizzling hot, showcasing your incredible chemistry and connection. All the things I love most about salsa. This will be a showstopper. I can't wait.
I didn't know how to react to this. Her praise actually made me uncomfortable, especially when Max and I occupied a strange limbo between not friends and not lovers. Being called out for chemistry when I didn't even know where we stood felt like being handed a bouquet of sparklers in the middle of a lightning storm. Emmeline played a song for us.
This is the song that I think would be perfect for your showcase.
We listened to it. It was fine. Upbeat, romantic, and a little dramatic. Kind of like our current dynamic.
We'll finalize the choreography tonight and we'll start teaching it to you tomorrow. Enjoy yourselves today, because tomorrow is when the real work begins.
Great. Hey, Max, can we talk? I brushed the hair off my damp forehead and gave him a hopeful look.
Sure. Want to grab cold drinks first?
He was already tugging his t-shirt away from his sweaty chest. Yes, please. I'm dying. I fanned myself with my hand for emphasis. Emmeline hardly gave us time to breathe today, and she says tomorrow will be when the real work starts. I think she's trying to kill us.
It'll be fine. All you have to do is follow my lead, and you did great with that today.
I ordered a mango smoothie, and Max grabbed a fresh squeezed lemonade. We found a quiet table under an umbrella, away from the music and the intense sun.
What did you want to talk about?
He asked, taking a sip of his drink. Well, I traced a bead of condensation on my cup. I had a great time last night, and at times it seemed like we were getting really close. But then you kept pulling away. I like you, Max, but I don't want to be jerked around. So if you're not sure how you feel about me, maybe we should just be friends. We can focus on dancing and investigating the resort. Max's shoulders slumped. His gaze dropped to the table, then flicked back to mine like he was searching for the right words. He opened his mouth, and I thought he might even argue with me, but then he closed it and just nodded.
That's probably for the best.
Probably? The word hit like a stone in my stomach. Not a no, not a yes. Just indecision wrapped in disappointment. He mustn't like me as much as I thought, or he would have fought for it. Better to know now, rather than let it mess with my head. I straightened my shoulders and forced a tight smile. All right, now that that's settled, we can get on with our investigation. I was thinking we should ask around and see if any of the employees or villagers will talk to us. Somebody's got to know something. We just have to convince them to talk to us. Max exhaled and rubbed the back of his neck.
My first instinct says they won't talk to us, but then again...
His eyes flicked to mine, a small smirk playing at his lips.
You're not exactly easy to say no to. If anyone can sway them, it'll be you.
Hard to say no to? Yeah, right. I couldn't even talk him into kissing me. Well, I don't know if I'm that persuasive, but I'm definitely determined. I caught his gaze and held it, challenging him. When something's important to me, I don't give up.
Is that so?
His eyes lingered on mine, a flicker of something hot and unspoken passing between us. But before I could process it, the smirk returned.
This resort has no idea what's about to hit them. Hurricane Sky's coming, and they don't stand a chance.
They'd better batten down the hatches, I said, raising my smoothie, because I'm just getting started.
Chapter 17. Max. A flashing light should be going off in my brain saying, abort, abort. But there I was, following Sky to the sea turtle habitat. I told myself it was to know firsthand what she uncovered. The truth was, I just wanted to be around her, no matter what she was doing. There was also a protective part of me that wanted to make sure she didn't get herself into trouble with her digging. If the board found out about my involvement in this, it could very well be the last nail in the coffin they would bury me in. The death of my career and future with my family's company. Sky tugged her ponytail tighter and glanced around to make sure no one was nearby.
Do you think the marine biologist will know about the reef?
I'm sure she knows, but whether she's willing to talk about it is another story. I shoved my hands in my pockets, glancing toward the office door. If she knows and didn't say or do anything to stop it, it could ruin her reputation in her profession. If she does speak up, she could lose her job. It's a tough position to be in.
I hadn't thought of that.
She winced, hugging her arms across her chest.
She could also be afraid of retribution from the company, like maybe being sent swimming with concrete shoes and becoming shark food.
I think you've been watching too many mafia movies. I don't think we need to worry about anything like that. I chuckled, but a chill went down my spine. No, my company wouldn't be involved in anything like that, would they? People might not appreciate us poking around, though, so be prepared for that.
Got it.
And I'll let you do the talking. I'm just here for backup and a lookout, okay? She nodded. Corky was just crawling out of the water when we arrived.
Hey, Corky. How's it going?
Sky crouched near the water's edge, smiling warmly. The turtle handler was just coming out of the office with what looked like a pail of food. It must be lunchtime. Can I feed Corky her food? I waved a hand toward the pail and grinned. The handler shrugged and handed me the pail. Sure, here you go. You can toss her one piece at a time, or pour it into that dish. She'll eat it either way. Great, thanks. I crouched near Corky and held out a piece of seagrass for her. She pulled it out of my hand with her mouth and munched on it. The handler turned to return to the office. Sky stopped him from leaving.
Excuse me, I'm sure you're busy, but could I ask you a few questions?
He paused, wiping his hands on his shorts before turning to face us.
Sure. What would you like to know?
Sky looked at his name tag.
How long have you worked here, Sean?
I've been here ever since this turtle habitat was built.
He leaned casually against the wall. Sky nodded and paused for a moment, then dove right in.
Well, we were snorkeling in the underground art gallery yesterday and...
She lowered her voice to make sure she wasn't overheard.
I saw piles of dead coral on the edges of the exhibit. Do you happen to know if there was a reef where the exhibit was built?
Oof!
Sean grimaced slightly, glancing around before answering.
The gallery was built before I came here, so I don't know anything about what happened or how it all came about. But I've heard rumors.
Do you happen to know anyone who was here then?
Sky shifted her weight forward, her eyes intent.
Someone I might be able to talk to?
Sean rubbed the back of his neck.
Well, the marine biologist, Dr. Cressida Keys, might know. But she's not here today.
Do you have a number for her? Or do you know when she'll be back?
Sky tucked a piece of damp hair behind her ear. Hooking a thumb over his shoulder toward the office, Sean said,
She only comes here once a month now. She works at a marine rescue center on the Big Island. You might be able to track her down there.
Sky brightened slightly, determination flashing in her expression.
Thanks. You've been very helpful.
Sean hesitated, his voice dropping a notch.
Are you a reporter or something?
No, nothing like that.
Sky flashed him a reassuring smile.
I'm just passionate about the environment and want to make sure the resort isn't doing anything it shouldn't be.
Sean nodded, but his gaze darted toward the office door.
Then you might want to talk to some of the villagers who lived here before the resort was built.
That was next on my list.
Sky shook his hand.
Corky's lucky to have you caring for her.
Sean smiled, his whole demeanor softening, but he kept glancing around like he was afraid of being overheard.
I like my job. I really want to keep it.
Matching his tone, Sky lowered her voice.
Understood.
I dumped the rest of Corky's food, seagrass, and pellets into the tray for her to eat. Sean pushed the tray into the water for it to float on the surface.
Corky slid into the water after it and continued her lunch. Sky and I left and walked along the path back toward the resort. "Well, what do you want to do now?" I asked, falling into step beside her. She pulled out her phone and looked up Dr. Cressida Keys. We stopped at an umbrella table.
I want to see if I can get a hold of Dr. Keys first.
She tapped the screen, pressing the phone to her ear, eyes scanning the horizon as it rang. After a moment, she mouthed that she'd reached voicemail.
Dr. Keys, my name is Sky Rhodes. I'm a guest at the Azoria Resort and have some questions for you. Please call me at your earliest convenience. Thanks.
I scratched my jaw, feeling the first bite of frustration. Okay, so we're 0 for 2.
We're just getting started.
Sky grinned, the sun catching her sunglasses as she pushed them onto her head.
Let's go into town and see if any of the villagers will talk to us.
All right, maybe we can get something to eat while we're there. People are more likely to talk to a paying customer. I flashed her a knowing smile.
Exactly what I was thinking.
We took a shuttle into town and found a small local cafe on the waterfront. The waitress, Leilani, seated us at a corner table with a view of the water. Sky ordered a salad, and I ordered an appetizer, sandwich, drinks, and dessert for both of us. Sky's eyes widened and her brows raised to her hairline.
Do you have a tapeworm you're trying to keep happy? You just ordered enough food for an army.
Trying to get the locals to like us. I tapped my temple like it was a master plan. Plus, it will bring her back to our table several times.
Ah, I see. More opportunities to ask questions. Aren't you shrewd?
Just trying to keep up with you. Leilani brought us our drinks. I decided to try out my charm, since we weren't at the resort anymore. Leilani, did you grow up here on Malama Kai? It seems like a wonderful place to live.
Born and raised. Been here my entire life.
Leilani set the drinks down and tucked a stray hair behind her ear, giving us an easy smile. I guess she looked to be in her 40s, but could have easily been older. I bet it's changed quite a bit over the years.
That's an understatement.
Leilani's smile thinned as she glanced around the cafe like someone might be listening before whispering.
Especially when that resort moved in.
Was that a good thing for the island? I lowered my voice, leaning in slightly.
Well, that depends who you ask. The resort has done great things for our economy. It employs most of the town now and brings in tourists, so that's been great. But there's always a trade-off, right?
And what was sacrificed when the resort was built? I asked carefully, keeping my expression open and non-threatening. She pressed her lips together and gave a slow, meaningful shake of her head.
Let's just say, some things were lost that can never be rebuilt.
Sky leaned in, her voice low but urgent.
Do you mean the reef? We were snorkeling at the underground art gallery and saw some dead coral, and I wondered what happened when they built it. Do you know anything about that? Or who we could talk to?
Leilani bent down and whispered,
You'll find most folks are afraid to say anything because they don't want to lose their jobs. I don't work there, but everyone else in my family does.
She dropped her voice another notch, like she was sharing a forbidden secret.
But old Noah Nakamura would know better than anyone what has changed. He's a retired fisherman and not afraid to say what he thinks.
Where can we find him?
Sky asked, gripping her drink like she couldn't wait to bolt out the door. Leilani straightened and tapped her pen against the order pad.
This time of day, he'll be fishing on the pier.
Does he have a favorite food or dessert? I asked with a sly grin, hoping to smooth things over a bit. She smirked slightly.
He loves the fried calamari and coconut cookies.
I flashed her a quick smile. Can you add those to our bill and box them up along with our desserts? Add in some disposable forks and napkins if you would. We'll eat them on the pier. She nodded and jotted it down on her order pad.
A word of warning, Noah's not real fond of outsiders.
That's where the food comes in. I smiled, keeping it friendly but confident. Who can be crabby when presented with your yummy treats?
You'd be surprised.
Leilani chuckled under her breath, but the worry never fully left her eyes. She jotted the order on her pad and disappeared into the kitchen. My stomach twisted into a tight knot, and not just from the idea of eating fried calamari under a tropical sun. Sean's warning, Leilani's whispers. This wasn't just bad luck. It was a pattern. I poked at the calamari like it might bite back, my appetite sinking faster than a rock in a rip current. I didn't want to believe it, but everything inside me was screaming that Sky was right. Something was rotting beneath all the sunshine, smiles, and paper straws. Sky glanced at me, her eyes shining with determination.
We're getting closer. I can feel it.
A few minutes later, after winding past souvenir stands and weaving through crowds of tourists, we reached the end of the weathered old pier. Noah was right where Leilani said he'd be. He was a lone figure fishing at the end of the pier, a weathered man with deep-set eyes, tanned skin like worn leather, and hands toughened by years at sea. "Mr. Nakamura, mind if we join you here?" I asked, stepping carefully closer. He glanced over his shoulder, sizing us up, his posture guarded.
"Who are you?"
"I'm Max, and this is Sky. We just had lunch at the cafe, and Leilani said we could find you here. We even brought you some food." I lifted the takeout bag like a peace offering. He looked at me skeptically.
"You brought me food. What is it you want from me?"
Sky jumped in.
No sense beating around the bush, is there, sir? We wanted to talk to you about the changes that you've witnessed since the resort moved to the island.
She paused and watched for a reaction from him. His brows pinched, like he was trying to figure out what we were after.
We were snorkeling at their underground art gallery and noticed some dead coral on the edges of the exhibit site and wondered what happened to the reef. Do you know?
"Yeah."
Noah leaned his fishing pole against the railing and crossed his arms.
"They wanted to put their silly gallery in that spot, so they moved the reef that was there, and they were told, plain as day, it would kill it."
I wanted to argue. Say it wasn't true, that someone misunderstood. But deep down, I feared it was exactly the kind of shortcut my father would have greenlit with a smile. The fisherman turned his sharp gaze out over the water.
"All those greedy land sharks, sniffing out profit like blood in the water. Don't care what they destroy."
Who told them the reef would die?
Sky asked, stepping closer, her fists tightening at her sides. Noah scratched his beard, a deep crease forming between his brows.
"Several of us islanders, but also the environmental consultants that they hired. There were extensive reports detailing how it would affect the reef, but also the environmental impact of such a change for the entire ecosystem."
The words hit like a punch to the gut and sucked the air out of my lungs. I knew the company wasn't perfect, what billion-dollar empire was, but this, it couldn't be true. There had to be a logical explanation, something the villagers weren't aware of. I wanted to argue, to demand proof, anything to explain this misunderstanding. But somewhere deep within me, I knew he wasn't lying, that this was the truth I'd been trying to uncover all along. Sky's voice rose, thick with disbelief, her hands tightening around her phone.
If they had a report like that, how could they continue building the gallery?
Noah spat into the ocean, eyes dark, his disgust unmistakable.
"Beats me. Somehow the report disappeared. The island council suddenly became the biggest supporters of the resort and everything it was doing. A few people stood up to protest and suddenly lost their jobs, their homes, everything. Next thing we knew, they had left the island, never to be heard from again."
The kind of silence that follows a detonation settled over me. I wasn't sure if I wanted to scream, run, or sink into the ocean. My stomach tightened. All the food I'd eaten at the diner churned in a toxic cocktail of guilt and nausea. A dull ringing filled my ears, like the world was tilting under me. Even though we were outside in the open air, I felt the need to escape, to get away. Sky leaned closer to Noah, her voice sharp with intense resolve.
We can't let them get away with this, Mr. Nakamura. I want them to pay for what they've done and stop them from doing it anywhere else.
Sky's jaw tightened as she jotted notes on her phone.
Do you know who else might know about these reports? Can you give me any names?
Noah stared at her for a long beat before nodding slowly.
Be careful, young lady. This is no game. Those of us who dared fight them lost everything.
He looked out at the horizon, as if seeing ghosts only he could name.
I can give you the names of people who might still have the information, but take some time to think about this. How far are you willing to go? And what are you willing to risk to see this through?
A battle raged inside my chest, causing it to tighten and making it hard to breathe. I worked my whole life to prove myself worthy of this company, to show my father I was strong enough to take his place. But now, I don't know if I want to save it or burn it down. My jaw clenched and I inhaled slowly, carefully, trying to mask the way my whole world was shifting. Everything I thought I knew and worked for had been a lie, and I didn't know who I could trust or what to do about it. This was my company now. My name was on it. I was responsible for everything it did from here on out. And I had a decision to make. When this came out, the entire company could be ruined. I could lose everything. My job, reputation, family legacy. Not to mention all the thousands of people who were employed by our company. This would hurt a lot of people. I glanced at Sky, her expression a mix of fury and determination. She was right to be angry. Hell, I was angry too. I forced a slow breath, trying to rein in my emotions until I was alone and had time to figure out what to do. My father would have buried this truth 6 feet under and danced on the grave. But I'm not him, and maybe it was time I started proving it.
Chapter 18. Sky. As we talked to Mr. Nakamura, Max looked like he was going to be sick. I couldn't blame him. I felt sick about it too. I also felt incensed and ready to fight. I was angry at them for buying my favorite property in Moonlit Lake, but they hadn't destroyed anything. Not yet. What they had done here was beyond devastating, and like a bull with a red flag in front of him, I was ready to charge. Max hardly said 2 words on the drive back to the resort and seemed to shrink inside himself. Max, are you okay? He gave a slight nod.
Just a lot to process. I think I need some time to myself this afternoon, if you don't mind.
That's fine. I'll probably make some calls to see if I can reach any of the people Mr. Nakamura listed. If there was a way to hold the resort accountable and stop them from doing more damage elsewhere, I'd find it. I needed to get as much done while I was on the island, because it would be so much harder once I was back home. I hesitated, then tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Hey, do you still want to do the bioluminescence kayaking tour with me tonight? If you don't feel up to it, I can try to talk Jojo into going with me.
I still want to go. I just need some time to think about all this and wrap my brain around it. But by this evening, I'll be ready to do something different. Kayaking in the moonlight will be the perfect diversion.
He gave me a half smile, a flicker of warmth returning to his voice.
I've never seen bioluminescence in person. If there's anyone I want to experience that kind of magic with, it's you.
My breath hitched at the warmth in his voice. Whatever fog had settled over him earlier was starting to lift, and that flicker of hope in his eyes, it lit something in me too. Okay, I'll see you later then. I touched his arm lightly before he turned to go. And Max?
Yeah.
I know this was a shock, but uncovering the truth is a good thing. We can get them to change their ways and do things better in the future.
You're right. Thanks for including me in your investigation. Let me know what else you find out.
He said before heading off down the path. I called every phone number on the list, but had to leave messages for each one. Hopefully, they'd call back. I mentioned that Noah Nakamura had given me their numbers, and that I was on their side. All I could do was pray they trusted me enough to help. Tillie and Gladys returned to the suite all blissed out after spending the day at the spa.
Oh, Sky, you have to check out the spa. I feel 20 years younger after the treatments I got today.
She motioned to her face.
Do I look it?
Having no idea how old Tillie was, all I could do was agree. You look fantastic and glowing.
It was so relaxing. I think I could live in that mud bath. It was heavenly.
Gladys patted her cheek with exaggerated delicacy.
My pores are tighter than a drum. I think that facial erased half my sins.
Tillie perched on the arm of the chair like a contented cat, her eyes sparkling with curiosity.
How was your day, Sky?
Not boring, that's for sure. I filled them in on all Max and I had uncovered. It seems the company threatened and manipulated people to keep the secret or lose everything. It's perfect that I came here to uncover this, because I don't have anything to lose.
Are you sure about that?
Tillie asked, tilting her head as if she already knew the answer and was just waiting for me to catch up. I gave a small shrug, trying to play it off. What's the worst they could do? Kick me off the island? Gladys blinked at me like I'd just confessed to crimes against room service.
You've already ticked off one luxury eco-resort by speaking out, and now you're making enemies at another. At this rate, you'll be blacklisted from so many resorts. You'll have to start vacationing in a yurt in the Yukon.
Tillie leaned in, her voice quieter but laced with warning.
Just keep your eyes open. Things aren't always as they seem.
I met her gaze, steady and sharp. Oh, my eyes are wide open, Tillie, and seeing everything. But I can't let them get away with this.
Then what is bothering you?
Max seemed really out of sorts after this all came out. I don't know what to make of it. I thought he'd be fired up like I am, but he needed to be alone.
Everyone processes things differently.
Tillie smoothed a hand over my beachy curls, eyes sharp despite her mellow tone.
And Sky, just remember, we are not the circumstances we find ourselves in. It's the way we respond to those circumstances that shows who we truly are.
Okay. Tillie always said things that had deep meaning, but my brain must have been fried because I had no idea what that meant or what it had to do with any of this. But that was Tillie. Smile and nod.
Do you have plans for later?
Gladys asked. We're going on a bioluminescence kayaking excursion tonight. Hopefully, we'll both be in better spirits by then. Gladys leaned back in her chair, her smile as cozy as a warm blanket.
Wonderful. You can join us for dinner in the meantime.
Yes, count me in. Jojo should be back by then, too. It'll be good to spend time just the four of us.
And you can spill the tea about how things are really going between you and Max.
Gladys rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Dinner with Tillie, Gladys, and Jojo was entertaining, to say the least. The ladies were even more animated and outrageous than usual. At one point, Tillie stood up mid-salad, tapped her spoon against her glass like she was about to officiate a wedding, and announced,
Excuse me, but some of you are clearly sitting with the wrong people. Lucky for you, the matchmakers are here to help. We're going to fix that now and help you all find love.
Before anyone could object or escape, she and Gladys swept through the dining room like a rom-com hurricane. They coaxed a shy guy away from his phone and into a seat beside a woman reading a romance novel, insisting they were a plot twist waiting to happen. Another couple was separated and repaired for having zero chemistry and terrible posture. By dessert, half the tables had been shuffled. 2 strangers were blushing over creme brulee, and one guy left with a napkin scrawled with a phone number and the words, "Destiny says hi." A few minutes later, a resort employee stopped by our table and asked if Tillie and Gladys would be willing to serve as guest judges in a competition the next day. Of course, they agreed, with the enthusiasm of 2 women who had absolutely no idea what kind of competition it was, and zero intention of behaving appropriately. I definitely need to be there for that. Not that I could control them, or even keep them from doing anything embarrassing, but it would give me some great story material when we got back home. After the chaos of dinner and the table matchmaking games, I had just enough time to dash back to the suite, reapply my lip gloss, and take one deep breath before Max showed up at my door with a bouquet of tropical flowers.
I wanted to apologize for acting weird this afternoon. The whole thing just threw me for a loop, and I needed some time to take it in. But I'm here tonight and ready for a beautiful evening on the water.
I hope you're a better kayaker than paddleboarder.
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
The tour gathered at sunset and took off when darkness had fallen. There were 10 of us, paired up in 5 glass-bottom kayaks. Wait a minute. We have to share a boat? Promise me this will not be a repeat of the paddleboard fiasco, Max. He winked.
You'll just have to trust me.
Trust him? Normally, those words would have triggered all my internal alarms. I wasn't exactly known for handing out trust like party favors, but Max hadn't given me a reason to doubt him yet. He showed up when it mattered, didn't mock my questions, didn't bail when things got complicated. Maybe, just maybe, he'd earned a little trust. Besides, if he dumped me in the water again, I could always whack him with my paddle. Max offered his hand to help me into the kayak, and for one ridiculous second, it felt like more than just stepping into a boat. It felt like stepping into something far riskier. I squeezed his hand a little tighter than necessary, just in case the kayak, and my judgment, wobbled. Max climbed into the back of the kayak, and I sat in front of him. We each had a paddle, but I sat back and let Max do the work as we glided along with the group. Our guide, Miguel, led the pack and told us a little about the experience as we paddled.
Welcome to one of nature's most stunning light shows. The glow you will see comes from tiny plankton called dinoflagellates. When disturbed, they release a flash of light, a defense mechanism to startle predators.
He looked up at the dark sky.
Tonight is perfect. No moon, calm water, just the way the ocean likes it. The darker it gets, the brighter the glow. Give your paddle a gentle swirl in the water, see how it lights up? That's billions of microscopic organisms reacting to movement. It's like kayaking through liquid stardust.
He chuckled, clearly amused by the wonder on our faces.
Try running your hand through the water. It's like touching magic, isn't it?
I dipped my paddle into the water and it lit up in a vibrant neon blue, swirling with the movement of the water. Have you ever seen anything so magnificent? I turned to Max and found him staring at me.
You'll notice that every fish swimming beneath you looks like a streak of neon blue. That's because the bioluminescence outlines anything that moves, turning the entire ecosystem into a glowing masterpiece.
Miguel grinned like he'd seen this awe 1,000 times but never tired of it.
And if you're lucky, you might even see a glowing jellyfish or a few sparkly sea creatures checking us out.
As we moved deeper into the cove and our boats and paddles stirred the water, the entire cove was illuminated. Even the water beneath our glass boat glowed bright blue. It seemed otherworldly, like something straight out of the Avatar movie. I reached over the edge of the kayak and dipped my hand in the water. The water lit bright blue all around my fingers and swirled as I moved. It was mesmerizing. Max had the same idea, and his fingers met mine in the glimmering water. I swear that luminescence zipped up my arm and lit me up, too. His eyes shot to mine with just as much intensity as I felt. Whoa, maybe this mystical water had an effect on him as well. It seemed to weave a spell around the two of us, as if nothing else existed. Suddenly, a fish jumped out of the water and onto my lap. I screamed and flailed to try to get it off me. It flopped around, just as crazy to be out of the boat as I was to have it gone. I ended up on Max's lap, and he flung the fish back into the water where it belonged. Our eyes locked once again. It was like that kiss the girl scene from The Little Mermaid, minus the singing sea creatures. If I didn't kiss him right now, I'd probably explode into bioluminescent particles myself. Screw the friend zone. I had to kiss the man. I raised my hand to his face, feeling his soft beard against my palm. He pulled me closer, his whiskers tickling my skin. Our lips met, and like the luminescence in the water, a surge of light burst within me, a cosmic explosion filling the sky with stars. I'd never felt anything like it. This was what I'd been seeking for so long. This was more than a kiss. It was a connection. And that was the part I hadn't anticipated. This kind of connection could be the start of something real, and real had a way of making you forget the mission, of softening your edges until your purpose slipped right through your fingers. And I couldn't let that happen. But this kiss, it made me question everything I thought I knew. If this was how you lost focus, no wonder people kept falling in love. We broke apart to catch our breath, when out of the corner of my eye, a bright luminescent splashing over his shoulder caught my attention. I squinted and focused my vision on the shore across the cove. That's when I saw something flapping against the water on the edge of the beach. A large lump of something. "Hey, Max, check out the edge of the water over there. Does that look like something is beached to you?"
It does. Let's go check it out.
We veered away from the group and paddled toward the shoreline, aiming for the strange shape lying motionless at the water's edge. It was a dolphin, a beached dolphin. I hopped out of the kayak and rushed over to the mammal. "Come on, Max, we have to help it." I would stay to help even if he didn't want to, but I desperately wanted him to stay with me. "Please, we couldn't save the coral reef, but we can save this dolphin." Max nodded, pushed the boat onto the beach, and rushed over to my side next to the beautiful creature.
Tell me what to do. How do we save her?
I knelt beside the dolphin, brushing my fingers along her smooth skin. Her eye caught mine, wide and still, and I felt a tug on my heart. I stroked her gently, trying to calm us both. "We're here, sweetie. We'll get you back with your pod before you know it. I promise." I blinked back tears and looked up at Max, urgency tightening my voice. "Call for help, Max. We can't do this alone. She needs us, and we need backup. Fast." As Max pulled out his phone and called for help, I kept my hand on her side, whispering promises I wasn't sure I could keep.
Chapter 19. Max. After the high of finally kissing Sky, the adrenaline spike of dealing with a stranded dolphin had me reeling. I hollered for Miguel, hoping he and the others in our group could help. "Hey, Miguel, we need some help over here." Miguel came closer, and when he saw the dolphin, he shook his head.
We can't push it back to sea without someone checking it out. I'll report it when I get back, but that's all I can do. Come on, it's time for us to get back.
No way, we're not leaving it here to die. He gave me a skeptical look, already turning his kayak.
Suit yourself, just be careful.
When he turned and started paddling back to the group, I pulled out my phone and called the resort. The manager wasn't any more helpful than Miguel.
"Dolphins are always getting themselves stuck on the beach. It's just part of nature."
"But what can we do? We don't want it to die."
"The resort doesn't get involved with rescues, but I can send someone out tomorrow to take a look and see what can be done."
Then it will be too late.
"I'm sorry. That's all I can do."
"Can't you just call the Marine Rescue for me?"
"I can't do that, but I can give you the number if you'd like."
I sighed, exasperated. This was not the way my company should be handling issues like this, but I'd address that another day. "Fine, give me the number." As he read the number, I drew it in the sand to make sure I got it right. Then I immediately called it. They took down our information and said they'd be there as soon as they could, but to keep watering the dolphin until they got there. My shoulders sagged with relief. Help was on the way. I took off my life preserver and shirt and dipped the shirt in the water. I used it to wet the dolphin's back. A rescue team is on their way, but they said the best we can do is keep wetting her back. Sky followed my lead and slipped off her life jacket, then her beach cover-up, revealing a strappy bikini that made my pulse spike all over again. She dunked her dress in the water and splashed it over the dolphin's nose and head, all the while speaking softly to it, telling her that everything would be okay. I didn't know about the dolphin, but her words helped calm my nerves. The soothing sound of her voice, a balm to my soul. We worked side by side late into the night before the rescue team arrived. They gave the dolphin a thorough evaluation and determined she wasn't sick or injured. She must have just gotten lost or confused and ended up here. The team leader, B.J. Swift, knelt beside the dolphin and gave her a quick once-over. He scrubbed his jaw and frowned.
This has been happening a lot more since the Azoria opened.
Really? Why would that be?
B.J. arched a brow.
Do you want my honest opinion?
Absolutely. We want to try to get the resort to change their ways so this doesn't keep happening, but we need to know what is wrong first.
Oh, the resort knows perfectly well what they've done. So good luck with that.
He scraped a hand down his face, like he'd had this conversation too many times before.
When the resort was built, they moved a coral reef to make space for an underwater art gallery. They moved it down the shore, thinking it would be fine there. But a reef is not a house that you can pick up and move without consequences. And everyone they consulted strongly advised against it.
He huffed, arms crossed over his chest.
Not only did the coral die, but moving it disrupted the whole ecosystem. The ocean currents changed, and for dolphins who use echolocation to navigate, that reef was a landmark. Now they're confused and getting stranded like this.
My heart sank. Just when I thought it couldn't get worse, I'd learned something else. How would I make this right? Was it even possible? They rolled the dolphin onto a floating stretcher and pushed her out into the lagoon. I could see a pod of dolphins splashing just outside of the cove, waiting for her. The team slowly submerged her, but kept her blowhole above water. It took a little while for her to start moving. When she gave her tail a little wiggle, the team pulled the stretcher away. They still held on to her until she was ready. And all at once, she slipped out of their arms and swam away. She turned around and peeked her head out of the water, giving a happy squeak. Then she dove into the water. When she reached her family at the edge of the cove, she jumped out of the water. Several of her family members also jumped and splashed to thank us. Tears rolled down my face. I wiped them away and looked over at Sky. She was crying as well. I pulled her into my chest and we clung to each other for a while. The rescue team packed up to go.
Thank you for helping that dolphin and for calling us when you did. You saved a life tonight.
Thank you so much for coming. We didn't know what we were going to do without help, and it broke our hearts to see her suffering.
Sky stood tall, even as her voice wavered with emotion.
I promise, we will do whatever we can to make this situation better. If we need to talk to the press and get the resort to stop messing with the ocean or raise money to rebuild the reefs, we'll do it.
Thanks. I'm not sure what can be done, but we appreciate the support.
After they left, Sky and I sat on the beach, watching the waves as the tide moved in. It was almost daylight, and we were both exhausted. But I had to come clean. Even if she hated me, I had to tell her who I was. Sky, there's something I have to tell you. She looked up at me with such love and tenderness in her eyes.
What is it?
I'm not who you think I am. I'm no hero. And when I tell you, you'll probably hate me.
Are you the man who gave me the best kiss of my life in the luminous lagoon? The man who spent the night tirelessly working to save a dolphin when he could have gone back to the resort with the rest of the group?
Well, yeah, but...
Then for now, that's all I need to know.
She leaned her head on my shoulder, her voice soft.
Tillie said something to me the other day, and I didn't know what she meant, but it stuck with me. Something about how we are not defined by the circumstances we find ourselves in, but it's how we respond to those circumstances that shows who we truly are.
But, Sky?
After everything we went through last night, I feel confident that I know exactly who you are, Max.
She yawned and rubbed her eyes.
Let's go back. I'm beat.
We got back into our glass kayak and pushed off toward the resort. It felt like a week had passed since we'd left for this excursion. My stomach churned as we paddled in silence. I should have felt elated. This was everything I'd ever wanted. To be accepted for who I really was, not the title or the money or the legacy. But the truth I was still keeping from her weighed on me, thick and sour, like an anchor pulling me under. And her trust pressed heavily on my chest, poised to either crush me or bury me at sea.
Chapter 20. Sky. My eyelids felt like they had been soldered shut when I tried to open them, and the too bright sunlight, blinding me with the smallest crack, didn't help. Nor did the yummy dreams I had about kissing Max in the blue lagoon. I covered my head, hoping the dream would continue, but no such luck. The dreams were nothing compared to the real thing anyway. Floating through glowing water, sitting on Max's lap while he held me close and kissed the life out of me. And then working side by side to save that dolphin. What a night. I threw off the covers and sat up, stretching my aching body. Who knew marine rescue was such a full-body workout? I shuffled my way to the living room of our suite. The French doors were open, and Tillie sat on the patio reading a book. "Good morning, Tillie," I mumbled, in desperate need of some coffee. "Please let there be some already made." The pot was empty. I opened the fridge and found a cup of cold brew from the coffee shop Jojo must have brought home. I took a sip and felt my body come back to life. Thank God for Jojo. I knew she was my best friend for a reason.
Afternoon, actually, but who's counting?
Tillie stood up from her chair, mischief dancing in her eyes.
I'm glad you're awake, though, and hope you're well rested. You'll need your energy for the festivities, and we don't have much time to get ready.
Festivities? What festivities?
Remember when we were at dinner last night and that event planner asked me and Gladys if we wanted to judge a competition?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, the competition is this afternoon. I have to be there in about 20 minutes. But I wanted to make sure you were coming.
I don't know, Tillie. I had a really long night and I'm exhausted. I think I'll just commandeer a lounge chair by the pool and set up camp there for the rest of the day.
Nuh-uh, you do not want to do that. Big mistake.
I looked at Tillie like she'd lost her mind, but she just gave me a sly smile. She was definitely up to something. What's going on, Tillie?
You can thank me later, but we signed your men up for the contest.
My brain mustn't be quite online yet. I took another swig of coffee. My men? What men? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Not your men, yours and Jojo's. We signed Max and Colin up to be contestants in the Mr. Paradise pageant.
Coffee sprayed out of my mouth. You did what?
We wanted to make the show more interesting, so we added a couple of names to the list. Not a big deal.
Max is going to murder you.
Pshaw. He'll be too busy polishing his crown.
She looked up at the clock.
Oh, I better hurry. The show starts at 3 o'clock. Don't be late. You won't want to miss a minute of this, I promise. See you soon.
She wiggled her fingers to wave at me before disappearing out the door. A second later, she popped her head back in.
And don't forget your camera. Judges aren't allowed to use them, and this really needs to be recorded for posterity. And for my TikTok fans.
She winked and scurried off. After she was gone, her words registered in my half-asleep brain. She signed Max up for a pageant. I laughed and shook my head. That was not going to go over well. He will murder her. Glad it was her breaking the news to him and not me. Tillie had a way of getting what she wanted, so I had no doubt Max would be there. And she was right. I definitely didn't want to miss it. I rushed to get dressed and grab a bite to eat, and managed to get to the beachfront stage with time to spare. Jojo was already there and waved me over.
I'm so glad you made it. Come on, we're going to want a front row seat to this show.
Tillie told me to take pictures, too. Jojo was already pulling her phone out of her beach bag.
Oh, heck yeah, you take photos and I'll do video. This is going to be epic. I can't wait.
Do you really think Max and Colin will do it?
Oh, I'm sure Colin will. There's not a shy bone in that man's body. He knows he looks good and enjoys showing off what God gave him.
Jojo rolled her eyes but grinned.
Wouldn't surprise me. He probably has a signature move and everything. Max is the wild card, though. Who do you think would win in a battle of wills, Tillie or Max?
Oh, Tillie, hands down. I don't know anyone who can beat her on that front. The line of contestants approached the stage. Colin strutted his stuff in front of the crowd, getting them riled up. I catcalled at Max as he walked by. He glared at me.
You knew about this?
No, I just found out. But I think it's a great idea. You're gonna smoke 'em.
You're dead to me,
he said, voice flatter than a pancake. The MC took the stage.
Welcome to our first annual Mr. Paradise pageant at the Azoria. I'm so excited for today's competition, where we separate the boys from the smoking hot men. Am I right, ladies?
Screams erupted from the crowd. There were 7 men in the competition. Colin and a couple of the other guys flexed at the attention, but Max just stood there with his arms across his chest, a death glare shooting out his eyes. And for some reason, he looked even hotter in his grumpiness.
Grab your smelling salts, ladies, because this first round is sure to make you swoon.
The MC threw one hand in the air like he was hosting The Price is Right.
It is the six-pack-a-palooza. Gentlemen, as you walk across the stage, kindly remove your shirt and allow the audience and the judges to see your abs.
Max looked like he was going to be sick. He looked around, probably trying to locate the nearest exit. But a bouncer nudged him onto the stage. It was his turn. When he got to the stage, he looked at me. I whistled and hollered to him. "Come on, Max! Show these guys what a real man looks like!" Apparently, my encouragement was all he needed. He pulled his t-shirt over his head, revealing his very impressive washboard. The audience went wild. He turned to the judges. Tillie put on her reading glasses and leaned in for a better look, studying him a bit longer than necessary, in my opinion. Gladys fanned herself. I am absolutely not affected by this. Nope, not at all. Oh, for the love of, look at his stupid, perfect muscles. Then he crossed the stage to await the next segment, putting his shirt back on to cover it all back up. Yes, best to keep a lid on all that, at least in front of all these women. Colin appeared to be in his element, eating up all the applause and hamming it up even more. As soon as his shirt came off, he tossed it into the crowd. I leaned over to Jojo. Has Colin ever done any exotic dancing? He is so comfortable performing in front of a crowd. I bet he'd make a lot of money doing something like this.
I don't know, but I assure you I'll be asking him about that later. He's enjoying this a little too much for my tastes.
The next event is the swimsuit strut,
the announcer called.
Each of our contestants will strut across the stage, showing us their swimsuit, board shorts or Speedos. The judges have their own criteria, but be sure to help them out with your applause when you see something you like.
Many of the men strutted a cocky swagger and struck a pose to get the audience cheering louder. Colin ripped off his breakaway shorts to reveal a tiny red Speedo that left nothing to the imagination. And he posed like a bodybuilder, flexing every muscle in his body. The man really was ripped. Tillie dramatically whispered to Gladys.
We might need to resuscitate some ladies in the audience.
Gladys raised her hand.
Me first.
Max wore his usual board shorts and stopped at center stage with his hands on his hips. Tillie hollered,
Come on, Max, you can do better than that.
He turned to the judge's stand and gave her the stink eye before fleeing the stage. The announcer took the stage once more.
Round 3 is the tight tank teaser. Say that 5 times fast. Each contestant is given a tank top to squeeze into.
He paused for dramatic effect.
This challenge should answer the age-old question. Does size really matter? Ladies, You be the judge.
The audience hooted and hollered wildly. The tank tops looked child size. One by one, each guy struggled to get his arms in and pulled it down, showing off their sculpted pecs. Colin flexed, and the tank started bursting at the seams, like the Incredible Hulk. Max practically had steam coming out his ears as the shirt got stuck at his shoulders. He wiggled and pulled and finally got it on. He stood there, clearly mortified, yanking at the tank top that stopped mid-chest like a crop top gone rogue. Tillie laughed so hard she almost fell off her chair. Oh, she was going to get an earful from him after this was over. As he left the stage, he pointed at me, as if I had anything to do with it.
I'll never forgive you for this.
I laughed. Hey, it's for charity.
It's for humiliation,
he growled as he got back in line.
The final event is the ultimate flip-off,
the MC announced. Max muttered,
I know who I'd like to flip off. The person who signed me up for this stupid show.
Each contestant will perform a backflip off the end of the pier. They will be judged for form, creativity, and style. And of course, audience appreciation. So let the judges know which you like the best.
One guy did his flip in a tuck position, spinning a couple of times before landing in the water with barely any splash. Impressive. Another held his arms out to the side and flipped in a full layout position. Colin blew a kiss to the crowd and then flipped, landing with a complete belly flop. Ouch. Guess you can't win them all. Max walked to the end of the pier and simply stepped off into the water. He slowly trudged out, shaking the water from his hair, water slowly dripping off his muscles as he strode out of the water like an action movie star. My mouth went dry. Classic Max. No drama, no flips. Just an unbothered jump and a slow-motion walk out of the water that could have made Baywatch jealous. My mind flashed to kissing him in the blue lagoon last night. Suddenly, I just wanted this silly contest to be over, so I could have him to myself again. When the results were announced, Colin won by a landslide, which was no surprise. Max did get honorable mention for being the most reluctant contestant. He really was a good sport about it, since he hadn't signed up for any of it. Tillie and Gladys insisted we all celebrate at the tiki bar. Max shook his finger at Tillie.
You owe me for this. Big time.
I'll buy you a drink.
She fluttered her lashes innocently, like she wasn't the villain of the day.
It's an all-inclusive resort.
Max bit back.
The drinks are free.
She just shrugged, mischief still glinting in her eyes.
I'll still get you whatever you want. You earned it.
Max sidled up next to me and whispered in my ear.
You seem to enjoy my torture today.
So much? I bumped his shoulder with mine and gave him a wicked grin. That was fun. I needed a good laugh. Thanks for being such a good sport.
Don't even think about telling anyone about this.
Jojo chuckled and held up her phone.
No need to tell anyone. It's all over social media.
What?
He turned to me.
Please tell me she's kidding.
I pulled up Jojo's social media on my phone. Nope, not kidding. But she didn't name any of the contestants. Nobody will know it's you.
You're gonna pay for this. You just wait.
My heart flipped like a joyful dolphin, but I kept my cool. I look forward to it.
Chapter 21. Max. By the time I arrived at the open-air dance pavilion for our lesson later that evening, my anger and humiliation from the pageant had subsided. I wasn't quite to the point where I could laugh about it, but I knew it was all Tillie's doing. Sky had nothing to do with it, but that didn't mean I wouldn't follow through on my threat to make her pay, which I planned to do in our lesson tonight. Sky arrived a moment later, wearing a light blue sundress that perfectly matched her eyes. Even after all the time we'd spent together this week, she still took my breath away whenever I looked at her, and I couldn't keep from looking at her when we were in the same room. It took all of my control not to pull her into my arms and kiss her like I did last night. Hard to believe it was just last night when we kissed. It seemed like a lifetime ago, and now that I had tasted her lips, I craved them even more. She grinned and sauntered toward me, her eyes twinkling with mischief. You don't seem any worse for the wear after the pageant. Glad you survived okay. My scars aren't visible on the outside. I'll likely require months of therapy. I'll be sure to send you the bill. She shook her head and waved her hands in front of her.
Nah, that was all Tillie. I had nothing to do with it. Send her the bill. Would serve her right.
Maybe I will, but I consider you an accomplice, with as much as you were cheering and goading me. I nudged her lightly with my elbow, just enough to make her sway a little closer to me. Sky gasped dramatically and put a hand to her heart like I'd accused her of treason.
Nuh-uh. That was all Tillie.
She poked me in the ribs with one finger, playful but firm, and the spark in her eyes shot straight through me. Emmeline clapped her hands to get our attention.
All right, we've choreographed the dance that you'll be performing. I printed out a list of the steps in order.
She handed a paper to me.
Since you're leading, Max, you're the one who needs to have the best grasp of the sequence. Philip and I will run through the whole thing, and then it will be your turn.
Sky and I watched as our instructors demonstrated the most beautiful and sensual dance I'd ever seen. And I couldn't wait to do that with Sky. The steps weren't that complicated. They just held a lot of emotion and passion. That was the key to this dance, getting the audience to feel and be moved by our passion just by watching us. When it was our turn, Emmeline counted out the steps for us to move through slowly. When she was satisfied with our practice, it was time to put it to music. My payback came as I brought us through the moves a little more aggressively than necessary. I spun Sky, making her trip over her own feet and dipped her until she was breathless and clinging to my shoulders for balance. Her hands tightened instinctively on me, and she pressed flush against me for one charged heartbeat too long.
Are you trying to kill me there, Mr. Astaire?
She panted, her voice a mix of mock outrage and something warmer, shakier.
May I remind you that Ginger Rogers, I am not.
Maybe not yet, I murmured, my face far too close to hers. But you're getting closer. Just a few more spins.
A few more spins and you'll see what I had for dinner.
She shot back, breathless and laughing. The pink flush in her cheeks sent a jolt straight to my gut. I'd say we're even then. I couldn't resist. I lightly brushed my thumb against her hip as I guided her upright again. That doesn't even come close to making up for my humiliation today, but I'll let you off easy. Sky scrunched her nose, dragging her fingers lightly down my arm before stepping back.
Gee, thanks,
she muttered, her voice dry but her smile giving her away. I watched her walk away, still catching her breath, and couldn't help the slow grin tugging at my mouth. Who was I kidding? I'd gladly lose a dozen more pageants if it meant seeing her look at me like that. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror on the back wall of the pavilion. Tanned skin, wrinkled t-shirt, salt-stained board shorts. I barely recognized the guy staring back at me. Not because he looked like someone else, but because, for the first time, he looked like me. This wasn't a disguise anymore. The tourist vibe, the unshaved face, the easy grin. It wasn't an act. Somewhere along the way, I stopped pretending and started just being. Maybe this version of me, the one who danced, kissed Sky in the moonlight, and rescued dolphins, was the one without the mask. And I liked it. Would it still be this way when I went back home? Emmeline insisted on us running through the whole thing one more time from the top, with more feeling. My eyes locked with Sky's, and as the song progressed, our bodies moved together. I led, she followed, every push, every pull, every sway and turn. Our bodies never lost touch, and neither did our eyes. Even when I turned her around or spun her, her gaze came right back to mine. We moved as one. When the song ended, Emmeline clapped and offered some suggestions. But I didn't hear a word she said. My lips found Sky's, and I kissed her senseless. A natural response to a dance like that, I'd say. Who could blame me? We pulled apart, and Emmeline chuckled and whispered something to Philippe in French. I understood what they said, but wasn't about to interpret it for Sky. My ears were probably turning red as it was. Then Emmeline put her hands on our shoulders and said,
I think that's enough for tonight. If you bring that kind of intensity and chemistry to the dance on Friday night, you'll win this thing for sure. We'll practice again tomorrow, but I think you two will do just fine. Great work.
Sky and I stopped at the Cabana bar for a cold drink. As we sipped our Mai Tais, her phone rang. It was Dr. Keyes, the marine biologist in charge of Corky. We didn't want to put her on speaker, just in case anyone was listening, so we huddled close, and Sky positioned the phone between our heads. Just minutes ago, we were kissing, dancing, caught up in something bright and breathless. Now her entire body was tense beside mine, coiled like a spring. I ached to reach for her hand, to ground us both, but I didn't dare break her focus.
Dr. Keyes, thank you so much for calling me back. As I mentioned in my message, I think the resort is covering up some environmental concerns, especially with regard to the underwater art gallery and a reef that used to be in that spot. Is there anything you can share about that?
Well, I don't know how much to share without risking my job.
We can keep what you tell us anonymous so they won't know it came from you,
Sky said, and I nodded my agreement.
We'll keep you safe. I promise.
Okay, well, when I heard they wanted to relocate the reef to create the gallery, I made it clear this was a bad idea. But they didn't listen. They actually terminated my contract. But when Corky got injured in the process, they called me again and begged me to come back and oversee her rehab and create a habitat for her on site.
What? Corky got injured because of what the resort was doing?
Yes. I'm not exactly sure how it happened, but they were using heavy equipment which caused underwater shockwaves and flying debris. Corky's buoyancy issues and spinal damage were a direct result of what they were doing, but instead of admitting fault, they used her as an inspiration story to show how they rescue marine life.
I wondered if Corky was a PR stunt, but I never thought they injured her in the first place. That's despicable.
I'm telling you this because I want them to take responsibility for what they're doing and take better care of the environment in the future. But I really don't want to lose my job or my reputation over this.
We promise to keep your name out of it. But if you have any documentation or proof of what you've told us, please send it to me. This has to stop.
Dr. Keyes hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper.
I'll see what I can do, but I can't promise anything.
I felt sick to my stomach, my drink curdling in my gut. The dead coral, beached dolphin, and now a permanently disabled sea turtle turned mascot. How deep did this deception and corruption go? I caught myself clenching my glass so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wanted to pull Sky into my arms, promise her I'd fix it, but how could I fix something I was still a part of? And the bigger question for me, did this kind of thing happen at all the resorts my company had developed? We had hundreds of properties all over the world. What else had been covered up in the name of profits? I had nothing to do with any of these issues, but now I was responsible for cleaning up the mess, and I wasn't even sure I wanted to be associated with the company at all. What if I resigned and washed my hands of this whole mess? They'd either cover it back up or spin it to make me the scapegoat. No, I had to keep going and see this through, no matter how bad it got. When Sky ended the call, she set the phone down a little too hard, rattling the tiny table between us. I'm going to take a walk, get some air, I muttered. I was already standing because if I didn't move, I might shatter.
Mind if I go with you?
She asked, her voice brittle. Fine with me. What I really needed was a second alone to pull myself together, but leaving her felt like a bigger betrayal than anything else. We followed a path that curved along the outer edge of the resort and then up into the hills behind it. A well-worn trail wound through the trees, over a rocky crag, and back down toward the ocean. But instead of following it, we veered off, taking what was probably an animal path through the brush and up another incline. Even though I wanted to be alone, it felt good to have Sky beside me. Her presence was a balm and a blade all at once, steadying me even as she unknowingly sliced into everything I thought I knew. She talked a mile a minute, her anger bubbling up like a shaken bottle ready to blow. I barely heard her words, only the passion and betrayal bleeding through every syllable. God, how had we gone from flirty banter and sultry touches on the dance floor to this? I would give anything to rewind time, to be back under those twinkle lights with her, spinning and falling and catching each other, hearts pounding for different reasons. On the other side of the hill, the area opened up. No more vegetation, just a wasteland of garbage, a dump. I was ready to turn around since this wasn't the scenic path I thought it would be, but Sky stopped me.
Wait a minute. Those crates have the Azoria's logo on them.
We stepped further into the dumping ground. Old construction debris. Piles of partially buried coral, rusting metal, and plastic tubing, probably left over from the relocation. My chest tightened, pressure building behind my ribs like a dam about to burst. Sky got out her phone and snapped photo after photo, her voice shaking with fury.
This wasn't just a mistake. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they buried the evidence.
Pressure built in my head, pounding in my ears and temples, garbage spinning in my vision. I crouched down and held my head in my hands to keep from passing out. How much worse could this get? Sky turned to me, her eyes blazing with rage.
We have to expose them. If we bring this to the press, they'll have to do something about it.
She scrolled on her phone to find a number for the local media. I covered her hand with mine, gently, firmly. Our fingers brushed, sending a jolt through me like always, but this time she barely noticed. It nearly killed me. 1 hour ago, her touch made me feel invincible. Now it made me feel like a ticking time bomb. Wait, we can't just rush into this. This company is huge and probably has tons of lawyers and PR people who can easily spin this to their advantage if given the chance. I lowered my voice, trying to stay calm while my pulse pounded in my ears. If we want this to make a difference and stop them from ever doing something like this again, we have to have all of our evidence in hand before we make a move. Sky's frustration spiked.
What? No, we have to take them down now.
Sky, I'm just as upset about this as you are. Even more so, because I wasn't just fighting for justice. I was fighting for her not to hate me when she found out the truth. But we don't have any physical evidence yet, just stories from anonymous people. We need more than this to bring them down, and we don't want to risk the lives or livelihoods of the people helping us. If we do this wrong, they could all be destroyed.
I guess you have a point. I promised them they wouldn't lose their jobs.
Right, so we need to be very careful with this plan. We want the maximal impact on the company, without collateral damage for the workers and consultants. This is a very delicate situation.
Okay, I'll wait, but promise me we won't let them get away with it.
That I can promise. But even as I said it, my heart cracked a little wider. The promise came easy, but I had a feeling that whatever came next would be anything but. The closer we got to the truth and Sky learning who I really was, the closer I came to the moment I would lose her. She'd look at me like she looked at those crates, like I was the enemy. And this time, no smooth dance step or charming smile would be enough to save me.
Chapter 22. Sky. I slept like the dead after being up all night rescuing the dolphin. But my first thoughts upon waking were about Max and this investigation. We were so close to taking them down, I could taste it. As much as I wanted to call up the biggest news network and blow this thing right out of the water, Max was right. We had to be careful, or they'd get away with everything they'd done, and I couldn't let that happen. Not on my watch. Tillie and Gladys were off doing paddleboard yoga and meditation, and I stopped by Jojo's coffee shop to get a fresh cup of her special brew. Mornin', Jojo. Can you hook me up? Maybe to an IV drip? I just can't get going this morning.
Sure thing.
I don't know how you work such early shifts all the time, even on vacation. It's not natural, and can't be good for a person, can it?
I've always been more of a morning person, and besides, I get all the coffee I need right here.
True. Just smelling the air here makes me feel more awake. I inhaled deeply, savoring the coffee-scented air like it was medicinal. So, do you have plans with Colin today?
Nah, that was fun while it lasted, but I realized there wasn't room in the relationship for me, him, and his ego.
I winced. Gosh, I'm sorry. He seemed like such a nice guy.
He is, and we had a really good time together, but I knew all along that it would be short-lived. I'm fine with it.
She wiped off the counter and gave a shrug.
And I hate to admit this, but dating someone like him really boosted my self-esteem. I guess I needed that.
You could date any man you wanted to, and he'd be lucky to have you even look his way.
I wouldn't have believed it earlier this week, but maybe I do now.
Then it was worth it. And if you ever need a reminder, you let me know. She handed me my coffee in a to-go cup. Thanks. I'm going to take this and sit out in the sunshine. We've only got a few days left. I don't want to waste a minute. Come find me when you're done here, so we can do something together.
You got it.
I sat outside sipping my coffee, staring at the ocean and ruminating about all we'd uncovered and how we could use it to destroy that monstrous company. I gripped my cup so tightly I could have crushed it. Max dropped into the seat beside me, eyeing my white-knuckled grip on the cup.
Hey, what did that cup ever do to you?
Good morning, Max, I muttered, less than enthusiastically.
You still mad at me?
Mad? I wouldn't call it mad. Frustrated, yes, but not mad. I glanced at him over the rim of my cup, then sighed. The more I think about it, the more I know you're right. We have to do this just right, or it'll all get buried again, and I can't let that happen.
Do you trust me to come up with a plan? I know how these businesses work and how to bring them to their knees. I just need a little more time to put all the pieces together and gather the hard evidence that they've kept hidden. It will happen. We just need to be a little patient, okay?
Okay. I trust you. As I said the words, I knew it was true. I didn't trust easily, but I trusted Max as much as my family or closest friends. And that was saying a lot, especially since I'd only known him 5 days. He sat in the chair next to mine, with his own cup of coffee and a plate of pastries to share.
I didn't know what you liked, so I picked one of each from the pastry table.
I picked an almond croissant and took a bite. Delicious. Thanks for thinking of this.
No problem.
He shrugged and leaned back, his arm brushing mine.
So, Sky? You mentioned before that you were trying to stop a resort from being built in your hometown?
Yeah, I was opposed to it before I came here. But now, knowing all the ways this company operates, I really don't want them anywhere near Moonlit Lake. Max pursed his lips and studied his steaming cup for a moment.
If you were in charge of planning that new resort, what would you do to make it a true eco-resort?
Had I hit my head last night? Was I dreaming? Was I in some alternate universe? Or did I finally manifest a man who listens and actually cares about sustainable architecture? Maybe unicorns really do exist. Tilting my head, I squinted at him. He wasn't smirking or teasing, just watching me with a quiet, steady intensity, like my answer actually mattered. His brows were slightly drawn, eyes locked on mine, as if he was bracing for something honest and maybe a little uncomfortable. He cradled his coffee between both hands, but didn't drink it, just sat there absorbing the silence like it was part of the question. There was no trace of sarcasm, no deflection, just a guy, sitting across from me, asking what I'd do to make the world better. Surely I'd misheard. Maybe what he really wanted to know was what kind of drink I'd recommend, or if I preferred my donuts with chocolate or cream filling. Because there's no way an actual man was asking me, a woman who'd spent her career screaming into the environmental void, what I'd do differently if I were in charge. I cleared my throat. You really want to know?
Well, yeah. Unless you'd rather talk about your donut preferences.
Oops. I must have said all that out loud. And dang. He really was listening. Okay, I know it sounds silly, I said, pulling apart my croissant. but I've always imagined designing a place that works with nature instead of against it. Somewhere people could stay and feel like they were a part of something good, not just consuming it.
It doesn't sound silly at all.
Max said, leaning forward in his chair.
Actually, it sounds amazing, like something the world needs more of.
His voice was quiet, sincere. No teasing, no posturing, just supportive. I wasn't used to that. It caught me off guard, made me lose my train of thought for a moment. I cleared my throat. To do this right, there are so many things to consider. I wouldn't have it be such a huge place as this. You can't build a huge hotel with hundreds of rooms and call it eco-friendly. I would design smaller cabins or villas, so you can keep the trees and build around what is there, rather than clearing out what makes the place beautiful. Max held a hand up to interject.
I'm trying to be devil's advocate here, so don't shoot me. But how would the resort make a profit in a bunch of smaller buildings as opposed to a large hotel?
You market it as an elite and luxury experience while still lowering the environmental impact. People will pay more for this kind of experience. You wouldn't need as many rooms when your construction costs are lower and your prices are higher. But you're right. It won't be as profitable as a huge hotel. But what are you valuing more, profit or the environment?
Okay, I see what you're saying. What else?
He didn't laugh, didn't nod politely and change the subject. He wanted to know more. Honestly, most guys would have either glazed over or told me I was cute when I got all eco-weird. But Max? He listened, asked questions. He cared. It was unsettling. In a good way. Like maybe love didn't have to come with a side of compromise and self-erasure? Love? Where had that word come from? I shoved the thought aside before it could get too comfortable. Probably just the pastry talking. We'd need to use sustainable materials, I said. Like reclaimed wood, recycled steel and metal, straw bales, hempcrete, and cork, as well as locally sourced materials like rammed earth and mud brick, along with green roofs and plant-based insulation. Max started taking notes on his phone, writing down all my ideas. I was stunned. Are you actually taking notes?
Yeah, this is gold. You obviously know what you're talking about. I feel like I'm in a master class or something. I don't want to miss a thing. You don't mind, do you?
Knock yourself out. I continued on, talking about green sources of energy, water conservation, wildlife protection, and other aspects of sustainable design. I still couldn't believe he was so interested. Most of the people I talked to about this, outside of work, just glazed over and tuned me out. Or changed the subject to something else, like the state of the Twins' bullpen.
So, you said you've been protesting this resort and doing everything in your power to stop it, and that was before you even knew about all these environmental concerns.
He turned slightly toward me, brows knit in genuine interest.
What was so special about this property that you fought so hard to protect? Is there something in particular that you wanted to save?
The whole property is amazing, but my favorite thing is a meadow that is filled with a plant called lunaria, also known as silver dollar plant or honesty plant. Tillie taught me about it when I was young. I thought it was cool because the seed pods dry into round, flat, silvery pods that look like silver dollars. I traced a circle on the table with my fingertip, picturing the iridescent coins in my mind. Anyway, when I was 10, there was an incident at school. I found out the school was planning to drain a pond full of frogs and dragonflies to build a new running track. My science teacher, Mr. Bradford, encouraged me to speak out for what was right. So I organized a protest, my very first one. I recruited my classmates to make signs about saving the frogs. I even researched and created a full presentation to bring to the principal of why it was important to preserve the pond, the educational value and all that. I glanced over at Max. He was watching me closely. No hint of judgment, just quiet focus, like I was saying something that mattered. That small gesture gave me the courage to keep going. But instead of backing me up, Mr. Bradford turned my presentation over to the principal as evidence of rebellion. I got suspended for disrupting school operations. I was devastated. I'd trusted him. I later found out the administration had pressured him to shut it down or risk losing his job. So, he folded. I gave a small, bitter shrug. That's when I learned a hard lesson. People might say they support you, but when push comes to shove, they protect themselves first. And most people, they say they want change, until it costs them something.
That's terrible. But that was the beginning of your environmental crusade, huh?
He traced the rim of his coffee cup, his gaze fixed on me. Yeah, but I was devastated that someone I trusted would betray me like that. I ran out into the woods to be alone and came upon this magical meadow. It was filled with lunaria, and in the moonlight, it glowed silver, and the silver dollars tinkled in the breeze like wind chimes. I sat in that meadow for hours, running my fingers over the delicate seed pods, listening to them tinkle in the wind like tiny wind chimes. It was the first time I felt peace after he turned me in. I blinked up at the sky, chasing away the sting in my eyes before it turned into tears. I made myself a promise that night that I would always tell the truth, even when it was hard. I would fight for what was right, because someone had to, and I would never, ever let myself be fooled by some shiny object or person. Max shifted in his seat, opened his mouth like he might say something, then shut it again, his brows drawn tight. The sun had shifted during my story, and a nearby cabana cast a shadow over his face, but what I could see was set in hard lines. He wasn't typing on his phone anymore, just gripping it with bone-white knuckles, his entire posture gone still. He looked more uncomfortable than before, and maybe even a little guilty. When I told Tillie about the magical meadow I discovered, she said that lunaria, like honesty, shines brightest in the darkest nights. When hope seems to fade, honesty will reflect the light. I wrapped both hands around my coffee cup and looked out at the ocean, letting the words hang in the space between us. I realized that even though some people lie and deceive, the truth is always there waiting to be seen, like lunaria shimmering in the dark. And just like that meadow, it deserves to be protected. Max bit his lip and tore his napkin to shreds.
That's a beautiful story. I bet that meadow is a sight to behold.
During the day, it looks like any other wildflower field, but at night... I smiled softly and nudged his knee with mine. It's otherworldly, like the blue lagoon we kayaked through. Maybe I can show it to you someday. Max's expression flickered. He looked almost pained, but he gave a tight nod.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
A chill crept in beneath my optimism. Was he already pulling away? Preparing for goodbye while I was still dreaming of forever? I hadn't planned on falling for anyone. Not here, not now. But Max? I'd fallen. Hard. And I couldn't imagine walking away from him like this didn't mean something. We had to figure out a way for us to be together. I just hoped he wanted that too. And if he didn't, I wasn't sure my heart could take it.
Chapter 23. Max. I was pond scum. And not just pond scum. I was pond scum in a polluted pond. No, I was the scum beneath the pollution. If that was even a thing, hearing how much Sky valued honesty and that she trusted me made my chest ache. What was I doing? She would be devastated when she found out the truth. Not just angry, betrayed. Just like when she was a kid. She deserved so much better than this. Better than me. And yet, she was the most amazing woman I'd ever met. She challenged me, inspired me, made me want to be the kind of man she believed I already was. I didn't want to lose her, but after all my lies and deception, that felt inevitable. Her ideas for the Moonlit Lake Resort were brilliant. The kind of forward-thinking innovation I wished our board had the guts to consider, but they'd never go for it, not with a smaller profit margin. And money was the only language the board understood. There had to be a way to make it work, though. I just needed time to do the research and put together a case they couldn't ignore. Too bad time was the one thing I didn't have. The board was breathing down my neck, demanding progress on the new resort and proof that I could carry on my father's legacy, a legacy I was starting to think needed to be dismantled, not honored. Which brought up the biggest question. How could I expose the damage we'd caused and still hold on to enough power to make it right? The theme song from Mission Impossible played in my head. Maybe I was deluding myself to think I could pull this off. But I had to try. I paced the suite, my thoughts racing. As much as I'd been dreading it, I had to talk to Dante and find out what he knew. I stared at the phone in my hand, then hit call. Dante answered, his voice smooth but clipped.
Hey, Max. About time you checked in. I was beginning to wonder if you were eaten by sharks or something.
I wasn't in the mood for small talk. What do you know about the reef destruction and Corky?
I don't know what reef you're talking about, but Corky has been a great mascot. Great for our image. People love her.
He was deflecting, which meant he knew. Cut the crap, Dante. I know the company was advised not to touch the reef. I know we buried documents, bribed officials, and manipulated people just to build that stupid underwater art gallery.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on there, Max. Those are some serious allegations. I'd consider the implications carefully if I were you.
You knew about this, didn't you? Were you part of the cover-up?
What difference does it make? It's just part of the business. Resort development is complicated. Not everything is black and white. And it's not unicorns and rainbows either.
I sank onto the edge of the bed and ran my hand through my hair. Dante was in on this. I could feel it. But I had to know more. Did you know about the reef relocation before it happened?
Why does it matter? It's in the past. Let it go.
Because it was illegal and wrong in so many ways. Then we covered it up and called it an eco-resort. It's disgusting. I'm ashamed to be a Castellan.
You can come off your high horse any time. I know you've been playing tourist all week, cozying up to our biggest protester.
So he'd been spying on me. I should have known.
Obviously, she's poisoned you against us, against your own company.
Dante chuckled smugly, his voice dripping with condescension.
She's got some serious mojo. I'll give her that. I never expected you to fall for it, though. The great Max Castellan, whipped by some barefoot activist, whispering sweet nothings about sustainability. I mean, I've seen women wrap men around their fingers before. But you? You're practically gift-wrapped.
Watch it, Dante. I am still your boss, remember?
For now. The board has called an emergency meeting for tomorrow, right after Phelps gets back from Malama Kai.
My stomach dropped. Dante paused for dramatic effect, then sneered, his voice razor sharp.
I'd rethink my priorities if I were you. If you were smart, you'd drop this little self-righteous witch hunt before you take yourself down with it. This company is much bigger than you. Don't forget that.
The line went dead. A chill ran down my spine. Dante, my closest friend and advisor, the guy I trusted with everything, was not who I thought he was. He'd been playing me. It was possible working with my father had corrupted him. But maybe he'd always been like that, and I was just too blind to see it. At least I knew. And I also knew about tomorrow's board meeting. My deadline had been set. I had less than 24 hours to gather my evidence, build a plan, and figure out how to blow this thing open without taking myself and Sky with it. Because if I failed, I wouldn't just lose my job. I'd lose everything.
Chapter 24. Sky. I pulled out all my dresses. None of them were right. I don't know what to wear, Jojo. I've already worn all the sundresses I packed. This afternoon, we had our last dance practice before our big show tomorrow. We nailed it, though I don't know if it would ever be perfect enough for our teachers. As we left the pavilion, Max pulled me aside and asked me on a special dinner date tonight. He had a surprise for me. Jojo peeked over my shoulder and rolled her eyes.
Max won't care if he's already seen you wearing one of these.
I know, but he said this date would be special. I want to look my best.
He already looks at you like you're a rare, endangered species he'd chain himself to a tree for. I really don't think you need to worry. You could be wearing a poncho made out of recycled grocery bags, and he'd still look at you like you personally handcrafted the stars.
I sighed dreamily. Max did look at me like that, and it made me weak in the knees. Every time.
Here. I packed more sundresses than I needed. You can wear one of mine if you want.
She pulled a few out of the closet.
This one will look amazing on you.
It was a flowy sundress painted in all the colors of the sunset. It was gorgeous. You don't think it's too much? I don't want to blend in with the sky.
Honey, if you're wearing this dress, he won't even notice the sun going down.
I took the dress and hurried to try it on. It fit like it was made for me.
You've got to wear that. It looks amazing on you. You might need to resuscitate him when he sees you in it, though.
She gave me a saucy look.
Not that that would be a bad thing.
I tossed a pillow at her. Guess I'll have to take my chances. When Max arrived at our door, I was pleasantly surprised he was no longer in his usual board shorts, t-shirt, and backwards ball cap. Instead, he wore a white short-sleeved linen shirt and tan shorts. And when he saw me, the smoldering expression on his face made me forget how to breathe. No one had ever looked at me like that before. Either that, or this dress was way tighter than I realized, which was entirely possible. I tugged on Jojo's dress to be sure. Nope, not the dress. Max was still staring at me like he was spellbound. His mouth opened like he wanted to say something to me, but nothing came out. Jojo broke the spell by asking him a question.
Hey, Max, so what do you have planned for our girl tonight?
Oh, we're going on a sunset cruise. We'll have dinner on the boat.
Tillie clasped her hands together, beaming.
Oh, doesn't that sound romantic, Gladys? Young, in love, and setting sail into the sunset. It's like something out of a romance novel.
Gladys snorted.
Yeah, it's adorable, but more importantly, Sky, honey, since you're on a boat, if he makes a wrong move or doesn't show you a good time, you can always throw him overboard. Very convenient, and, she zipped her lips closed, we'd never tell.
Max chuckled, looking far too entertained as my face heated to a temperature rivaling a mid-August bonfire. All right, time to go. I grabbed his arm, steering him toward the door before Tillie could start narrating our love story in real time. As the door swung shut behind us, I heard Tillie sigh dramatically.
Ah, young love just melts my heart.
Gladys, not missing a beat, added,
Mine too. Now, do you think the concierge would have some long-distance binoculars we could borrow?
Max turned to me with a grin.
So, should I be worried about them hiring a private investigator to spy on us?
I groaned. Nah, they wouldn't hire it out. They wouldn't want to miss out on all the fun. I waved a hand toward the bungalow behind us, where the curtains were definitely twitching. But if we see a boat following a little too close behind us, we should probably take evasive action. When Max said we were going on a sunset cruise, I figured we'd be with a large group on one of the resort's cruise boats. Nope. He arranged for a private sailboat, just for us. A friend back home had a sailboat on Moonlit Lake. We'd go for rides every summer. It was the kind of boat we had to shift sides and lean to keep it upright. Nothing fancy, but it was a lot of fun. This sailboat made that one look like a tub toy. It had to be at least 50 feet long and had a full cabin and staff. The captain greeted Max.
Good evening, sir. The weather is perfect for our sail this evening. We can set sail whenever you're ready. The chef will serve your first course in about 30 minutes as requested.
Thank you, Captain Hale. We'll head up to the bow for the best view.
The captain nodded and went to work. Max held my hand and led me around the edge of the boat to the front, where we sat on cushioned seats. The sail unfurled with a crisp snap, catching the evening breeze like it had been waiting all day for this exact moment. It billowed out, smooth and white, against the soft gold of the setting sun, the ropes creaking as the wind filled it, tugging the boat forward with an effortless grace. I felt the shift beneath my feet, the gentle lurch as the sailboat responded, as if it, too, was eager to glide across the open water. The air changed, carrying the scent of salt and adventure, the breeze lifting the loose tendrils of my hair and brushing cool against my skin. The boat cut through the waves, smooth as a whisper, and for the first time in days, I let myself feel it, this weightless, untethered kind of freedom. Max put his arm around me, holding me close, anchoring me to him as if to keep me from blowing away. I leaned into him, feeling the rightness of this moment when everything was as it should be. The sun was just starting to set when dinner was served to us on the aft deck, in the back of the boat. A table had been set with fancy dishes and linen tablecloths, fastened with clips to the legs of the table. The glasses were weighted on the bottom to keep them from tipping. But we were in smooth waters now, not feeling a single wave. A waiter served us champagne and appetizers on silver serving dishes. The first course included mango and avocado ceviche, served in a coconut shell, and chilled papaya and ginger soup, garnished with edible flowers. Everything was vegetarian. We never really talked about that, but Max had apparently paid attention to what I ate and didn't eat. I took a bite of the ceviche, and the blend of fruits and citrus-marinated vegetables burst with flavor in my mouth. The soup was velvety smooth and absolutely delicious. Max, this is amazing. I looked out at the horizon, now painted in vibrant reds, oranges, pinks, and purples and reflecting on the waves. It was truly paradise. I don't know how you arranged all this, but I'm impressed. And this food is to die for.
Anything that makes you smile like that is worth it.
I never would have guessed the self-absorbed jerk that ran into me in the lobby and spilled coconut drinks all over me without a second glance would turn out to be such a thoughtful, swoon-worthy romantic mastermind. I tilted my head with a teasing smile, lifting my glass in mock salute. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a completely different guy. He cringed, or it might have been a flinch, but then he laughed it off.
Yeah, not my best first impression. I'm glad Tillie kept throwing us together, or you'd have never given me a chance.
As annoying as Tillie can be, she sure has a gift for matchmaking.
She's done this before?
All the time. She brought my parents together, and most of my siblings now too. Her record is impeccable.
Then I'm glad I was here for her to match.
He laughed.
I can't believe I'm saying this after what she put me through with that pageant, but for you, Sky, I'd even endure that humiliation again.
My fork froze halfway to my mouth. For a moment, the air shifted, like his words had cracked open something tender inside me I hadn't meant to expose. He'd said it so easily, like it wasn't a big deal, like I was someone worth making a fool of himself for. And somehow, that mattered more than any of the lavish gestures or swoony lines, more than any of the stolen glances across a dance floor or the kisses that left me breathless. Because this, his willingness to be real with me, meant more than all of it. When we'd finished our main course, lemongrass grilled portobello mushrooms with a coconut lime sauce over jasmine rice, I looked over my champagne glass at Max. Okay. We've done mysterious, romantic, and painfully attractive. Now it's time to get weird. Tell me something embarrassing. No backing out. He rubbed the back of his neck and looked sheepish in a way that made me want to scoop it up and bottle it.
All right, but you have to swear you won't tell anyone. When I was in college, I adopted a bonsai tree. His name was Brad.
I blinked and then sputtered a laugh. Brad? Brad the bonsai?
Yeah, I talked to him, like really talked. Full-on life updates, emotional unloading, existential crises.
Wow. And what did Brad say back? Max shrugged.
Judgy silence, but I think he meant well.
He looked embarrassed and adorable, which was deeply unfair.
So, yeah.
Max finished with a sheepish shrug.
Brad, the bonsai, was my emotional support shrub.
That might be the nerdiest, most endearing confession I've ever heard. I laughed, genuinely laughed, and leaned my elbows onto the table. Okay, your turn to be smug. I'll match your embarrassing plant story. Max raised an eyebrow.
You have one too?
I sighed dramatically. When I was about 7, I got banned from the local hardware store for, brace yourself, plant cuddling. He almost choked on his water.
Plant cuddling?
Yes, I said with faux dignity. It started innocently. I was going down the greenhouse aisle, and I saw this poor little pothos that was clearly unloved and wilting. So I gave it a hug. He snorted.
You hugged the plant. I can clearly imagine you doing that.
And then a few more. Okay, all of them. Apparently, it made customers uncomfortable to see a child affectionately embracing the begonias. Max burst into laughter.
You were the neighborhood plant whisperer, with boundary issues.
I was expressing empathy, I protested. Plants can feel stress, you know. He was still laughing.
You're lucky you didn't get reported to the floral authorities.
The store is the one that should have been reported. Those plants were neglected and abused. I leaned back, pretending to be offended. And instead of being grateful that I was helping their plants perk up, they banned me for a month. I had to send my little brother in with a list and specific instructions. Talk to the ferns with cheerful energy, and gently stroke the leaves of the peace lily, but don't let Mr. Jones see you. Max wiped a tear from his eye.
Sky Rhodes, plant hugger and professional emotional support for foliage. Suddenly, your whole vibe makes perfect sense.
I raised my glass. To Brad, the bonsai, and aisle 9 of Lakeside Hardware. May they never meet. The jealousy would be unbearable. He clinked his glass against mine.
And may no one ever doubt our unwavering commitment to emotionally complex greenery.
Max set his napkin aside and pushed his chair away from the table.
How about we move around a little to help burn off all this food?
The sun had completely set, and the sky was getting darker by the minute. He led me around the front of the boat and up a ladder to the upper deck, where a telescope was waiting for us.
I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to do a little stargazing.
You remembered. I figured he'd forgotten looking at the stars on our beach walk that first night.
Of course I did.
His voice was soft. We sat on cushions under the telescope and take turns looking at stars, the moon, the Milky Way. Then we just lay back on the cushions side by side looking at the vast universe above us. I'd never felt so comfortable with anyone other than my twin brother, and he didn't count. With Max, I felt completely myself and at peace. He was everything I didn't know I wanted, but now didn't know how I could ever live without. I laced my fingers with his. I wanted to tell him that I loved him. The words were right on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't know how he felt, and still sensed there was something he wasn't telling me. Maybe this was just a fling to him. Max had gotten quiet, and for the first time, the silence felt heavy. Max? Is something wrong? It seems like you're holding something back. Even if it's bad, I want to know. If you have a wife and kids back home, now is the time to come clean. I'll throw you overboard, but at least your conscience will be clear. He chuckled weakly and ran a hand through his hair.
No, I'm not married, nor do I have any kids.
He hesitated and took a deep breath, then squeezed my hand.
I just didn't want my problems to ruin our date. I'm sorry.
You didn't ruin anything. I care about you and want to know what is bringing you down like this. Tell me what's going on. He looked away for a long moment, then finally met my eyes.
I found out today that the person I trusted most in the world betrayed me. I met Dante during my first week of college.
We had a lot of classes together, both interested in business. We became inseparable. I'd always struggled to trust people because they usually wanted something from me, but Dante wasn't like that. He was loyal, a brother.
Max seemed to get choked up at that. I brought our clasped hands to my mouth and kissed the back of his, hoping it would encourage him to continue.
I would bring Dante home with me on holidays, and when we graduated, I got him a job in my family business. Most of the time we worked in different departments, but recently he became my assistant. We were working together constantly. Besides my mom, he was the one person I trusted completely.
He let out a ragged breath and stared up at the stars like they might offer answers.
Today I found out he's been using me all along.
Oh, Max, I'm so sorry.
I can't believe I trusted him with everything, and he's been playing me for years. How could I have been so blind?
My heart broke. I didn't know the whole story, but it was obvious that this wasn't the first time Max had been used or betrayed. He already told me he didn't trust easily. No wonder he held himself back. Realization dawned on me. He's been expecting me to be like everyone else too. If he didn't let me in, I couldn't betray him. Ocean waves lapped against the side of the boat in a gentle rhythm. I turned on my side and grasped Max's face between my hands to force him to look at me. Not everyone is using you, Max. I'm not. He swallowed hard, looking like he wanted to believe me, but didn't know how. Words I'd been holding back all night came bursting out. I love you, and no matter what happens, I'll always have your back. Max just stared at me, as if the words physically punched him. Then, suddenly, he pulled me into a fierce, almost desperate kiss. More than just a kiss, it was a lifeline, slow, deep, and raw with emotion. He held on to me like I was the only thing keeping him from drowning, like breathing me in was the only way to stay afloat. His love poured through every touch, every kiss, every breath. It didn't need words, it just was. I felt it echoing in me, answering the part of my heart that had already chosen him. But he didn't say it back. My breath caught, but I didn't pull away. Okay. Not exactly the response I was hoping for. But hey, not everyone blurts out life-altering declarations under the stars after grilled mushrooms and emotional trauma. Just because I was ready to say the words didn't mean he had to be. The guy did just plan the most romantic date in the history of ever. So yeah, I'd cut him some slack. Besides, if that kiss was any indication, his heart was definitely in the conversation, even if the words bailed on him. And that was enough. For now. No matter what happened, we'd always have tonight. A night written in stars, anchored in truth. And I'd remember it for the rest of my life.
Chapter 25. Max. Standing on the balcony of my suite, I stared at the dark ocean with waves crashing endlessly on the shore. Every moment of my date with Sky on the sailboat replayed on an endless loop in my mind. She said she loved me. I wanted to say it back to her, and I almost had, but how could I? I wasn't just Max the surfer dude, as she called me. I was the CEO of the company she despised. Gripping the railing, the weight of the truth pressed down on me. I finally found a woman who loved me for me, not my money, not my name, not my position. And the second she found out who I really was, I'd lose her. She valued honesty above all else, and I'd been lying to her from the start. I hated myself for that. But what choice did I have? More than any other person in my life at that moment, I trusted Sky. But ironically, when she found out I lied to her, she'd never trust me again. Our investigation was about to upend my entire life, my company, and my future. And she didn't even know. I felt like such a walking cautionary tale, the guy who managed to catfish himself. Inside my suite, I paced like a man about to go to war. Then I grabbed my laptop and started planning my strategy. The board thought they could control me, and Dante thought he had the upper hand. They were wrong. I stayed up most of the night mapping out exactly how to handle this crisis. We needed to expose the cover-ups, airing it all out, even if it was ugly. That way, we would control the narrative rather than letting it destroy us. We admit our mistakes, but at the same time offer a solution and a new path moving forward. The next step was to announce a restructuring of the company with the focus on truly helping the environment and becoming a leader in eco-vacations. Part of this would include revamping the plans for the Moonlight Lake Resort to make it the first true eco-resort. If the board didn't back my plan, I'd go public with all I'd discovered and the company would be doomed. For the first time, I felt empowered and in control. If it didn't work, if my career went down in flames, at least I was the one lighting the match. The one thought that kept haunting me, though. If I pulled this off, I'd still lose Sky. She might love me now, but she'd hate me tomorrow. The next morning, I popped onto the video call from my suite to crash the board meeting. The looks on their faces when I popped onto the screen, priceless. The surprised expressions of the board members were one thing, but when Dante shifted from smug to alarmed, I wanted to stick my tongue out at him. I didn't, but I would have liked to. Dante quickly mastered his shock and said coolly,
"Max, what a surprise. I didn't think you'd be joining us."
I leaned back in my chair, my voice calm but lethal. "Yeah, I figured I'd save you the trouble of planning my funeral behind my back." The board was caught off guard. Several members cleared their throats and shifted uncomfortably. There was no sense beating around the bush. I dove right in with what I came to say. You may or may not know that I've spent the last week at the Azoria, undercover to experience our resort as a guest. I never expected to uncover an egregious scandal. I steepled my fingers, letting the silence stretch. I know about the reef destruction, the bribery, the cover-ups, and I know you plan to get rid of me to make sure the truth never came out. A mix of fear and outrage appeared on their faces, and many began to argue in low, hissed whispers behind hands and fanned paper. I've done the research, gotten proof of all that has happened and who was involved, so let's cut the crap. Here's what's going to happen next. I outlined my plan for going public with everything that happened, while revealing our plans for restructuring the company, repairing the damage we'd caused, and embracing a new direction. Chaos ensued with everyone speaking at once.
You can't be serious.
That's impossible. We'll be ruined. You think you can flip the entire business model overnight? That's preposterous.
What will the shareholders say? They'll never accept this.
I let their outrage crash over me like a wave, unmoved. They will, because if they don't, this company is dead in the water. I folded my hands on the desk in front of me, my expression steady, measured. Let me make this perfectly clear. This information is going public, with or without your approval. The only choice you have now is whether to stand beside me while we take responsibility and rebuild, or scramble in the wreckage after I burn it all down. Silence fell like a hammer. A few mouths still hung open. I'm offering you the chance to get ahead of this, to own the story. We release a full public statement, take accountability, and unveil our plan for sustainable reform. If we do that, we can rebuild trust. If you refuse, I leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with each of them in turn. Then I'll leak everything I've uncovered and let the press, the courts, and the public decide what happens next. Either way, the truth is coming out. I saw the moment realization dawned. Panic flickered. Resistance collapsed into grim calculation. I hold all the cards, I said, voice steady. Your only decision now is whether we play this hand together or fold. The room went still, but Dante? He was just getting started. Dante was livid, his face completely red. Someone should have checked his blood pressure because he looked like he was headed for a stroke.
I can't believe you're throwing away everything your father built. And all this for a tree hugger?
My voice remained calm but deadly. No, Dante, I'm not destroying my father's company. I'm cleaning up his mess, and doing so is the only way to save it.
I arched a brow, daring him to keep pushing. Unless you'd rather burn it to the ground? More murmurs from the board. I leaned forward and looked directly into the camera. You think you can replace me? Go ahead. But good luck explaining to the world why your CEO resigned the same day the biggest scandal in company history broke. Silence. You have 24 hours to decide. I closed the laptop with a quiet finality, the kind of click that echoed like a gavel slamming down in a courtroom. Decision made. I logged off, knowing the board didn't have a choice but to go along with my plan. My adrenaline rush didn't last long, because now I had no choice but to tell Sky the truth. After our dance, I'd tell her tonight and pray that my feelings would speak louder than my secrets. If I told her now, the only caliente passion on that dance floor would be her rage. She'd stomp on my feet in rhythm, then drop kick me into the ocean before the final dip. So yeah, after the dance. Because if I pulled off this plan, maybe, just maybe, I could save the company. And still be the man Sky believed I was. And maybe I'd get to hold on to the one thing that mattered most, her.
Chapter 26. Sky. My dreams were so magical I didn't want to wake up. Max and I on a sailboat, his arm around me as we watched the sun set over the water. Waves crashing all around us. Waiters served us a gourmet dinner. And then we stargazed on the upper deck. At least until we gave that all up to make out. And I told him I loved him. My eyes flew open, and I bolted upright in bed as the realization hit me. This wasn't a dream. It really happened. The most amazing night of my life. I sighed and fell back against my pillow, a blissful grin on my face. Max was everything I'd ever dreamed of, and never even knew I wanted. He was sweet, thoughtful, smart, romantic, and really cared about what mattered to me. And when I confessed my feelings, he kissed me like I was the most precious thing in his world. But he didn't say it back. Not in words, anyway. He was probably just not ready. We'd only known each other for a week. Or maybe he was afraid of what would happen after this trip. I was dying to ask him, to talk it out, and find out what he was thinking and feeling. But I also didn't want to ruin our last night together. Still stuck in my thoughts, I found Jojo at the poolside breakfast area. I grabbed some breakfast and sat down next to her.
Well, how was your date?
Only the most incredible night of my life. I can't even begin to describe it. Max is... I bit my lip and picked apart my croissant. I'm in love with him.
Well, duh. You're practically joined at the hip, and you look at him like he personally invented sunsets.
She sipped her coffee like she already knew how this story ended.
So what's the problem?
I sighed heavily. I don't know what happens next. I live in Minnesota, and he lives in Chicago. And I have no idea how he feels. Maybe I'm just a vacation fling to him. I swirled my spoon through my yogurt, avoiding her eyes. He's so guarded, Jojo. It's like he wants to let me in, but stops himself for some reason. Jojo smirked over her coffee.
So, what you're saying is, you snagged this hot, mysterious guy who takes you on the most amazing dates known to man, kisses you until you forget your own name, and looks at you like you hung the moon, and your biggest problem is that he hasn't shared his feelings? Sounds rough. Tragic, in fact. Someone call the romance police.
I tossed my napkin at her. I'm serious. Jojo set down her fork and leveled me with a look.
Then ask him, Sky. Don't dance around it, no pun intended. If you want it to be real and lasting, you need to know if he does too.
You're right. I'll talk to him tonight after the dance. I don't want to do it before, just in case his answer is no.
If he says no, he's an idiot and doesn't deserve you.
This was why Jojo had been my friend for so many years. She always had my back.
Hey, they don't need me at the coffee shop anymore. How about we spend the afternoon at the infinity pool drinking fruity drinks together? I can't believe we go home tomorrow. This week just flew by.
Of course it did. You worked the entire time we were here.
Well, not anymore. Let's soak up a little more tropical sun to take home with us.
Jojo and I were lounging in hammocks that hung over the water when Tillie appeared at my side. Excitement brimmed in her eyes, which usually meant I was either about to be delighted or slightly terrified. "Hey, Tillie, what's up?"
Oh, Sky, I have a surprise for you and you're gonna love it.
"What did you do, Tillie? Don't tell me you entered me in a pageant. I put my foot down."
No, silly, nothing like that.
She scoffed, like I was crazy for even suggesting such a thing.
I assumed you didn't have a costume for the big dance tonight since you had to borrow a dress from Jojo for your date last night.
Shoot, how could I have forgotten about that? What am I going to do? I smacked the heel of my hand to my forehead, wincing as if I could knock the forgetfulness right out of my brain.
Well, it just so happens your fairy godmother Tillie is on top of it. My new friend Carissa, the event planner, owed me a favor for volunteering to judge the pageant. Not that I needed anything in return for that.
She winked.
I asked her if she could help me find you a smashing dress for the show tonight. And let me tell you, what we found is a showstopper.
A few hours later, as I was getting ready, my nerves started firing up again. I hadn't heard from Max all day. Was he avoiding me? I texted him. "Still alive? Or did you run off to become a beach hermit?" He replied instantly.
Still alive. Hermiting sounds tempting. Just had some stuff to deal with today. See you tonight.
I stared at the screen, my heart twisting. Stuff? What stuff? What was he dealing with? Was it about us? I tried to shake it off and focus on getting in the right mindset for our competition. Tonight was the show we'd been working toward all week. Our big dance, and our last night together. The dress Tillie found was a stunning deep red, embellished with sequins, making it sparkle as I moved. It would look dazzling under the lights, with the skirt swirling around my legs. "Thanks, Tillie. I don't know how I'll ever repay you for all you do for me." She shrugged with a coy grin.
You can always name your first child after me.
I shook my head at her and rolled my eyes. Always the matchmaker. Though if she could work her magic to keep Max and me together, I might have to take her up on that. Max was meeting me at the pavilion. I thought it was odd that he wouldn't want to escort me there himself, but at least I had my friends to give me a pep talk along the way, as I tried to turn back around only 100 times in the short walk. I could just hide in my room for the rest of the night. Jojo looped her arm through mine and pulled me forward like she was dragging me into battle.
Come on, Sky. You and Max have been rehearsing all week for this. Even your instructors said you were ready. You've got this.
Got this was debatable. What I had was a stomach full of butterflies and a very real fear of tripping over my own feet and taking Max down with me.
Just focus in on Max. It's just you and him. Let the magic happening between the two of you do all the work.
I smiled, but it was the kind of smile you give before jumping out of a plane. Terrified, mildly nauseous, but trying to act cool about it. As we approached the dance pavilion, I took in one last steadying breath and scanned the crowd for Max. When I finally found him, my legs suddenly forgot how to walk, and I stumbled in my heels. He was dressed in a designer suit, looking ridiculously handsome, like he stepped off the cover of a magazine. But it wasn't the suit that got me. It was the way he looked at me. The rest of the world vanished, and every doubt, every fear, melted under the heat of that gaze. He tipped his head, and his eyes asked if I was okay. Then he reached for my hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. He had me. I felt how deeply he cared about me. Even if I never heard the words, I knew deep within me that it was true. I could trust our connection. I could trust him. I took another deep breath and allowed him to lead. When the time came for our dance, the announcer called our names.
Our last couple of the night is Sky and Max. They will be bringing the heat, dancing the salsa to wrap up our Caliente Nights competition.
Max led me to the center of the stage. The cheering crowd disappeared as soon as we assumed the position and our eyes met.
It's just you and me, Sky. Only us.
The music started, a slow, pulsing beat that thrummed through my veins like anticipation itself. Max's dark eyes locked onto mine, a silent challenge sparking between us. This wasn't just a dance anymore. It was something deeper, something charged, something dangerous. Then, the tempo picked up, and Max stepped forward, pulling me to his chest, his grip warm, firm, commanding. He spun me out, then reeled me back in so fast I barely had time to catch my breath before my palm landed flat against his chest, the heat of him burning through his shirt. Focus, Sky. It's just a dance, I told myself. But the way he looked at me, like I was the only thing in the world worth watching, that was anything but casual. We moved together, our steps perfectly in sync, as if we'd been dancing for years instead of just a handful of rehearsals. The rhythm was intoxicating, pulling us closer, our bodies moving as one, his hands guiding me, my body responding without thought. A sharp turn, a twist. Then he dipped me low, his arms strong at my back, supporting me effortlessly. The world tilted, but I didn't care. Not when his face was inches from mine, his breath mingling with mine, his smirk smug, knowing.
Still think you're not a dancer?
Max murmured, his voice rough with amusement. Shut up and dance, I shot back, but my pulse was hammering, and we both knew it had nothing to do with exertion. The music swelled, and Max took it up a notch, spinning me into another turn before yanking me back against him, my body molding to his, my heartbeat matching the frantic rhythm of the song. His hand slid down my back, fingers trailing fire along my spine. I should have been thinking about the steps, about the audience watching us, about how this was just for show. But there was no just about it anymore. This was electric, the connection between us charged with something unspoken, something waiting to combust. Then came the final sequence. A deep dip. His face inches from mine, his hand sliding up my thigh as he steadied me. My fingers curled into his collar, holding on like he was the only thing keeping me grounded. My breath hitched, caught somewhere between a gasp and a promise. The moment stretched, taut and breathless, as if the universe was holding its own inhale. The music ended, and for a moment, we didn't move, didn't breathe. His eyes flickered to my lips. This close, the air between us buzzed like static before a lightning strike. Romantic, dangerous, and exactly how I wanted to go.
Sky.
His voice was low, rough, almost reverent. And for a split second, I thought he might kiss me. Right there, in front of everyone. Every inch of me drew closer to him, teetering on the edge between logic and lips. Spoiler, the lips were winning. But then the crowd erupted in applause, the spell breaking, and Max straightened, pulling me up with him. I forced a breathless smile, but my entire body was still thrumming. This wasn't just a dance. And whatever this was between us, it was far from over.
Chapter 27. Max. After our dance ended, I stood just off stage trying to catch my breath. Not from exertion, from Sky. That dance was everything. The way she looked at me, the way her body moved with mine, and the way our chemistry crackled like fire in a storm. I've never wanted anyone the way that I want her. I can't keep lying to her. As soon as the awards were announced, we'd go for a walk on the beach, and I'd finally tell her the truth. And maybe, if I was really, really lucky, she'd still look at me the way she did a few minutes ago. I grasped her hand as we awaited the results. She looked up at me and smiled, glowing, her eyes radiating love and complete trust in me. My stomach clenched, completely tied in knots, because in just a few minutes, that trust would be destroyed. And I only had myself to blame. The MC took the stage again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their decision.
Sky squeezed my hand nervously. Third place was announced, and then second.
And first place goes to Sky and Max.
The crowd cheered, and Sky leapt into my arms. I spun her around in celebration. We stopped to look at the stage, wondering if we needed to go up there. But then a staff member hurried onto the stage and whispered to the announcer. The announcer hesitated, cleared his throat, and then leaned toward the microphone.
I apologize. I've just been informed that our first place winners have been disqualified.
Silence. Then an explosion of gasps and whispers. Sky whipped around to face me, stumped.
Wait, what?
She let out a strangled laugh.
This has to be a mistake. We didn't do anything wrong.
The announcer continued.
Employees of the resort are not eligible to compete. And since Max Castellan is the CEO of Castellan International, owner of this resort, he is technically an employee and thus disqualified.
He cleared his throat, his voice tight with discomfort.
The awards will be adjusted accordingly. So now, first place goes to the next couple, Rochelle and Malone. Congratulations to all our winners.
A crackle from the speaker system buzzed in the silence, followed by a sharp screech of feedback that made several people flinch. No one clapped. No one cheered. There wasn't even a polite cough. The music cut off mid-note, leaving behind an oppressive hush that seemed to suck the oxygen from the beach. The distant roar of the waves, once calming, now sounded like a freight train barreling toward us, louder and louder, crashing over the whispers, the gasps, the murmurs of confusion and betrayal. My throat went dry. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, drowning out everything else. Blood drained from my face as the weight of every choice I hadn't made crashed in on me like a collapsing roof. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. All I could do was stare. Her gaze shifted from the announcer to me. I could tell she was expecting me to deny it, to set the record straight. But I just stood there, stunned. Her smile faded.
Max, tell them they're wrong.
But I couldn't. This was not the way that I wanted her to find out the truth. This was not the way I had planned. I didn't even know how to respond. No matter what I said now, it would just sound like an excuse. I had thrown away chance after chance to tell her the truth in my own way. But I blew it. Sky's face drained of color as the realization crashed over her. Everything the MC said was true. I wasn't who she thought I was. In fact, I was the CEO, the man she'd been protesting and fighting against. The company she'd been trying so hard to stop was mine. She looked like she might pass out. I tried to reach to steady her, but she jerked her arm away and took a shaky step back. I took a step toward her, hand half raised like that could stop everything unraveling. Sky, I'm so sorry. She pointed a finger at me, her face filled with disgust and her eyes wet with tears.
You lied to me.
My chest tightened and my heart seized. I reached for her, desperate to explain. Sky, please. She shook her head, spun on her heel, and bolted from the pavilion. I wove through the crowd to chase after her. Finally, catching up to her on the pool deck. She was pacing, shaking, and trying to catch her breath. I reached out to touch her. Sky, just listen. She backed away, pain and anger etched on her face, her eyes shooting daggers.
Listen? To what, Max? More lies?
She threw her hands up, pacing away from me like she needed distance just to think straight.
I trusted you. I told you things I've never told anyone. And this whole time, you were him, the one I came here to fight. All that talk about not wanting people to use you, while you were using me.
No, Sky, that's not how it was.
So was this your plan all along? Come to the resort, pretend you're just a beach bum, get the annoying protester to fall for you, and distract her from taking you down.
She jabbed a finger at my chest, her voice shaking but sharp enough to cut through steel.
Congratulations, Max. You got what you wanted. And now I get to be the poor fool who didn't even see it coming.
You've got it all wrong. Let me explain. She crossed her arms and waited. I wanted to tell you. I even tried several times. In the lagoon, on the sailboat, and I swear I was going to tell you tonight after our show. She laughed, sharp and broken.
Oh, right. So convenient. You were going to tell me, would that have been before or after you were outed?
Exasperated and desperate, I ran my hands through my hair and tried to find the right words. Sky, I never meant to hurt you. I didn't want you to hate me before you even knew me. She shook her head and stepped further away.
The thing is, Max, I may have thought that I loved you, but I didn't even know you. It was all a lie.
Her voice cracked as she turned her back to me, wrapping her arms around herself like it was the only way to hold in the pain.
The worst part is that you knew how much honesty meant to me, and you still didn't tell me the truth.
She walked away, with my heart trailing behind her. I didn't stop her this time. I couldn't. Nothing I could say would fix this. She was the best thing that had ever happened to me, the one person I truly loved, and I hurt her. I stood there, frozen in place as she disappeared into the shadows, the sound of her heels echoing like a countdown I couldn't stop. My lungs refused to work. My chest felt hollow, like she'd ripped the air and light right out of me. I'd prepared for 1,000 outcomes with the board, with the company, with the scandal. But I never prepared for this. Not for the look in her eyes. Not for the way she stopped looking at me like I was her safe harbor. I may be winning the biggest fight of my career, but it didn't matter, because I just lost the one thing that made any of it worth fighting for. Sky.
Chapter 28. Sky. By the time I made it back to the bungalow, I was already halfway through a full-blown meltdown. I was crying. Not cute, movie star tears rolling gracefully down my cheeks. No, this was a puffy face, blotchy nose, open mouth sobbing, ugly cry. The kind where you can't catch your breath and your whole body feels like it's crumbling in on itself. My sparkly dance shoes hit the floor first. Then my flower hair clip. Then, like some kind of angsty breadcrumb trail, tissues dropped behind me as I blubbered my way around the room. I opened the closet, grabbed my suitcase, and started throwing everything in with the grace of a drunk raccoon. Sandals, swimsuits, protest stickers I never got around to using. Everything went in. Where is my phone charger? I shrieked at no one, wiping mascara-stained tears from my chin with the hem of the swanky dress I hadn't taken off yet. The door burst open. Jojo came in first, followed by Tillie and Gladys, who was already holding a piña colada and a bag of peanut M&Ms, like this was a planned intervention. Jojo scanned the scene.
Oh boy, level 5 meltdown, possibly creeping into level 6.
Leave me alone, I wailed, tossing a sundress into my suitcase like it had personally betrayed me. I've been played, lied to, publicly humiliated. I collapsed on the edge of the bed, a tissue stuck to my shin.
There, sweetie.
Tillie eased down beside me.
I'm so sorry you're hurting.
She rubbed my back in slow, soothing circles.
It may seem bleak now, but I still believe everything will work out in the end, as it's meant to. Love has a way of wiggling through the darkness, like moonlight streaming through the clouds. It's stubborn that way, just like you.
She tapped me on the nose like I was a child. Gladys opened the bag of M&Ms and held it out to me, but I shook my head.
Sweetheart, everyone gets lied to eventually. At least this one had an epic set of abs.
She shrugged, as if this was a perfectly reasonable silver lining. That is not comforting. I sobbed harder. Gladys sipped her drink.
Can we be mad and still vote for his abs in the next Mr. Paradise, or is he officially disqualified in all categories?
Jojo shot her a look.
He's dead to us, Gladys.
Gladys held her hands up in defense.
Just clarifying the rules.
I flopped backward on the bed with a dramatic groan. I can't believe I fell for a resort-owning, reef-destroying, turtle-maiming billionaire. I'm a walking cautionary tale. Jojo plopped down beside me, gently swiping a used tissue off my shoulder.
You're not a cautionary tale, okay?
I sniffed. Really? Because it feels like I am. All I'm missing is a sad ukulele soundtrack.
You're not, I swear,
she said firmly.
You're just idealistic with a vengeance.
I blinked at her. She shrugged.
It's kind of your thing. Righteous fury in a floral sundress. Like a Hallmark heroine who moonlights as a Greenpeace warrior.
Despite myself, I let out a tiny, watery laugh. Wow, that's scarily accurate. Jojo smiled.
It's what makes you you, and when this is all over, you'll still be that girl. Just with a better filter for surfer dudes, or shall I say billionaires in disguise.
I can only hope. We stayed up most of the night. I gave them the full story. The undercover billionaire twist, the environmental scandal, the sweet things he'd said, and the way he looked at me like I was the most fascinating creature in the world, right before he broke my heart into confetti. We cried, we stress-snacked. Gladys tried to order a slingshot online, just to have options. They helped me finish packing, or at least prevented me from stuffing my sandals into the hotel mini-fridge. Then Jojo pointed at her phone and said,
Our flight's in 4 hours.
Tillie sighed.
Time to escape paradise.
I needed to get back to the real world. One with fewer coconut drinks and secrets. The plane ride was quiet for the first 10 minutes. I stared out the window, the island disappearing behind us, dragging my pride and heartache with it. I stared out the window at the clouds, clutching the cheap resort-branded tissue they'd handed me in the terminal. My eyes were swollen. My chest ached. I kept replaying the moment his name was announced, the look on his face when he didn't deny it, the horrible realization that every single memory I cherished, every spark, every kiss, was tangled in a lie. Max Castellan. Ugh. I let out a half laugh, half sob at the absurdity, the painful irony. How could I have been so blind? I'd fallen in love with the enemy. Then Gladys peeked over the seat in front of me and said,
Okay, hear me out. What if we mailed him a glitter bomb that explodes with tiny turtles that say, "You're toxic waste"?
Next to me, Jojo snorted.
Ooh, we could put him on every dating site and list his hobbies as gaslighting environmentalists and moonlight deception.
Tillie peeked over the back of her seat and chimed in.
Change his ringtone to play a recording of us saying, "Liar, liar, swim trunks on fire."
Let's stuff his board shorts with fire ants and sunscreen packets,
Gladys said with a wicked grin and a raised finger pointing out her master plan. Oh, I got one! I sat up straighter, feeling the jolt of pettiness spark something alive in me. We rent a billboard outside his company's HQ, just a giant picture of Corky and the words, "I know what you did last summer." Jojo cracked up.
Yes, and we could make wanted posters with Max's face on them and the headline, Danger, Most Greenwashed CEO, Deadly Threat to the Environment, Beware. Then we send them to all environmental groups and rescue centers around the world.
Or, I added, warming to the chaos, we eco-graffiti the fuselage of his private jet with the words, "Warning, contents not as eco-friendly as they appear." They all stared at me. I blinked. What? Jojo coughed.
You realize vandalizing private property is how this whole saga began, right?
Oh, right. I leaned back in my seat, groaning. The rush of revenge fantasy faded, leaving a familiar ache in its place. One glitter bomb away from a breakdown. No. No more acts of eco-aggression, no glitter, no billboards, no graffiti. Because the truth was, none of those things would fix the way I felt. Hollow. Burned out. Stupid.
Well, that's no fun,
Gladys mumbled, sliding back down in her seat. I never want to see him again, I muttered, more to myself than anyone. Not his face, not his name, nothing. The plane jolted with a sudden bump, sending my heart into my throat. I gasped and clutched Jojo's arm like we were going down. She patted my hand.
Relax, it's just turbulence.
As if I didn't have enough turbulence in my life. I groaned. Seriously, universe. Read the room. Jojo let out a little sigh and glanced at her phone.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I don't think my island fling's going anywhere either.
Colin? I asked. Jojo nodded.
He has my number, but I doubt I'll hear from him. Island magic stays on the island, I guess.
I gave her a tired smile. That's probably for the best.
Yeah,
she said with a shrug.
I think he was more enamored with his own muscles than with me.
I let out a soft laugh. Maybe he and his abs will find happiness together.
If not, he can always marry his reflection.
She bumped my shoulder.
Let's just say we both survived some unexpected turbulence, and leave it at that.
A few minutes later, the ride smoothed out again. I pressed my forehead to the cool airplane window and let the silence engulf me. Max Castellan was behind me, and if I had anything to say about it, that's exactly where he'd stay.
Chapter 29. Max. I didn't sleep the night after the dance show. Sky's expression, the way her eyes shattered when they announced my name, was stuck on repeat behind my eyelids. That look didn't just haunt me. It hollowed me out. She ran like I was poison. And truthfully, I was. Or at least, I had been. Not because I meant to lie to her, but because I'd been too scared to tell her the truth. Too scared she'd only see the CEO, the Castellan, the legacy of everything she hated. And now she was gone. I sat on the balcony of my suite the next morning with a cup of untouched coffee growing cold in my hand, and a grief I didn't know what to do with. Grief for the company I might be destroying. Grief for the future I thought I wanted. But mostly, grief for the woman who made me feel more like myself than anyone ever had. The only woman I'd ever loved. The one who had loved me. Not Max Castellan, CEO. Just me. The guy who knocked her over, cared about injured sea turtles, and a surfer dude who didn't surf. The guy who laughed with her over rogue seagulls, danced like it meant something, and tried to save a beach dolphin at midnight. And I let her fall for a lie. The board had agreed to my restructure plan, barely. I had 24 hours before we went public, before I unveiled the new face of Castellan International, the version that finally aligned with what Sky believed in. But what did it matter if I couldn't tell her? If I couldn't look her in the eye and prove that the man she thought she knew wasn't fake? From the moment she walked away from me and slammed the door of her suite, I'd been trying to contact her. I called, I texted, I emailed. I left voicemails trying to explain everything. How it started, what I was planning, how sorry I was. I told her I loved her, begged her to let me make it right. But every message went unanswered. She must have blocked me. The silence was crushing. Not even a returned message to say she hated me. Just nothing. It was worse than anger. It was erasure. Our time together mattered so little to her, it might as well not have existed. Didn't even deserve a response. I had everything riding on this plan, the truth coming out, the future I was trying to build. But none of it mattered if I couldn't reach her. A few days later, I sat in my corner office in downtown Chicago, skyscrapers rising around me like glass prisons. The ocean waves were long gone, the warm sand a distant memory. But the hollow ache inside me remained. I pulled out my phone and stared at her picture for the millionth time. She looked so happy, and so did I. We could be that happy again. I just knew it. We were perfect together. My thumb hovered over the call button, but I didn't hit it this time. She wouldn't answer. Instead, I searched the internet and found who I was looking for. If I couldn't reach her, maybe I could go through the one person she trusted most. Storm Rhodes, her lawyer brother. The one who bailed her out of jail and would probably love to punch me in the face. I called him anyway. Yeah, I was desperate. He answered on the second ring.
Storm Road's attorney at law.
Max Castellan, here. I know I'm the last person you want to hear from.
Correct.
No pleasantries. Just one syllable loaded with brotherly loathing. Great start. I'm calling because I love your sister and I want to do right by her. But I need your help. There was a long pause. I waited, let him breathe, let him be angry. He sighed.
I should punch you so hard your trust fund files for emotional damages. It's what you deserve. And it would make my year to mess up your face. I'm not ruling that out as the most satisfying course of action, but I will hear you out before making my decision.
I hesitated. This wasn't how I wanted this to go. Sky deserved to be the first to know everything. My plans, my regrets, my promise to make it right. But she wouldn't answer my calls, and if I didn't tell someone, I might never get the chance to tell her at all. Storm was the next best thing. Thank you. I took a deep breath, then told him everything I'd been trying to tell Sky in the numerous messages. My plan to go public, the company restructure, the revised project in Moonlit Lake. How I wanted Sky to be the one to design it so that it was truly eco-friendly this time, and how I couldn't live with myself until I made this right, with the environment and with Sky. Storm didn't interrupt. He just listened, occasionally muttering,
"Huh,"
under his breath, like a man weighing whether to let me live or bury me under a compost pile. When I finished, he was quiet for a long beat. Then he said,
I should press charges against you. There's a long list. And I'm sure they'd love a pretty face like yours in federal prison.
I know.
Or maybe I should tie you to a paddleboard and push you out to sea with nothing but a coconut in your conscience. But Sky wouldn't want me to pollute the ocean.
Okay, this wasn't going as well as I'd hoped. I should have known her twin brother wouldn't want to help me after all I'd done.
But I won't.
What? Why not? I deserve all that and more.
Because she loved you, idiot.
The words punched through my chest like a lifeline, a mix of hope and despair. He used the past tense. I knew she loved me before all this exploded. But did she love me still? Could she love me again? I know, I said, voice rough. It kills me how much I hurt her. I know I don't deserve her or another chance, but I want to show her that I'm not the monster she thinks I am. I'm the guy she fell in love with, and the one who'd give anything in the world for her to be happy and to love me again. Storm exhaled slowly.
This is the only chance you're going to get. Make it count. If you're going to do this, Max, you better be all in.
He paused for dramatic effect.
But just know, if you ever hurt her again, not even so much as a broken fingernail, I'll destroy you. And I can think of 100 different untraceable ways to do it.
His sharp tone made me swallow a hard lump in my throat. I'd expect nothing less. After we hung up, I stared out the window, wishing the gray shimmer of Lake Michigan could somehow morph into the turquoise waves of Malama Kai. But there were no sea turtles here, no bioluminescent magic, no sky, just concrete, glass, and a hollow echo in my chest. I had lost her. But I wasn't going to let that be the end of the story, not if there was still a chance. She once told me she never gave up on the things that mattered. Now it was my turn to live up to her standards, to be the man she believed I could be, the man who told the truth even when it cost him everything, the man who didn't just build resorts, but built trust and positive change and love. I picked up my tablet, opened the press release draft, and made the final edits, the ones that would put everything on the line: truth, accountability, change. Then I added a new slide to the internal company deck, Project Lunaria designed by Sky Rhodes. And beneath it, a single sentence: because honesty matters more than silver dollars. She might never forgive me, but that wouldn't stop me from trying to earn back her trust and her love. Nothing had ever mattered more, and I wasn't giving up. Not on her, not on us.
Chapter 30. Sky. 5 days since I left the island. 5 days since the truth shattered everything I thought I knew about Max. And in those 5 days, I hadn't cried. I hadn't screamed. I hadn't raged or thrown things or eaten my weight in chocolate-covered almonds. I just went numb. Like someone had flicked a switch and turned my whole system to low-power mode. My phone buzzed constantly. Jojo, my siblings, co-workers, even my parents, all asking if I was okay, if I was going to the town meeting, if I'd heard the news. I ignored every single one. I didn't need to hear the news. I already knew it. I'd read Max's messages, every last one. Words about how sorry he was, how much he loved me, how he wanted to fix everything. But words were easy. If he truly meant them, he would have dropped the Moonlit Lake project altogether, sold the land, walked away. But no, there was still a town meeting scheduled, one where Max Castellan himself was supposedly going to speak, a meeting I had absolutely zero interest in attending. So I threw myself into work instead. Thankfully, my boss allowed me to return as soon as I got back. If I kept designing, kept pushing through the blueprints of meaningless projects, maybe I could outrun the hollow ache gnawing at my chest. I wasn't even mad anymore. Anger took energy, passion, fire, and I'd used all of mine on the one person I thought I could finally trust. Of course, he turned out to be the very thing I'd been fighting against. CEO Max Castellan. The name felt like a cruel joke now. It wasn't like I hadn't thought about him. I tried not to. But even buried under blueprints and deadlines, my mind kept drifting back. Every time I read his messages, which I had memorized by now, my heart broke a little more. Part of me wanted to throw the phone across the room and call him a liar. But another part, the part I couldn't seem to silence, understood. Maybe if I lived in a world where people judged me for my name, my family, my fortune, I'd want a break from it too. I'd want someone to see me for who I was, not for what I represented. Maybe he hadn't meant to hurt me. Maybe he was just scared. But even if all that was true, it didn't change what happened. Like I said, words were easy, actions were hard, but they were what mattered. And when it counted most, Max hadn't fought for me. He'd let me walk away. A soft knock came at my door. I didn't answer it. Whoever it was would get the hint eventually. Except they didn't. The door creaked open. Shoot, I'd forgotten to lock it. Again. You'd think I'd learn, living in this charming old rental with its squeaky floors, drafty windows, and doors that practically invite people to barge in unannounced. But I didn't even have the energy to look up from my laptop.
I brought you a flower.
Tillie swept into the room like a spring breeze, eyes twinkling with mischief.
Well, a plant. Technically a weed, but a beautiful one.
She held a tiny vase with 3 dried lunaria stems. The silver dollar seed pods shimmered in the sunlight streaming through the window, translucent and delicate. I stared at them for a long moment. Why'd you bring me that? She set them down gently beside my coffee mug, then sat across from me on the couch, her posture unusually still for someone who usually entered a room like a whirlwind of scarves and sage.
You remember what I told you about lunaria when you were a little girl?
She asked, her voice gentle. I did. Of course I did, but I didn't say anything.
They don't start out like this, and
she went on, tapping one of the paper-thin pods.
They're green and shiny at first, look a little like coins, pretty on the outside, but it's not until the layers peel away that you see the truth underneath.
I rolled my eyes. Are you seriously bringing me a metaphor right now? Tillie smiled.
You always loved metaphors.
I twirled one of the stems between my fingers. The moon-like pod caught the light. So fragile. So honest. My voice came out flat. Max is like the green pod. Shiny, polished. Looks like money. But no substance. All just fake.
Not all that glitters is gold,
she said, nodding. I set the stem down and slumped back against the couch. I thought I saw something real in him, but I was wrong.
Or,
Tillie said, tilting her head.
Maybe he's just still in the peeling stage.
I stared at her. Excuse me? She shrugged.
It takes time for the lunaria to shed its false layers. It doesn't happen overnight. Doesn't mean the truth's not in there. Just means it's still working its way out.
I snorted. So what? I'm supposed to wait around while he figures out whether he wants to be honest or not.
No,
she said simply.
But you don't have to throw away the whole plant because it hasn't bloomed yet.
I hated that she made sense. I need to get back to work, I muttered. Tillie rose, smoothing her scarf and smiling softly.
Don't work too hard. The town meeting's tonight.
I'm not going.
I figured you'd say that,
she said, already halfway to the door.
That's why I've arranged a ride.
What? But she was gone. And the lunaria sat beside me on the table, catching the light like it had something left to say. I pushed it behind my laptop, out of my sight, and got back to work. I was halfway through pretending to focus on a blueprint when the sound of a car door slamming snapped me out of it. Please be the mailman, or a confused raccoon. Anything but my helicoptering friends and family. The knock came exactly 3 seconds later, followed by the front door creaking open and a familiar voice calling out,
I brought snacks, Lark, and an extra large serving of moral accountability.
I groaned. Go away, Stormy. He appeared in the doorway, holding a brown paper bag and wearing his patented twin brother smirk.
No can do, little sis. Your civic duty awaits.
Nope. I said, sinking further into the couch. Not gonna work. I withstood Hurricane Tillie and remained standing. Or sitting, I guess. So you can save your energy. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, we figured you'd say that.
He walked over, set the bag on the table, and gave me a long, assessing look.
Enough is enough, Skylark. You've been holed up in here for days. Your coffee stash is probably down to emergency reserves. You're living on takeout and spite. Is that a Cheeto in your hair?
He reached out and plucked the offending snack from my tangled mess.
Not only that, you've got that look in your eye like you're planning to build a bunker out of recycled protest signs.
As if there was something wrong with that. I crossed my arms and pouted. So?
So?
He said, reaching down and yanking the blanket off me.
We're going to the town meeting.
I scrambled to grab it back. You can't just... Hey.
I can, and I did.
He tossed the blanket over his shoulder like a cape.
Come on, shoes, pants, some vague form of human decency. Let's go.
Storm, I swear, if this is about Max...
It's not about Max,
he said, grabbing my coat and tossing it at me.
It's about Moonlit Lake, the resort, the town. The fact that you are literally the person most qualified to have an opinion in that room. And you're sitting here sulking like you didn't almost single-handedly bring down $1 billion corporation.
I stared at him, coat in my lap. Storm softened his voice.
I'm not saying you have to forgive him. I'm not even saying you have to stay the whole meeting. But you're not going to let him take away your fight. Or your fire. That's not you, Lark.
Damn him and his twin brother truth bombs. I sighed and slowly pulled the coat on. Fine, I'll go for the town. But if there's a surprise intervention or any kind of funny business, I'm leaving.
Deal.
Storm pointed at my hair with a teasing glint in his eye.
But, you might want to brush your hair. It looks like a squirrel's been nesting there.
Ugh, you're so annoying.
That's why you love me.
I rolled my eyes and trudged to the bathroom to find my hairbrush, almost scaring myself in the mirror. Thank goodness I didn't leave the house looking like this. I should probably thank Storm for that helpful hint. But I won't. I'll wait to see if I survived the next couple of hours first. The parking lot outside the community hall was packed. I had to park halfway down the block, and of course, Storm made me walk in with him like I was his date to prom. I'm not going up front, I warned.
Wouldn't dream of it,
he said, steering me through the doors with all the subtlety of a shopping cart with one bad wheel. The room was buzzing. Locals, reporters, curious tourists. Everyone was packed into folding chairs, chatting in hushed tones. I tugged my coat tighter around me, suddenly wishing I'd changed out of my hoodie and topknot of emotional apathy. Then I saw him, Maximum, on stage, in a navy sport coat that somehow made him look both devastatingly handsome and wildly out of place. His hair was short now, and his face clean-shaven, making me wonder how I could have ever mistaken him for a surfer dude. His posture was tense as his eyes scanned the room like he was searching for someone. Our eyes met. My breath caught in my throat. For a moment, the whole room faded, and it was just him and me, frozen in the aftermath of everything that had fallen apart. I turned to leave. Storm caught my arm.
Nope.
I can't.
You can.
Before I could argue, the mayor stepped up to the podium and tapped the mic.
Thank you all for coming. We're here tonight to discuss the future of Moonlit Lake, and to hear from someone who's made national headlines this week. Please welcome Max Castellan, CEO of Castellan International.
The applause was awkward and scattered. A few people clapped like they weren't sure if they were supposed to, and someone near the back coughed loudly in protest. Typical small-town energy. Max stepped up to the mic and cleared his throat. He didn't look at notes. He didn't carry a script. He just looked out over the room. And somehow, I knew he was still looking at me.
I didn't come here to win anyone over.
He began.
I came here because I needed to tell the truth.
The room quieted instantly.
A few months ago, I became CEO of Castellan International after the sudden passing of my father. I didn't want to run the company based solely on spreadsheets and investor reports. So I went to one of our top resorts incognito. No one but my assistant knew who I was. I wanted to experience the company from the ground up and to get insights into what we do well and what we can improve. What I didn't expect was to uncover a scandal, or a cover-up, or the truth about how much damage had already been done to communities and ecosystems in our name.
He paused, swallowed hard.
I went public with it all, and yes, it almost sank the company. But the truth mattered more. We've since restructured. Half the board is gone. Our leadership team has been overhauled. We are now committed to building true eco-resorts, not just the greenwashed kind.
A murmur ran through the crowd. I stared at him, eyes narrowed. Right. And tomorrow, unicorns would graze peacefully in the Lunaria meadow. Did he really expect us to believe Castellan International had suddenly developed a conscience overnight? I crossed my arms, waiting for the punchline.
And we're starting with the one right here, in Moonlit Lake.
My heart stopped. Max took a slow breath and looked straight at me.
But we're not doing it unless Sky Roads agrees to design it.
Gasps, whispers. Someone dropped their pen. My legs went numb. Max stepped down from the stage and walked toward me, every eye in the room following him. I should have stood, or ducked, or run. But I couldn't move. My chest tightened. My legs locked. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure the whole town could hear it. He stopped in front of me and spoke softly. But the room was so quiet. I knew everyone in the room had perked their ears toward us.
Sky, I never meant to hurt you. I was trying to protect myself. But I see now that lying, no matter the reason, was still lying.
He pulled a folder from his jacket and opened it, showing me a blueprint. At the top, in elegant lettering, was the name Lunaria. I stared.
I'm renaming the resort here in Moonlit Lake. For you,
he said, voice trembling slightly.
As a reminder that honesty matters more than silver dollars any day.
Tears blurred my vision. He glanced down, grasped my hands in his, and then looked into my eyes.
Sky, I love you. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I'm asking for it anyway, because losing you cost me more than all the money in the world. I'd give it all up to have you look at me the way you did during our dance.
My heart twisted painfully. Part of me wanted to believe him, wanted to throw myself into his arms and pretend none of this had ever happened. But a scared part of me, the part still aching from broken trust, whispered caution. Words were easy. Promises were easier. But standing here, risking everything under the judgment of an entire town, that wasn't easy. That was action. That was real. I opened my mouth, then closed it again. Because what could I even say? He looked like he was bracing to be struck by lightning. I reached forward, took the folder gently from his hands and whispered, "You named a resort after a weed?" He gave a shaky laugh.
It might be a weed, but it's strong, beautiful, and honest, and it reminds me of you.
The crowd let out a collective, "Aw," but I only saw him. Tillie's voice echoed in my mind. Maybe he's still in the peeling stage. Maybe we both were. I stood slowly. I told you honesty was important to me and you remembered,
I didn't just remember.
he said.
I'm building a future around it. One I hope you'll help me construct.
I stepped into his arms and kissed him. The town hall exploded. Applause, cheers, hoots, someone whistling like it was a honky-tonk bar.
Get it, Sky?
I heard Jojo yell.
Careful, Castellan.
Storm added.
Don't make me hurt you.
Max pulled back, resting his forehead against mine.
So, is that a yes?
My pulse roared in my ears. Somehow, against all odds, he still felt like home. Maybe we both had some peeling left to do. But maybe, just maybe, that's where the best kind of truth was hidden. I grinned. To the job or the future?
Both.
Then yes, on one condition. His brows lifted.
Anything.
Next protest? You're coming with me. Sign, slogan, matching t-shirts and all. His smile lit like a sunrise.
Only if I get to stand next to you.
Deal, I whispered, but you're making your own sign.
Already have one in mind. I'm with her. Please don't arrest me.
And when he kissed me again, I felt the truth settle into place and begin mending my heart. Like a silver pod, it was finally transparent and magically reflecting love all around, stars exploding like fireworks in the night sky. This was real, all right? I felt it in every cell of my being. And this was a cause I intended to fight for the rest of my life. Love was worth the effort, worth the struggle, worth the risk. And so was my billionaire surfer dude. Sea turtles, secrets, and all.
Epilogue. Tillie. The scent of steeping lavender and rose hips drifted through the kitchen as I poured a second cup of tea and added a generous swirl of honey. Not because I needed the sweetness, but because I knew honey was coming, and honey always needed honey, a universal law. She swept into my cottage a few minutes later, her cheeks flushed, her curls bouncing, her whole face lit up like she was still glowing from the town meeting the night before.
She forgave him,
she announced, not even bothering with hello.
She actually forgave him and kissed him in front of the entire town.
Of course she did. I waved a hand like I'd seen it coming for weeks. But I am proud of her for opening her heart to love and trust, especially with all that happened. Honey dropped into the chair across from me, eyes wide.
Don't you play coy with me. I'm her mother, and even I didn't see this coming.
I simply sipped my tea, smiling into the rim of the mug. That's because you still believe in coincidences. She blinked.
Are you saying you planned for Sky to fall in love with a billionaire in disguise on a tropical island while protesting his company?
I set my mug down with a soft clink. Not planned, but nudged, perhaps. Honey leaned in.
Tillie, did you know something?
I shrugged, non-committal. Let's just say I had my suspicions the moment that resort prize arrived. Big vacation giveaway from Azoria, all-inclusive, for me. I hadn't entered any contests, And no one ever wins those things without entering.
Then why'd you go?
I lifted my eyes, let the answer settle in the air, because the moment I read the fine print and saw it was owned by Castellan International, I got that little buzz in my palms. Honey frowned.
Like carpal tunnel?
No, like fate. I pressed a hand over my chest. And then I pulled the cards. She sighed.
You and those cards.
They've never steered me wrong, I said, pointing to the 3 cards still lying on my altar. Look, those are the cards for Sky. Disguised or unexpected blessings, rainbow after the storm, and time to get away and have fun. I gave her a challenging look. Tell me that doesn't say tropical chaos, romantic turmoil, and a secret identity under the stars. Honey stared at me and
That's actually unsettlingly accurate.
I gave her a smug little nod. I knew Sky needed to go, and the universe, as always, delivered. She sat back, crossed her arms, and stroked her chin.
So, who do you think sent the prize? Some kind of Cupid travel agent?
I tapped a fingernail on the teacup. If I had to guess, Max's assistant, Dante. Honey blinked.
The same Dante who tried to get him fired?
I nodded. Oh, yes. That boy's aura practically reeked of sabotage. I believe that when Max told Dante he was going to the Azoria, Dante sent me the tickets knowing my connection to Sky, and knowing she'd been told to leave town. Probably thought sending the protester on the same vacation as Max would expose him as reckless and irresponsible to the board. Instead, I smiled, he delivered him straight to his soulmate. A delicious twist of fate, wouldn't you say? Honey let out a low whistle.
I'd say so.
And now Castellan International is planting trees and building coral gardens like it's their new love language. I leaned back, relishing the irony. Speaking of twists of fate, while I'm grateful to Dante's unwitting role in this match, I think he got exactly what he deserved. I heard he was demoted and sent to the Azoria to help with the environmental cleanup, as a grunt worker, not an executive.
Really?
I pulled out my phone. One of my friends at the resort sent me a video. I tapped the screen. It's Dante, scrubbing bird poop off the boardwalk, wearing a neon pink Castellan Cares vest. I chuckle every time I watch it. He's on his hands and knees, scraping with a putty knife while tourists and locals walk by, taking photos, shaking their heads or spitting on him. Hopefully this will teach him that power isn't about control, it's about service. That real respect isn't demanded in a boardroom. It's earned in the mud, the mess, and the moments no one claps for. I paused, watching the screen again. Maybe a little time on his knees will help him find a bit of humility, or at least develop empathy for the people he spent his life stepping over. A seagull landed beside him and promptly relieved itself on his clipboard. I cackled as it strutted away, cosmic justice courtesy of seagull karma. Honey stared at me, a slow smile spreading across her lips.
You're something else, Tillie.
I grinned. Thank you, dear. I try. Honey took another sip of her tea, then glanced over the rim.
So, now what? You've matched Sky, Storm, Rowan, Raven, and even Jasper. Rowan's wedding is right around the corner. I'm so excited for that.
She gave me a knowing look over her cup.
That only leaves one Rhodes sibling left.
I arched a brow. Ah, yes, I've been looking forward to this one. Junie, a kindred romantic soul. I'm so excited to help open her eyes. Honey narrowed her eyes.
You're already meddling, aren't you?
I'm observing, I said primly. Nature has a way of whispering secrets if you're willing to listen. Honey gave me that familiar look, the one that said she half believed me, and the other half was just bracing for the ride. I was out in the garden yesterday, I said, glancing toward the window, and I saw it, clear as day. A willow branch had broken off in the wind and gotten itself completely tangled in the old juniper tree. Honey blinked.
Okay. And?
I leaned in. Willow, juniper, Junie. Will, don't tell me that's not a sign. Honey stared at me.
Tillie, you just matched your next couple based on tree entanglement.
I don't make the rules, I said, raising my hands. I just follow the signs, or in this case, the vines. I moved to the counter where I'd tied the willow and juniper branch together with a little satin ribbon. It looked like a rustic bouquet, or a tangled mess, which was fitting, really. Junie's got a heart that flits from crush to crush like a butterfly, never landing on the one flower that's been blooming right beside her all along. I stirred my tea with a knowing smile. And Will? I laughed, slapped my knee. And her best friend, the EMT. That boy's such a sweetheart, showing up anytime she needs a little rescue. He's like a knight in shining armor with an ambulance. He's been holding secrets for a long time now, but, I sighed, happy, the winds are shifting. I glanced toward the window, where the willow and juniper branches still tangled together like fate's inside joke. It's their turn now. Honey's brows rose.
You're serious about this?
I nodded. They don't know it yet, but those two are about to find themselves in a situation that's, well, tangled.
But they've been best friends almost their whole lives.
I shrugged. It's not like I can control fate or choose someone's soulmate. Then I gave her a wink. But where there's a will, there's a way. And then I giggled to myself and set the talisman on my altar. Even though this would be a fun match, I already knew it wouldn't be easy. But easy never made for good stories, or good mischief. And love? Well, that's where the real fun began. The end. Stay tuned for my next meddlesome match, Junie and Will, in Tangled, Book 6 in the Moonlit Lake Matchmaker series.
You have just listened to Tricked, Moonlit Lake Matchmaker series, Book 5, written by Kristeen Groth, narrated by male and female simulated voices. Copyright 2025 by Kristeen Groth. Production copyright 2025 by Kristeen Groth. If you enjoyed listening to this story, please leave a review and look for the next book in the Moonlit Lake Matchmaker series, Tangled. All books and products can be found on the website, KristeenGroth.com.